and welcome to the 6 hours of Nurburgring presented by the Digital Race Engineer. Of course, this is the Neo Endurance Series live here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be joining us from the world. We welcome you to our broadcast and hope that you will have just as much fun as we will as we watch the next 6 hours of hard endurance racing in the Neo Endurance Series. I'm Cameron Walsh and joined today by Connery Maddock as well as Hugo Louis in the production trailer. We're going to be bringing you this next event and, well, we're going to be getting underway fairly shortly here as the cars are going to be getting rolled out onto the grid. If we want to start just with a brief recap, we just got done with the Motegi 6 hours, of course, where cars had a very good, very challenging race. Overall, in that one, it was Movano that had took it at the end. Coanda came in second. Friction had come home in third in your prototype division. In GT, it was Heisenfeld Core Motorsports Torrent and VRS Coanda SimSport. Then in GTS, you had another pure racing team car, the Thrustmaster Movano GTS car, and then the Shinya Machimi Sim Racing car in GTS. So, will these guys have a good race? Well, we'll have to see and find out. Nürburgring is typically a very challenging circuit, 16 corners, 3.91 miles, and as such, it should hope to present a good challenge as this is our second time coming here in the Neo Endurance Series. Cars are getting ready to roll out onto the grid momentarily, and we'll bring in Connery. Connery, it's the Nürburgring. It's a fairly challenging circuit, I have to say, and hopefully multi-class racing will be well.
Yeah, this should be very, very interesting, Cam. As we just heard in the pre-race briefing that the admins give for this series, the track can be quite narrow in places, and it can get very, very congested, especially down into that hairpin turn of turn 1. One interesting thing to note, though, I see the Pure Racing Team LMP Black prototype, but I don't see the Pure Racing Team LMP White prototype. I'm not entirely sure what has happened to them.
And we'll have to certainly find out. We'll get a clearer picture once the cars actually do make it onto the grid. But just looking at the overall qualifying times here at the Nürburgring, right now it's the VRS Coanda SimSport car. He is currently posted on the very tippity top of the list. It was Martin Kranke with a 151.0, and that was, of course, yesterday's qualifying session. Further down the list, I'm sure we'll get everyone involved. But for Coanda SimSport, Connery, this is going to be a pretty significant race. They've had a fairly good season so far. Looking at the overall standings of the Neo Endurance Series, this is, of course, round 4 of 6. So we're just over halfway. You've got the double flags in the air as we are past halfway. Coanda's had a fairly good season. They are currently right now leading Connery. They got 11 points in Sebring, 20 in Coda, and 16 here at Motegi. And so they've got a less than a 5-point lead over Thrustmaster Movano Racing, and just over a 9-point lead over Core Sim Racing's prototype car. So Coanda seems to be doing fairly well, but if they so much as have any trouble here at the Nürburgring, it could all come tumbling down. The prototype field very close.
Yes, indeed. They didn't really have the best of Sebring races. That was our first round in the Neo Endurance Series. They finished down the order somewhat, but they've managed to recover and retain that top spot in the points. But just looking at some of the compares, Core Sim Racing, they've had a pretty good run as well. Thrustmaster Movano, again, having a good run, which is why they are all in the top 3 in points. And we had a penalty come through for the Radicals online Pro-Am team. I'm sure you're going to get onto that, Cam. They actually are not qualified in their appropriate positions because your guys have to do a different qualifying session before the race. This isn't the actual qualifying session. In the qualifying session, in the race session, I know that's kind of confusing, they actually have to run to a set delta time to put them in the correct position, and Radicals Online Pro-Am haven't done that. They'll be starting from the pits.
Yes, and how that works, obviously everyone qualifies Saturday, and then they're given a bracket to actually, quote, qualify here in the actual server. It's actually a bit of cleverness here, as, well, actually the cars are going to be starting to roll out onto the grid, and as such, we are going to look at your starting grid for the Neo Endurance Series 6 hours here at the Nürburgring. Starting in the first position, it is VRS Koana Sim Sport, a 151.049. Core Sim Racing not that far behind, with Dressmaster Movano will be starting in third. Team Chimera, will they be able to have a good event? Here in a fourth position starting. Friction Sim Sport in fifth position. Team GT will be starting in sixth position. Pure Racing Teams LMP Black in seventh position. Reactive Sim Racing in eighth. Radicals Online will start in the 9th position, Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in the 10th position, and Mad Cape Racing in the 11th position. We are still in the prototypes here, just a couple to go through. JCL Sim Racing will start in 12th, Speed Asylum 13th, Fusion Racing 14th, Acme Racing in 15th, and then we get to our GT field. GT will be kicked off by the number 55 Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, coming off their victory at Twin Ring Motegi. They will start 16th overall. VRS Koana Sim Sport in their Corvette will be starting just on the outside, as Torrent Motorsports, Radicals Online, Sim RC, Crimson, and Vendevil Sim Racing will follow out with the top 5. Thrustmaster Movano, SRN Motorsports, Sim RC's Iris Car, Team Chimera, the Torque Freak Racing Aston Martin, the PRT Aston Martin, also qualified. That's 27th and 28th overall. IRDK Assault Racing, Racing Lines, Asbury Motorsports, Phoenix Motorsports, MSP Drivers Home will then start off the GTS series. So Phoenix, your last qualifying GT car, getting into GTS. It's number 85 MSP Drivers Home, the PRT GTS car, the Thrustmaster Movano GTS car, Atomic Motorsport Team DFTBA, Core Sim Racing's GTS effort, Team RSO, Radicals Online Pro-Am, which I believe is going to be starting from a pit. Shinya Machimi Sim Racing starting well down the qualifying order as the cars are rolling away. Odox Motorsport, MSP Drivers Home 83, IRDK, Gathering of Tweakers, GTS 99, Sumitaki Sport Team GT, GTS, and the Hellenic Racing car. But I believe that those mostly are starting from the pits, as the car of Martin Kronke, he is rolling, and we are getting ready to be underway here at the 6 hours of the Nurburgring, presented by the Digital Race Engineer. Car is coming out of corner number 16 right now. It's into the left foot of, or it's actually into the right foot of Martin Kronke, and he will start away. And already there's one car into the barrier on the outside of the circuit there. That was fairly strange. He recovered. We'll get to see who that is later, but right now Martin Kronke leading it into corner number 1. This is fairly tricky. Will Isaac Price take advantage of it? No. Will Tommaso Carla take care of Isaac Price on the outside? Here it is possible going through the Mercedes arena, as we are looking at the GT start right now, side-by-side action as they cut in the corner number 1. Kei Kashumi and his Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car looks to get away fairly cleanly. Jorn Jens working on the outside of Kevin Siggy and Torrent Motorsports, and then we are looking back to GTS right now. These GT3 classified cars, Patrick Pitchler leading them into the field as Lucas Jestrak in the MSP Drivers Home 85 car, and Lev Van Gedechen in his Atomic, as well as Stefan Molzahar. So actually the GTS car class, Connery, had a very clean start by the looks of it so far. Let's take a look at our prototype field, cutting right on through the field. This track right now, this is a fairly tricky track, and we did see one prototype go into the barrier.
Yeah, that was a very interesting instance. I'm still not entirely sure what happened, so maybe you can perhaps get a replay of what exactly happened there, but a relatively clean start for the rest of your field. I was expecting some sort of carnage coming down into that very, very tight hairpin turn of turn 1, but everyone got through it relatively cleanly. Yeah, and
I just was looking back here. It almost looks like something very, very strange has happened. Hugo will let me know when we're going to do a replay, because obviously there's so much action going on the track right now. It's a strange enough one to where we can look at it a little bit later. It just looked like the Acme Racing car just kept turning in corner number 16 and just drifted right into the Unco barrier. Very strange there. But for Martin Kronke, what a powerful first lap. I don't know what he has done, but he has got a 1.5 second lead over Team Chimera just like that. And for Team Chimera, gone from 4th to 2nd in one lap. Isaac Price, Tommaso Carla, Marcus Hamilton are the ones pursuing. Diego Comuni in the Team GT car is also pursuing. As Connor, you noted, the PRT white prototype car is indeed missing. Not quite sure where they are or what the plan is with them, but for Patrick Wolf, he's in that PRT LMP black car. Perhaps he's going to be driving alone today.
He may well be, but VRS Koana Sim Sport already an absolutely massive gap at the front of your prototype field. Martin Kroenke showing why he's the 2016 World Championship Grand Prix Series champion. Even though these are more closed wheels than open wheels, this doesn't matter to him. He's pulling out that gap.
Yeah, I mean, if you really just took those fenders off, they basically would be an open-wheel Formula car if you think about it. That Acme Racing car piloted by Phil Blythe has now come into pit lane. Not the start that you want to have, as that number 19 car will get serviced. But you know what? If you're going to have an issue, you want to have that issue early. A couple of cars that had started from the pits, including the Hellenic Racing number 80, the Team GT GTS car of the 74, and the Radicals Online Pro-Am car. So they're going to have to catch up in the GTS category, starting a little far behind. But for the most part, GTS right now, Connery, is still in one pack. Patrick Pitchler leading that with Lucas Yestockton left, Van Ganetchen following, as well as Stefan Muzahar.
Yes, indeed, very, very close stuff as they come on the exit of the Schumacher S's right there, coming down onto the brakes into this left-hander. Very careful not to run right there. It's a very easy way to gain instant points right there as they all snake down through the final couple of sections of this lap. We just see the Atomic Motorsports number 1 car, the number 90, in the sim, just running a little bit wide into the gravel. This may give a chance to Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS coming into the chicane. It's a little bit of a less tight chicane than you would normally see in like open wheel series, so you don't have to stand on the brakes for it.
Yeah, that chicane is an absolute nightmare if you were doing the other configuration. This one, much more smoother, much more of a switch. As Lucas Yesteraki dives to the inside, then switches it out to the outside for that MSP Drivers Home number 85 car. But obviously, Patrick Pitchler having a very good run. He manages to get that sorted out in a way, so he'll continue to keep that. Looking not that far up the road, it's Simon Trendell in the number 54 Team Chimera Aston Martin, of your last running GT car. That Aston Martin hopefully trying to run fairly strong here, but Simon Trendell has Jonathan Fuller in that Phoenix Motorsports Corvette just ahead, and he has been trying, I've noticed every once in a while, to get right on by Jonathan Fuller, but it just hasn't happened yet, as the GT field is still roaring away. A little bit of a gap between the cars are starting to grow here, just from about 23rd and 24th overall back, as the cars are now working their way up through the Schumacher S, and they've worked their way now through the further part of this. But we do have a prototype car off. That is the number 13 of Speed Asylum.
Yes, indeed it is. We have to see what exactly has happened to them. They managed to get back on track and keep going. Oh, it was coming down into the chicane. They just got a huge tank slapper on. Managed to avoid hitting the barriers, but that's not really the start that Speed Asylum would have wanted for their race.
No, but Aiden Pike has recovered, and he did keep that out of the wall. Very important to have done that, as he pulls that pink and black prototype off and away. So for Aiden Pike, well, you know what? You got to focus on the recovery, and you got to get right back into that rhythm, especially in these prototype cars. They're very unforgiving if you start making little mistakes. So right now, after the 4 laps that we have ran, Martin Kroenke is absolutely storming it away. Let's take a look back at Acme's incident, the Acme Racing car at the very start of the race. It looked almost like he just, as you can see, he takes corner number 16. He's going about 60 miles an hour. I don't think it just looks so strange, like something perhaps happened with his steering wheel. And the car just drove right into the barrier without the brakes or the throttle being applied or anything. So damage right there. I'm now looking at live pictures. That Acme Racing car is still in pit lane, as right now Martin Kroenke is absolutely storming it in a way in his BRS Koana Sim Sport number 1 prototype. And Isaac Price has gotten past Jack Keithley, and Isaac Price in that core sim racing prototype is starting to close the gap.
Yeah, but that is a very, very large gap to try and surmount already. We still have over 5.5 hours remaining, so still plenty of time to try and reel that gap in for Isaac Price. It's actually not that much of a gap in terms of endurance racing. I just want to look back towards the GTS field, because there's been an absolutely fantastic fight for the lead of your GTS field between Patrick Pitchler in that Pure Racing Team GTS car and Lucas Jetstad in the MSV Drivers Home 85 car. MSV Drivers Home looks like the faster car at the moment, but they just can't find a way past.
Yeah, and Jamie Wilson, the team manager from Chimera, giving me a little bit of a heads up that the Chimera Aston Martin, the reason why it was so far behind, and actually is behind still the Phoenix Motorsports number 64 Corvette, their Aston Martin ended up having a little bit of an off track into the Michael Schumacher S. And that was on the first lap, and when you do it on the first lap, the penalties are always based off of your previous lap, and obviously without any laps ran, it's a bit inflated, so they ended up having to go back right basically to the end of the field. So now as Simon Trundle has gotten around Jonathan Fuller, he will now start his climb through the ranks. But you know what, Connery, if something like that were to happen, they got plenty of time to recover, and I have a feeling Kei Kashube is already starting to check out, but for the rest of the fields, that's certainly anything's possible.
Yes, it is one of those things about these long endurance races that even if you make small mistakes early on, you still have plenty of time to recover. Obviously, if you've been it on the first 1 or 2 laps, then you're not really going to recover from that. But just small mistakes are fine, plenty of time in the race. But I gotta say though, this GTS lead fight is absolutely fantastic stuff right now. Patrick Bichler is giving a lesson in defensive driving right now. Even though I feel that he is slower at this stage in the race, he's just keeping Lucas Jetstad behind him in that MSC Drivers Home 85 car. And there are going to be a few other cars joining in on this fight soon, especially that Atomic Motorsports #1 car and the Thrust Monster Racing a GTS car right behind.
Yes, and for Patrick Bichler now, they are on lap 5, hustling his way right now through. So they'll get through to, I believe this is corner numbers 10 and 11 right now before they start working. Actually, this will be more like 13, 14. So for Patrick Bichler, they're heading to that chicane now. This really, in this configuration, the chicane really doesn't exist in a sense. You really have to get on the binders and brake and then shove it to the left and kick it to the right, touching that curving just a little bit on either side, but you're keeping your relative speed up, which means that it means pretty much that you can't really get on the binders and make an attack. If Lucas Yestok goes to the inside there, you basically have to be front rim to front rim to make that pass working, and that person who gets stuck on the outside has to end up giving a yield, otherwise you'd have an incident with that chicane. So definitely keep your eyes on that once the prototype and GT traffic all start interleaning with one another, as Lucas Yestak, yes, very aggressive on the attack. I think he wants to get on by, and that's Audi versus Audi right now, as he's looking to possibly corral on the outside. No. So looking elsewhere, though, the rest of the GTS field, though, seems very cleanly separated now. Looking towards Martin Kroenke, he is actually captured and passed the Hellenic Racing's Neo effort. That number 80 of Christos Panoulas is finding himself getting swarmed right now by prototype cars, as Tommaso Carla goes a little bit on the outside, but that does mess when the monocar recovers and brings it around. So Connery, it's a GT3 car getting passed by a bunch of prototypes. Patrick Wolf, having to go on the opposite end of that GT car. That's got to be a bit of a white knuckle ride for Mr. Panolas.
Yes, it is around about that time of many timed in the race where the prototype field will have to make their way through traffic, and later on in the race it will basically be perpetual traffic as the field spread out somewhat. Martin Kroenke will perhaps catch 2 more GTS cars at least by the end of this lap. Yes, just coming up on them, so half a straightaway away from them now. So this is the first time of many that these prototype cars will have to deal with traffic, and we talk about it every single race cam. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest on pace to win an endurance race. You also have to deal with the traffic very, very efficiently and quickly.
Martin Kroenke seeming to be able to do that, as he has just outbroke 2 prototype cars going into the chicane. His prototype car has just overtook 2 GT cars. That would be fairly impressive feat, as Isaac Price dives to the inside, using the inside of corner number 16 to get past those same 2 GTS cars. So for Martin Kroenke, though, he's got a little bit of an edge here. because he's got enough of a gap back that he doesn't have to worry about being attacked, and he's got enough room that those drivers, they're going to be looking at it and going, all right, well, yeah, you know, this is just one prototype car I have to let go. I can plan it. I can lean him right on by. Bob Van Katwijk now in front in the Gathering the Tweakers GTS 99 effort as Martin Kroenke lines him up to be taking on the inside, which he cleanly does, and then he has the IRDK Endurance car, so he'll actually switch to the inside now as Kroenke just makes his way through this traffic. And it's very impressive to see, but you also got to remember, Connery, once you start having let 1, 2, 3 prototypes cars by, when you're a GT driver, you start having to narrow exactly how much time you give up, because otherwise you're just going to lose seconds a lap.
Yes, and Martin Kroenke is now coming up on that huge lead GTS train. This will be a good opportunity for an onboard, actually, as he comes up onto the back of this train. Just watch him try to scythe through this field right now. He's going to catch them but in the final sector of this lap right here. And just watch how patient Martin Kroenke will be right here. He's going to get the first one as the NPC Drivers Home 83 car. That'll be easy said and done. And he will just catch a lot of these cars up in the chicane, so he has to be very, very patient here. He will not try to outbrake the car ahead of him. That is a Team RSO car. He just follows them straight through the chicane. He's going to take a couple on the inside coming down into the final corner right here. In fact, just one, and then he may take the rest of these guys on the straight. That he's going to have to be careful coming down into turn 1. He may not get the leaders coming down into turn 1, as it is a challenge for the lead in the GTS field right there. The MSP Drivers Home and Pure Racing team, they are going to go at it right in front of your prototype leader of Martin Kroenke in that VRS Coanda Simsport car. This could be very, very interesting as MSP Drivers Home hold the inside on the Pure Racing team car as well. There goes Martin Kroenke through there as well, and that is how you slide through a GTS field.
Absolutely, and Isaac Price has actually managed to close up just a little bit. Every tit is a tat for Isaac Price. He dips to the inside. Actually, they're going side by side for the lead. Patrick Pitchler, who had that lead, but for a moment's grasp, has now Patrick Pitchler's Audi on the inside, and actually Patrick will get right on back to the front. So, market for the number 71, the Pure Racing Team GTS car manages to get that away. And for Jack Keithley, he's trying to side his way through the Nurburgring. It's a fairly entertaining track. There's a car going well off track. It's Patrick Wolf, the number 12 prototype car, as he was well off the racing surface and bouncing heavily. I think he had to back out because Tommaso Carla ended up... Oh, there was contact between Tommaso Carla's Thrustmaster Movano and the prototype of Patrick Wolf. Let's see if we can get a replay of that with Patrick Wolf and Tommaso Carla, because that was a fairly significant bite between the two, a miscommunication. As Patrick Wolf was coming through the corner, he was leaning well to the outside already. He was already off track, actually, and on the gravel, and I think Tommaso Carla was just looking out of the front view, and he was looking to get past the Shinya Machimi sim racing car, Connery, and they just made contact.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there may be the first of many incidents involving lap traffic here, as we see the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. That is Lucas Jetson. He was challenging the lead. He was in the lead at one point, goes wide in the chicane, and drops back from Patrick Pitchler in your Pure Racing Team GTS car as he gets swarmed by prototypes.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Patrick Pitchler, I mean, this is just you're just looking in your mirror and then you're looking out your windshield, looking in your mirror, then looking at your windshield, your leader in your GTS. He's got to try and funnel the prototypes to where he wants them to pass him. And as his teammate Patrick Wolf goes right on through, nice and easy between the two. A little bit of rear damage I'm noticing on that prototype of Patrick Wolf, but it shouldn't affect them too terribly much. As just the prototype cars continuing to run on through Radicals on lines. Paul Ilbrink will make his way through. So let us start looking perhaps at the GT field to see where they're at for the prototypes get there. Yep.
There was a little bit of contact between the Radicals Online prototype and Atomic Motorsport number 1 just coming through that section of track right there. Radicals Online just running into the back of Atomic Motorsport just a little bit, and no harm done really to either car. I'm just looking at the front clip of Paul Ilbrink, who's piloting that Radicals Online prototype, and not really any damage on the front of that car. Lucky to get away with it.
Oh, absolutely. That was a little bit of a bump. Hello, hi, how are you? Welcome to the 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV at the Nurburgring. Now, just the Nurburgring circuit as a whole, it's actually a bit of a hard one to try to make passings on. it's easy with these prototype cars, in a sense, to get around these GT cars because lap differences are almost 10 seconds a lap difference. When you start getting into these GT cars, you know, a GT car, the leading GT car is probably Heisenfeld Core Motorsports. Yes, it is Kei Kashubi. He ran a 149.2, whereas Koenda Simsport ran a 142. So really, it's only about a 6-second, 7-second difference per lap between the prototypes and the GT cars. And I think that when they start getting into GT traffic, which will be soon, it's going to be a whole different ballgame.
Could well be. I think the only really good overtaking spots on this track are definitely down into turn 1 if you can get your car to the inside, but usually people will try to defend that inside with their lives. Coming down into turn number 8, the Dunlop curve as well, can be a good overtaking spot. The chicane, not as good as an overtaking spot as it would be if we had a tighter chicane. It is pretty much single line through there. Coming into turn 11, turn 12, just after Michael Schumacher, as you can make it work there. So there isn't a lack of overtaking spots there around this track. There just aren't any easy ones.
Yes, and they can actually be, as we were watching Patrick Pitchled's GTS effort, fairly simple to defend. Just really take the track as Martin Kroenke now closing in on Jonathan Fuller in that Phoenix Motorsports Corvette as he'll go to the inside there. They're almost going the same speeds towards that chicane, but obviously the prototype car will have to brake way later and is really more of a trail braking. As David Desroches in the Asbury Motorsports number 44 gets taken as well. Your first Aston Martin that they will come across is Simon Trendell, who has checked out from those 3 Corvettes. Frank Von Braunwyck now in his Racing Lions Corvette will be coming up fairly soon. Your first GT pack, though, will be a triple pair of Aston Martins. It's as Lauren Heinrich, Stephen McGarvey, and David Barraclough for Torque Freak, SRN, and PRT, respectively. That's going to be your first big challenge with the prototype cars because these GT drivers, they're also going to want to take advantage of these prototype cars getting through and see if they can +1 a spot for themselves.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you can do with multi-class racing. Just use the other cars in different classes to your advantage. Doesn't matter if they're slower or faster, you can still use them to try and gain a spot over your competitors. As Martin Kroenke will be coming up on this GT traffic relatively soon, and as you said, there isn't really as stark of a difference in lap time as we've seen previously around this track between the GT and the prototype. So this certainly should be interesting for Martin Kroenke to try and get through.
Yeah, and obviously these GT cars using an entirely different brute force to get their speed laps rather than perhaps the downforce and the wing angles of the GT3 cars. So that also has to come into effect as well. As just looking right now, your overall leader is, of course, Martin Kroenke, the number 1 prototype, and very understandably so, the very number 1 prototype. He's got quite the gap over Isaac Price, who is in second with that Core Sim Racing prototype. Martin Kroenke goes on to the inside of Gunnar Moore for the IRDK, and then he'll come to that triple pack I was just talking about. But in your GT category, it is Kei Kashubi and that Heisenfeld Core Motorsport. It's Aston Martin, the number 55, running very well. And then down in your GTS division, it is still Patrick Pitchler in that number 71, who is still getting absolutely heckled and harassed by Lucas Justocht in that MSP Drivers Home number 85 car, lap after lap after lap. And actually Aiden Pike, that car who had spun earlier, is just scything through them now. He makes his way through without so much of an issue, and they will all continue. But Connery, no real retirements as of yet. The Acme Racing car, I believe, is the one that had the most damage off of that after that baffled start. As actually he just had an incident. He just collided with one of the GTS cars, and there actually is another car. There's a Radicals Online Pro-Am in the wall. There's a 2-car incident coming through here on the exit to the chicane, and it looks like Phil Blythe ended up having an incident with Zach Thomas and Jan-Erik Hotharth of 2 GTS cars. As that was just very, very tough. Actually, the MSP Drivers Home 83 car had nothing to do with that. They're both red and white cars, so I apologize for that. But for Zach Thomas and Phil Blythe, that Acme Racing prototype that is not going his way, as it looks a bit like, Connery, like he really didn't have anything to do with this one per se, as Zach Thomas lost the rear end of that Audi.
Oh, there's a little bit of curse of the commentator there as well, Cam. You're about to say that they're still rolling around doing well, but then they get collected in an incident that is in no way their fault. So, not a really good start to the race. In fact, I can speak English. Acme Racing, not a good start for them. They just have to try and recover any positions they can now, because there may well be more retirees from the prototype field during this race, perhaps with more extensive damage than what the Acme Racing car has right now. Maybe they can gain a few positions over them, but they won't be challenging for any high points paying positions.
No, not today. Immediate recovery mode for that prototype car. And for Zach Thomas and that Radicals Online program, obviously not what you want to see. As that car right now, Zach, that's a bit of a tough one to swallow there, is just wrong place, wrong time as far as cars go. That prototype car could have been 5 seconds ahead, 5 seconds behind, and everything would have been fine, but instead he's got quite a significant amount of damage on his right side, the passenger side of that Audi GTS car, so he'll have to try and recover. He hasn't lost the rear end of some of the cars. He's still behind Michael Storm in that Team DFTBA car, but obviously he'd like to be way further ahead. And for Phil Blythe, well, he's back on the pit lane as he's already 5 laps down. They will add to that one. Looking at the front of your GTS field, we were trying to get some good coverage on that, as you did probably see the pass for position, but that incident was happening just at the same time in Connery. Lucas Yestock, well, he's finally up ahead. Now we'll see if he can pull away.
Yes, indeed he is. He was getting pretty seriously held up by Patrick Pichler right there. And Patrick Pichler is well in his rights to do that. He can he can drive as defensively as he wants. But now Lucas Jetta and their MSP drivers home car is now up front. Now he can start trying to pull that gap out to the Pure Racing Team, a GTS car. And now, as you see, he's in front and not being backed up. Now maybe Atomic Motorsports number 1 may have a little bit of a chance at the Pure Racing Team car here, but they're going to be a little bit too far back to try and do it this lap.
And the car is now pulling it through as they're working their way towards that chicane. Well, actually, they've got another set of left-rights to go. It's much faster than the Michael Schumacher S, but it's certainly it's a fairly fun set of corners. And then obviously you've got the acceleration to the final chicane. So for Lucas Yestock, we're going to go see what his lap time is the very last time by. It was a 154.1 his last lap. Patrick Pichler a 154.8. That was obviously when they were fighting and making the pass. Now let's see what Lucas Yestock can do when he is in clean air. He gets on the acceleration of that Audi as he will cross the start-finish line. It was a 153.2, and for Lucas Yestock, it was a 153.1 for Pure Racing Team, so 110 faster overall, Connery. And so for Patrick Pichler, perhaps he's got the speed. It's just a matter of being in that front position.
It could well be, or maybe he was just saving on that the first couple of laps here. Who knows? We'll have to wait perhaps until the pit stops to gain a clearer picture of what that was about, as he now tries to chase down and perhaps pass back the MSP drivers home number 85 car. But the gap is staying relatively consistent. He gained a tenth that time by, or rather half a tenth if you look at it more accurately. So relatively equal on pace. It's just the MSP driver's home car was definitely the faster car of the two in the early stages right there. Just having a look back through your GTS field, see if there's any close fighting. I think the GTS field is actually relatively spread out here, but in your GT field there's going to be a little bit of a fight going on between the IRDK Endurance number 95 car and the Team DFTBA number 82 car. They are very, very close on track coming down into Dunlop.
Well, they are, as Kay Kashubi has just been overtaken by Martin Kroenke. So the GT field now completely and fully taken over, as just looking through the rest of the field, you've still got that tight fighting, Connery, but for the most part, I think a lot of people are starting to realize, hey, 6-hour race, let's keep it calmed down, as the Phil Blythe prototype is out once again. I think they're going to start running out of parts for prototype cars, because not only have they changed out the whole of the front clip, now they've changed out pretty much the entirety of the left side of that car.
Yeah, it's basically just about bringing that car home in one piece right now for Acme Racing. They've had an absolutely horrible start to the races. They almost end it there, coming through the final corner as Phil Blythe gets a huge slide on coming through the final corner. He can't really afford that to be doing that too many times. Maybe next time he can't save it.
No, but for Acme Racing, just for Phil Blythe, I mean, it's hats off. I mean, he is still in the lion's den, as it were, still at the controls of that cockpit. So he will have his race to do, and as such, he's got, of course, somebody to hand off to later. But coming up ahead, though, it's Odox Motorsport Samsung's effort, as looking at the 54 and the 42 in GT themselves. As that is Team Chimera's Simon Trendell and Gunnar Moore's IRDK Assault Racing. The Aston Martin and the Corvette going right at it, hammer and tong. Finding quick Corvettes always tends to be rather difficult, but for the Aston Martin, they just seem to maybe they're a little bit more at home here, Connery, and perhaps we need to explain. Both of those cars are in the same GT class. They are both GT1 classified cars. Simon Trendell possibly looking inside. No, as that wouldn't necessarily work with the nature of the Aston Martin. The Corvette going very much better off a corner exit, but for Connery, the Corvette and the Aston Martin are, in fact, two completely different beasts that are trying to work their way around the circuit.
Oh, as you see a spinner behind them, that is Paul Antcliffe in that Fusion racing machine. Just tries to have a little bit of a look down the inside of the Team Chimera GT1 car right there. Gets it all wrong, locks up the tyres, and has a little bit of a half spin onto the grass.
I think he realized that, I think he might have thought that Team Chimera car would have been diving to the inside, or perhaps that he had a little too much speed. And once he started locking him up, he spun it. Now, it was really a half spin. He recovered very nicely, Paul Antcliffe did, in that Fusion Racing car. So good on him to keep it out of trouble, as I'm sure his teammates will be very appreciative of that. But the Aston Martin, well, it's a V12. The Corvette, well, it's a V8. But you wouldn't necessarily think of the Corvette as an agile beast, yet it does seem to do a little bit better through the corners.
Yeah, and the main strength of the Corvette is actually corner exit. It seems to be able to get the power down much, much better than the Aston Martin is able to. You'll see that as they have to be a little bit closer than this to gain a representative example. But when they're close enough, you can actually see the Corvette, especially coming out the slow corners, just able to get the traction down and gains an advantage on the exit of the corners. I'm just about to say something about the Aston Martin's straight line speed advantage, but I don't think that's really going to matter at this track. There aren't really that many long straights apart from the pit straight. If the straight is long enough, then the Aston Martin does have a straight line speed advantage. It's just that it's at a deficit on the exit of the corner.
Yeah, and obviously rolling around that heavy V12 will typically wear out the fronts as well as, of course, the rear is having all that power going through it. But the Corvette seems to very hurriedly chew through rear tires. They've got so much grip coming off of that rear end. As the Team GT HPD car of Diego Comuni, he's working through the Koana SimSport GT car. And the reason why I want to point out Jorn Jens piloting that number 48 Corvette, that is your front-running Corvette car right now. If you want to see a fast Corvette team, he is obviously, that Koana team is obviously the one you want to look. Their fastest lap so far was a 149 flat, whereas Heisenveld Core Motorsports' fastest was a 149.1. So technically, Connery, the fastest lap so far in GT has been performed by a Corvette, at least in my brief looking through the faster lap times. So it is important to note that in some races past, the Aston Martin typically does have an advantage, but for now, seems that it's just a matter of who's actually driving what.
Yes, indeed, it may be, but as we know, that kind of SimSport number 48 Corvette is leaps and bounds ahead of all the other Corvettes in the field. They can run comfortably in front of the Aston Martins. Speaking of that, Aston Martin of SimRC.de Crimson, they haven't really been losing a lot of time to that Corvette in front of them. They're just keeping the gap consistent right now while they deal with the prototype traffic coming through. But as I said, it's great to see a Corvette currently leading this GT1 field, as they did at Twin Ring Motegi, but they ended up having a little bit of late race drama, which meant that they surrendered the lead. but wouldn't it be nice to see a Corvette win one of these races? That would be absolutely brilliant, but we still have 5 hours and 30 minutes to go.
Oh, absolutely. Kei Kashubi, though, he has got his hands absolutely full with Team GT. He has got the Team GT prototype really hustling and bustling to try to work his way around as he was trying to pass Luigi Nespolino into that GTS Audi R8. So for Kei Kashubi there, they went 3 wide through a couple of different spots as they were trying to work their way through. As the prototype cars are now lapping the GTs are now lapping your GTS cars proper. So now we have the full circuit after 17 laps in the prototype, or in the GT, and 19 laps in the prototypes. You now have a full circle of vehicles going around the entirety of this great Nurburgring circuit. As Kei Kashubi to the inside of that damaged Zach Thomas GTS car before he'll start making his way through traffic. Now, Connery, when it's tin top to tin top, multi-class passing can be pretty difficult, as actually the IRDK Endurance car goes to the pits, which is very, very strange. The number 95 car coming in, Jakob Sondergaard, he will come in. This is obviously an unscheduled pit stop. They have way more fuel than that. They've only ran 30 minutes of racing, so very strange to see that car in pit lane.
Yeah, and that's a very, very strange pit stop there for the IRDK team. Doesn't look like there's any damage to that GTE car. So there must be some other reason for this. I'm not entirely sure why you would pit around about 20 to 30 minutes earlier than you perhaps should have. Maybe they're trying an adventurous strategy. Who knows?
Well, I don't necessarily think they would. I think that this is something unscheduled and something that's happened. It looks like they're getting fuel. The car hasn't come up on the tire jacks, but that the FAXE car of Fax, I don't know how to pronounce that. I think it's an acronym. That Fox car is looking to get his pit service and out and away. Is that number 95? Now, this is a Mercedes. It's fairly obvious. It's got the Mercedes symbol on the front. That's how I know, because I'm an American and I wouldn't know these things unless they had extraordinarily large badges on the front. But that Mercedes, just as we were talking about the Aston Martin and the Corvette, the Mercedes, as he goes away and he pulls away that number 95, it's a bit of a difficult collusion of GT cars. The Audi seems to just be the overall better car than the Mercedes, and it's starting to become an absolute pain to try to balance these two.
Yeah, I don't envy the series admins of trying to, in some way, trying to balance these cars out. I know they have been using weight ballast to try and get the cars more equal, but it's a very, very hard job to do. So, and they're not quite there yet. So I'm not entirely sure what the Mercedes teams think about that. But they'll just have to quote unquote deal with it until they get it sorted out. I'm just looking through the field for any fights. That IRDK Assault Racing number 42 car is currently being followed relatively closely by that Team Camara number 54. They're coming down onto the brakes into the last chicane right here. Simon Trendell, he's just been looking and stalking on the back of the IRDK car. Obviously, this is IRDK's GT effort instead of the GTS effort. The GTS effort having already made a pit stop. There's also another car in front of them. There's David Barraclough and that Torque Freak Racing Aston Martin there as well. So we should be seeing a 3-car fight here relatively soon.
Yeah, Simon Trendell well laid on the brakes, trying to stick a nose perhaps to the inside. Now, this Mercedes section, it's an interesting section, Connery. You've kind of, some circuits, you don't necessarily have a slow speed elevation change. Loop-de-loop, I guess, is the best word for it. I don't necessarily know how to best describe it, but you basically are swinging to the right hard, and then you're going basically in a full circle before taking another right. A left and then a right, and it's just overall it's an interesting and fun section, but you're doing the whole thing about 45-50 miles an hour. It's razor's edge when you're in an open wheel, no downforce car, as the IRDK Assault Racing car of Gunnar Moore is now flashing the headlights, which, as we all know, means get out of my way, clearly, and David Barraclough, for some reason, is not interested in doing that, but that arena section, very entertaining to say the least, especially in these GT cars.
Indeed it is, and it can be quite painstakingly slow if you're one of these drivers. You're just waiting for the corner to start and finish, and you feel like you're going way too slow, but in fact you're going pretty fine speed through there as well. We still continue to watch this three-car fight in your GT field between the Torque Freak Racing, IRDK Assault Racing, and Team Chimera as they come down into the final chicane. But as we just see IRDK in that Corvette just gets the start of the chicane a little bit wrong, manages to recover, and actually not all that much time lost when all is said and done. But here comes Team Chimera. They are as close as they have been, but I don't think they'll get into a position to attack here since IRDK does have the benefit of drop off the Torque Freak Racing car. IRDK perhaps goes down towards the inside. There goes Team Chimera around the outside of turn 1. This would be a fantastic move if they can make it stick. They'll have to take it too wide coming down into the Mercedes arena. Team Chimera on the inside, IRDK on the outside. Not this time for Team Chimera.
Oh, well, you can certainly say that they are starting to get ready to... They're getting impatient at this point. It was very clear Gunnar Moore was leaning to the outside, and as soon as Gunnar Moore made that attack, Simon absolutely jumped on it. And, oh my goodness, that was a fantastic attempt. And I think the best thing, the part that I love, is that it's still, you know, the Torque Freak Racing, the RDK, and then Team Chimera. No car has damage, yet they were absolute door-to-door racing. And that's what I love to see here in the Neo Endurance Series. And for Simon Trendell, this has actually been a fairly busy weekend for him, as of course he was racing in a Kia at the Roar Before the 24 in Daytona, and he had actually done extraordinarily well. And so here he now is in an Aston Martin, slightly more horsepower than the Kia, and he is still absolutely going door to door. It's fantastic to see.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see. Perhaps a little bit overzealous this early on in such a long race, but we need to have something for the fans to enjoy, and battling like that certainly takes the cake.
Yeah, we appreciate it absolutely, as the IRDK Assault Racing car continuing to flash his headlights behind the rear of David Barraclough. Let's see if we can find, we can get into some more trouble going up through as some more GT1 cars are working their way through. You know what, let's look at the GT1 car of the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT car, the number 31 of Jorge Montañez. He is currently trying to get around Zach Thomas, and what's interesting now is you've got the prototype Speed Asylum car of Aiden Pike. He's looking to get around as well, and this is going to be a very good example of this multi-class action here at the Nurburgring. You've got the V12 of the Aston Martin. He's going to try to maybe get onto the inside. Zach Thomas, he is just trying to keep to the end of the Gathering of Tweakers GTS 99. You do not want to lose a car in GTS. You don't want to start solo running in these GT3 cars, as here comes Aiden Pike perhaps looking to the outside of Jorge Montañez. No, he'll have to back out completely as Jorge is going to go to the inside, and they're actually going to make a little bit of a tap. Zach Thomas not going to be happy with that one, but that will allow the Speed Asylum car to go on through. A little bit of a bludgeoning, but I don't necessarily know if there was contact. It did look like there was contact, but if there was, it was really just an exchange of paint, as now Aiden Pike is still looking to get on by, and now they're going to work their way through Bob Van Katwijk.
Yeah, that definitely was door-to-door contact there with the lap traffic. No harm done to either of the two cars, except for the loss of time of the GTS cars. We see Speed Asylum in that prototype just go down the inside of both of the sets of lap traffic right here. Here comes Thrustmaster Movano trying to get around the GTS traffic of Gathering Chicas GTS car as well, and they are all safely through. That Gathering Chicas GTS car has a couple more bits of traffic, fast cars behind them, I should say. Not really traffic, are they? As they come, Venval Sim Racing gets through, and SimRC.de Iris, they'll be making their way through as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and multiple cars running right on through that. SimRC Iris car is trying to put on a good effort as well. As that Iris car, Sven Dummel right now pursuing the Vendeval car, and then you've got that Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT not that far ahead. If George Montañez keeps getting backed up like this, then Matti Kaidisoja in that Vendeval Sim Racing car will be able to close right on in. And for SimRC, if I recall, at Motegi Connery, the SimRC boys had a bit of a rough going of it. It always seemed that they were getting beaten and bunked around. I think it was either the Crimson or the Iris. I want to say it was the Iris car.
Yeah, it's one of those two cars, and yeah, that did indeed happen at Motegi. They're just trying to recover a couple of points here at the Nurburgring. They're doing relatively well so far, just sitting in that 6th position in the Iris car.
And in the prototype leader, actually, Gunnar Moore is now parked on the side of the racing track. That's, I don't know what has happened there, but for Martin Kroenke, there was a very strong-armed attempt by Isaac Price to get on by, but it just didn't come through as he tried to go to the inside of corner number 1. Obviously, we're well past that on the track map. We were actually just getting out of corner number 8 through 9 and into 10 right now, but Martin Kroenke, though, he's trying to balance perhaps fuel saving and not. His last lap was a 1:43.5, whereas Isaac Price had a 1:42.7. So almost a second, 0.8 of a second between the two gained by Isaac Price. So perhaps Martin Kroenke, he's trying to save that fuel, but also leading, or perhaps it was a car that was that had hold him up a little bit. And actually, Jack Keithley and Marcus Hamilton not that far behind for position number 3, the Chimera versus the Friction SimSport car. So Connery, prototype is picking up.
Yes, indeed it is. And I just wanted to comment about how much of the gap has been lost at the front between the VRS car and the SimSport car and the Core Sim Racing prototype. That gap was around about 1.1, 1.2 seconds. Now, that gap, as they come across the line right now, is half a second. So Core Sim Racing has definitely closed up that gap. Martin Kroenke perhaps getting caught in traffic that allowed that to happen.
Yes, and I was looking at David Barraclough. He is now on pit road. And I think I have found what has happened here. If we can perhaps get a replay here. I don't like to pull away from the action, but this is fairly important. They were going, it was the IRDK Assault Racing and the Torque Freak Racing car, as it looked like David Barraclough was trying to give some room to a prototype car. He was, of course, the front car. That Corvette of Gunnar Moore was trying to make the pass, and they made contact, and I believe that contact has broken the front suspension of that Torque Freak Racing car, and then going through the corner, Gunnar Moore ended up rear-ending the rear and then also nipping the Aston Martin. So 3 cars were involved in that, and 1 is now stuck on pit road. As, of course, we watch this prototype battle here, Isaac Price. I almost think he has to wonder, Connery, if he's going to wait until we find traffic to where he can try to spring a trap, or if he's going to try to force his way through earlier.
Yeah, this is as close as he's ever been since the start of the race as they come down on the run, down towards the final chicane right here. Isaac Price in that Core Sim Racing prototype, he will have the benefit of the draft on that VRS Planet SimSport number 1 car, your prototype leader. There is a decent amount of traffic ahead, GT and GTS traffic in fact, so this may throw a spanner in the works for your 2 prototype leaders right now as they come across the stripe. Just have a look at the times. There's a 1:43.6 by the VRS car, and there's a 1:43.4 for the Core Sim Racing car. As he gets very, very deep on the brakes, just narrowly avoids hitting the back of the VRS car and the SimSport car as they come up to some traffic now. This may become very, very interesting very quickly here, Cam.
And the Aston Martin of Lauren Heinrich is working his way around Zach Thomas, that Radicals Pro-Am car that has been quite beleaguered today. And he already looks at just not even an hour into the race, but for Zach Thomas, he's got that Aston Martin passed, and now he's got to look. Well, now you've got your race leaders, and they're fighting for position. SRN Motorsports, Stephen McGarvey, of course, the DailySportsCar.com Aston Martin, that number 47, he is going to let them lead onto the outside. As there goes the prototype cars to the inside go. Martin Kroenke wanted to go to the inside. Isaac Price forced his way to the outside, but it is just not going to work. Stephen McGarvey not happy with that one. He had to check up well before he wanted to, as Martin Kroenke works through. He gets around that Radicals Online car. Isaac Price now looking to get around as the Gathering of Tweakers car of Bob Van Katwick. Very polite in letting them go by. They're coming now to the rear end of Lauren Heinrich in that PRT GT car. As and if they can clear this car, as soon as they do that, they should have some open space. But for Isaac Price, he's going to suck right onto the rear of that number 69 car. They're going to work their way through here, heading into the chicane. Will we see our first attempt at 2-wide action here at the chicane? No, Isaac Price, even he's not bold enough to attempt that would just botch it for the both of them. They'll actually try it now going into corner number 1. Connery, well, if there's a time to do it, this looks like it's going to be it.
Yeah, there's a couple more bits of traffic ahead that they'll be catching relatively shortly, so the Core Sim Racing car may want to wait until that happens to try and get in front. There's a bit of smoke coming down into turn 1. Someone must have locked up ahead of them as Core Sim Racing again closes up on the brakes coming into turn 1, coming into the Mercedes Arena section right now. He's close, but he's not close enough to really attempt to pass at this moment of time. He may just have to wait for the traffic and maybe take an opportunity if one arises.
Absolutely. It just looks to me like Martin Kroenke has a way better exit the last couple of laps off of corner number 16, which really defeats corner number 1 for Isaac Price. So Isaac's got to knuckle down. Perhaps the cars set up differently, and of course with these cars, Connor, you have to say, on top of having the different manufacturers, of course here in prototype we only have the Acura ARX 02B, but you've got different setups, and I would imagine that everybody here is running as high a downforce as you can, but that doesn't mean, as yes, Acura is Honda, and it doesn't mean that these cars are set up the same, Connery. Some could have a different rake, some could have different wing angles from the back to the front, and how the wind funnels through, and how they are producing their downforce as Isaac Price takes a little off-road excursion. So you can start to see that between the VRS Quina and the core sim racing cars.
Yes, indeed, and it's something we saw at Twin Ring Motegi as well, and sometimes it's a very stark difference as they come up to some very, very congested traffic right here. Martin Kroenke has to be very, very careful. Isaac Price closes up on the brakes coming down into the final corner. This could be very, 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 could become a very, very sticky situation as we go 3 wide coming down the pit straight between 3 different classes right there, all 3 classes, and here comes Isaac Price down the inside of the VRS Co and the Simsport car. Will they make contact? No, they will not. Isaac Price to the lead of your prototype division.
That Thrustmaster Movano car has just a little tiny white pinstripe on the rear bumper of that number 31 car. That was close, as I think actually the wind, the front wing ended up just snipping underneath the rear bumper of that George Montaigne's piloted car, as Martin Kroenke works to get right on through. Will he go on the counter, or will he attempt to just save fuel to finish out this stint? Oh, he'll look to possibly counter that. Vendevil Sim Racing has a front lockup, which is very common in the Aston Martins. Very much front wheels are very used up, as they're now going to come to the Shin Yamashimi Sim Racing car. Core Sim Racing is there, VRS Quina Sim Sport is there, and this is the fight for the overall prototype race lead, as Isaac Price showing his stuff here, and perhaps I think trying to maybe even make a point, Connery, that Martin Kroenke may be the world champion in open wheel racing, but certainly in this arena, Isaac definitely has his stuff.
That was an absolutely fantastic and very, very, very brave move there from Isaac Price, piloting that Core Sim Racing prototype coming down into turn 1. He almost made contact with a VRS car and the Simsport car, yet he managed to not do that and managed to gain the position as they come through the chicane right here. VRS car and the Simsport very, very, very quick through there, and this is where they've been strong, as our director Hugo Luis has pointed out. Martin Kroenke seems to get a much better exit coming out of turn 16 right here, and he might make a move coming down into turn 1, Cam. Let's just watch.
And here we will see Isaac Price very defensive onto the inside. No cars up ahead. You've got the Odox Motorsport Samsung after corner number 1 as Martin Kroenke looks to do the crossover. They will pull alongside. Will he try to double the crossover and dip to the inside? No, they've got the Odox Motorsport Samsung sponsored car as they push to the inside, as Martin Kroenke now hustling and bustling his way through corner, finishing out the arena section here, corners 3 and 4. And now they're almost look to go 3 wide. No, they'll think better of it here as they've got the Atomic Motorsports GT car. Sensational racing here already, and here on lap number 30 at the 6 hours of Nurburgring, Isaac Price, though, seems to have secured his position enough to warrant the rest of the lap. Do we want to dare, Connery, dare peek at perhaps something else going alongside this track here? This battle is just looking too good to look away.
It is looking very, very good as we have the Thrustmaster Movano number 3 HPD. There's the prototype car down onto pit road, and this is just inside the pit window for your prototype field. They can go around about 50 minutes on the field. So we may be seeing the rest of the prototypes come in relatively soon, and that will shake up the fight for the lead.
Absolutely. Just ahead of our lead battle is Jürgen Frank. The SimRC Crimson car, the 33, is under heavy attack by Wyatt Gooden, the Radicals GT1 car. So here we are working their way, the 37 versus the 33, and then here come your prototype leaders. Will this affect the entrance into corner number 16? It looks like Jürgen Frank's got enough of a gap that perhaps that they can both dip to the inside, and that Radicals car won't be able to challenge that. That is exactly what will happen. So they should be able to clean right on through, but for your GT1 traffic, This is fairly great running here as David Barraclough, that Torque Freak racing car. Speaking of pit lane, they are still on pit road repairing that rim damage, that wheel damage, something in the suspension let go, as Isaac Price and Martin Cronkite are now working through. Looking at the actual pit lane information that I have, it was for Thrustmaster Movano, it was the full front pit to front exit was 1 minute and 6, and the actual pit stop was 42.3 seconds. So we'll use that as a benchmark to when these prototype cars do start rolling in. Conor, I would have thought they would have tried to make the hour if they could.
Yeah, they may well try and do that, but obviously Thrustmaster Movano just trying to the early pit stop right there. We'll have to see how that works out for them as this battle for the lead still rages on. And now they have a Coanda GT car right ahead of them. He may play a factor as he almost holds up his own teammate right there. Here comes Martin Cronkite, maybe down the inside of the core sim racing car, coming through that left-hander. Thinks better of it though, so that must be relatively interesting stuff going on in the Coanda comms right now because of that. Jorni Ends almost held up Martin Cronkite.
Well, it looked to me, I think that Corvette was actually just taking corner exit. It looks a little harsh because the road is very wide, but that Corvette was just rolling to his outside. Didn't really hold him up, as actually the Coanda car getting, if there was a car to be getting held up by, it was the Torrent Motorsports car, Kevin Siggy. He couldn't get a full acceleration going into corner number 12. Corner number 16, excuse me. Well, now this is enough of a gap that I think we can dare look elsewhere on this racing circuit. Of course, 3 full classes here in the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. It's a pleasure for us to bring you this great running. As let's take a look at the number 31 car of George Montaigne's and that Thrustmaster Movano car as he's now working his way through traffic. The Odox Motorsports Samsung car getting overtaken as he pursues the Vendevil sim racing car. And Connery, once again, trying to make this action work. As an Aston Martin driver, if you're pursuing not your teammate, but your competitor in your class, trying to work your way around these cars as the Thrustmaster Movano GTS car is actually the car that's up in front. If you're Stefan Muljahr, do you perhaps make it a little more difficult to pass? No, he is going to be the gentleman and let that car go, and that is exactly what we love to see in the Neo Endurance Series.
Yeah, very sportsmanlike actions right there from the GTS Thrustmaster Movano car. As actually he held up his teammate a little bit there, so a little bit of drama going on between teammates here, just holding each other up as Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT will go down the inside of their GTS teammate right there, coming down through Dunlop. Now they're on the run up towards the Schumacher S's as Vendevil Sim Racing ahead. You have to get past the Atomic Motorsports number 1 in the Schumacher S's. That's not really a good idea. You can lose a lot of time through the Schumacher S's if you go too wide, because it is pretty much one line through that.
It is the amount of speed you would lose, even if you make up the position, just allows for an instant counterattack. Looking forward to the prototypes, Jack Keithley, Team Chimera, and Marcus Hamilton, Friction Simsport, is actually both the production and myself saw that happening at the same time very well. That's when you know you've got a great broadcast team, when you guys are pointing out things at the exact same time. Jack Keithley, though, one of the fastest prototype drivers I have seen. In his Team Chimera prototype, that turquoise and white car getting pursued by Marcus Hamilton, the Friction Simsport car, leaning well to the inside, using that pit exit stripe actually, diving well into that. But for the Friction racing car, Connery, Friction used to be, and I say used to, be one of the tippity-top cars in all of prototype Simsport racing. They're still extraordinarily good and a very sharp dagger at that. But it just seems that they seem to be slightly outclassed now by Coanda and Core Sim Racing, as well as the Radicals effort. Wherever they are, they're actually well back in 7th. But it seems that they used to have that amazing edge. Now it's gone away a little bit. But you know what? They're still fighting for 3rd. They are still here, and they are giving Team Chimera quite a what for.
Yeah, I don't think it's so much as they've lost their edge in that the other teams in Coanda and that Core Sim Racing car as well have a much sharper edge, shall we say, as they almost get held up coming through the Schumacher S's right there. Marcus Hamilton will make his way through the VRS kind of SimSport GT effort right there, as they have one more car to get past, at least in this block of traffic. That's Kevin Siggy in that Torrent Motorsports number 66 GT1 car, as Marcus Hamilton will get past him as well. Lost a little bit of time to Jack Keithley though.
Just a smidge, actually, as the Pure Racing Team LMP Black prototype. This sole prototype today, don't know where the white is, haven't gotten a message from the team manager as to why that prototype isn't here today. If you could certainly let me know, I would appreciate that. As Jorn Jens is swallowed up by these prototypes, Kevin Siggy swallowed up by these prototypes, and that is actually, I believe, your third place GT car is, no, actually that's your second place GT car, as the Chimera prototype has pitted, or has that been the Aston Martin? Nope, that's the prototype. Jack Keithley on pit road. Diego Comuni is also on pit road. As he goes into his pit stall, did he have to reverse a little bit? I'm not sure, but either way, service getting done for Jack Keithley. Do you keep the driver in the car?
I think Jack Keithley is still in that car right now. No sign of a driver. So as actually we have a driver swap for the other car coming down pit road. That is the Team GT HPD. Ricardo Chivillon now behind the wheel of that one. So driver change for Team GT HPD. We've also got Robert Tinsey, Mac number 17 in, and Bruce Milshin and JCL Sim Racing in as well. So this is definitely the time to pit for the prototypes.
Now, the window is certainly open. This is a fairly good time to do it. 56 minutes gone and away here in the Neo Endurance Series. Jack Keithley getting his service. Ricardo Chivillon getting into that car, taking over for Diego Comuni, as Jack Keithley stays in for another stint. Ricardo Chivillon will be taking over, as Robert Tinsey and Bryce Michelon are also in, as well as that Speed Asylum prototype. So business is booming in pit lane here in Connery. You almost have to wonder when these GT1 cars are going to start coming in. Their fuel tanks can't really go that much further than an hour either.
No, they can't, as we see Aiden Pike and that Speed Asylum prototype. They're also coming down pit road. Here comes Marcus Hamilton, Friction SimSport down pit road, as well as Keika Shube in the Hypenstar Core Motorsports effort as well. And Patrick Wolf, Pure Racing Team LMP Black. So pit road is very, very, very busy right now. Kevin Siggy coming in as well.
Yes, and cars now just working their way through. It's just a matter of seeing when these GT1 cars will start coming in. And obviously the GT3 cars, as Marcus Hamilton comes in, Patrick Wolf comes in, just as you were mentioning. But Kevin Siggy, your GT1 cars are in. Your GT1 leaders and Heisenveld Core Motorsports in position 15 overall will come in. The Radicals Online, well, actually a pair of them will come in. Wyatt Gooden goes to his stall, as that prototype car of Paul Ilbrink pulls into his stall. As is that the, no, that is the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car in pit lane. The Speed Asylum prototype is off and away with Aiden Pike. Aiden Pike staying in that number 13 prototype. Let's keep our eyes on pit lane though. Marcus Hamilton, he's staying in his car. They're putting in tires. Patrick Wolf, tires. Paul Ilbrink, he's staying on the floor. When will he get his tires? They've got to put the fuel in that car. The Gecko Vortex car obviously sitting not that far behind. That Green Fusion Racing car very close to having an incident, but he's brought the car home safe and sound. Kei Kashubi pulling away. The number 55 Aston Martin, he will have taken his tires in full fuel load, and off and away he goes as he stays in the car for that second stint. As here comes Kevin Siggy, not that far behind, and then it is the Ricardo Castroledo Radicals Online GT1 car. But that is a bit of a gap as Isaac Price Connery is coming down pit road.
Yeah, here comes that orange core sim racing prototype coming down pit road. His pit stall will be at relatively near the front. The second pit stall, in fact, that he will bring the car to a stop in. He will have to be taking, actually the first pit stall right there, he will have to be taking fuel and some tires during this stop. Will we see a driver change? Yes, we will. Here comes Frederick Rasmussen in that core sim racing prototype as well, and we know exactly how fast Frederick Rasmussen can be. Maybe he can make a good effort to try and get back past the VRS kind of SimSport car and try and pull a gap.
Paul Input staying in the Fusion Racing. Mike Young swapping out for Stephen McGarvey in SRN, as Frederick Rasmussen will be getting in that 22 car. Jorn Jens also in the pits, as well as Jurgen Frank. David Desroches will be staying in his Asbury Motorsports Corvette as they are pulling away. Times will dissect in a moment's time once we start getting through it, but right now that Coanda prototype They are staying out. When will they come in? Will they be coming in this lap or no? PRT's GT car coming in. Team Chimera's GT car coming in. Now this pit entry, Connery, is actually fairly difficult because you enter before 16. You have to slow way down, but then you have to accelerate hard and then get right back on the brakes before you get to that commitment cone. And that it's a very difficult pit stop entry.
Yes, it is very, very difficult, and here comes Martin Kroenke onto pit road for VRS Coanda SimSport, a number 1 prototype. You'll have to get it slowed down before the yellow cones right here. Very, very well done pit limiter on for Martin Kroenke, and we'll have to watch and wait and see where the Core Sim Racing prototype car is relative to the VRS Coanda SimSport car when VRS Coanda SimSport comes out of pit road. I'm having a look at Fredrik Rasmussen in that Core Sim Racing car. He has some traffic to deal with, which may be losing him a little bit of time right here. He'll have to get past the Ashby Motorsports Corvette as he screams down the inside right there. VRS Coanda SimSport still on pit road getting that fuel and tyres done. But I think Core Sim Racing has lost a little bit too much time here.
Yes, Jürgen Frank staying in, Sven Demmel staying in his GT car, Lauren Heinrich staying in the PRT GT car, Simon Trendell staying in his GT car. So driver swaps are becoming a bit of a rare thing right now. Gunnar Moore, though, speaking of a driver swap, is being relieved by Eric Weidorf, who is a very quick Corvette driver. Martin Kroenke, he should be nearing the end of his stop, as most stops were bearing around the 40 to 45 second range. He's already at 42. 43 for a total pit lane time of a minute and 10, minute and 12 already, as he is out and away. 47.9 seconds for a pit lane of 1 minute 11 seconds. Where is the rest of the prototype field as they are starting to come around? Let's see where he is. Will he even retain the lead? Yes, he will. I believe he has, as yet not that far behind is Fredrik Rasmussen. That was in a very impressive pit stop time, as he is just a tenth of a second ahead and 1 second less than the entire pit lane for Core Sim Racing, and I think you're seeing that 1 second gap right there.
Yes, that is an absolutely fantastic stop there for the VRS Coanda SimSport team, and Core Sim Racing prototype wasn't really helped by the amount of traffic that they had on the outlap that just extended that gap out a little bit more than what it could have been coming out of pit road there, as he deals with some lap traffic in that MSP Drivers Home number 85 car. They're running relatively well in your GTS field as they break down into the Dunlop curve right here, and yeah, that is a lot of time lost by the Core Sim Racing team there.
Yes, and they will have plenty of time to recover, though. Only 1 hour gone and dusted here at the 6 Hours of Nurburgring, presented by the digital race engineer Frank von Braunwyk and his Racing Lions Corvette getting his service. Mike Pauch is in the 88. He is sitting on pit lane. I'm presuming he's getting his stop done. He's sitting there, so if so, that would be one of the very first GTS cars that we see, as well as the Shinya Chibi Sim Racing, well up almost to the rear of the Roof Pace car, as Vincenzo Amico will be taking that car out for a second stint. That number 36 looking to, he's already on the throttle now. Connery, the GTS pit stop, very different from the GT and the prototype pit stop. Prototypes, a bit more of a formula pit stop. You've got your 2 guys, you've got your refueler, and you're off and away. Your GT car, it's more of a straightforward pit stop, much the same. GTS, 1 guy with a rattle gun, 1 guy changing tires. That's it.
Yes, indeed it is, which is why you can gain a little bit of advantage, at least initially, if you don't take tyres in these GT and GTS cars. We won't be seeing that, especially this early on in the race, but if a team decides that maybe the benefits outweigh the costs come the end of the race, they might well go for that strategy, as again, the GTS leader still has not pitted yet. That is the MSP Drivers Home number 85 car. They are still out in track behind the wheel of that Audi. Maybe they'll come in at the end of this lap. I think the GTS cars, yeah, they are definitely scheduled to stop at this stage. So maybe he can stretch out 1 extra lap. Who knows? We'll have to see at the end of this lap.
Yes, we will. Amazing aerial pictures brought to us by Hugo Louis and the production staff here. And by production staff, I mean Hugo Louis. Great cameras as always here at the Nurburgring, as Fredrik and Rasmussen, and that number 22 is working his way through as he is pursuing. And of course, the cameras provided to us by Istvan Balau. Gotta love the angles that Istvan will be able to get to us here at RaceSpotTV. We are always appreciative of the efforts that he makes. As Martin Kroenke, he is going to tick away lap number 38, start lap number 39. The gap between the two will be just about 2.849 seconds. So for Fredrik Rasmussen, he ran about a lap that was legitimately almost 2 seconds slower, Connery.
Yeah, that is not a really good start to the second stint for the course sim racing prototype. Fredrik Rasmussen behind the wheel of that one. Maybe he needs some time just to settle into the car. Right here, he gets a big slide coming out. The second to last corner coming out of the Mercedes arena, that was a very, very big power slide from Fredrik Rasmussen right there. And essentially I don't feel that he's that comfortable behind the wheel right now. He just needs to settle into a rhythm. Perhaps the track state has changed a little bit as the rubber goes down, and that is just throwing him off somewhat.
Absolutely, and of course you're watching this live on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. 6 hours of Nurburgring here on the Neo Endurance Series presented by the Digital Race Engineer. As just the prototype traffic and everybody seems to have sorted themselves out fairly well. As far as the last hour recap, Connery, and we'll go through a full list of the grid. We just like to wait for the pit stop, so we're kind of waiting on the GTS field to come in as Luigi Nespolino and his Team GTS car will start coming down. There'd be no point for me to go through the grids and then all of them change through the pit stop cycle, but either way, this first hour, we had a very clean start, which you wouldn't have necessarily expected, but really just goes to show how strong these guys are.
Yeah, as I said at the top of the broadcast, I was expecting carnage coming down into the turn 1 hairpin. It's one of the most difficult turn 1s on any track anywhere in the world, pretty much. And they all got through there relatively safely as well. And we've had an absolutely great first stint of this race, just battles absolutely throughout your pack. Maybe that will return after the GTS cars have come in for their first pit stop right here. I'm just having a little bit of a look at that MSP Drivers Home car. In fact, they are coming down pit road. MSP Drivers Home, your leader of the GTS field, coming down pit road, bricks for the yellow cones, gets down the pit road speed, puts the pit limiter on. But the Pure Racing Team GTS car is actually staying out, and we will see 3 wide coming, almost 3 wide coming down the pit straight right there. With a couple of different classes right there, all 3 classes in one shot right there. That was something to behold, certainly, but some of your GTS drivers coming down pit road finally.
That Team RSO car pursuing, but yeah, that's a great photo opportunity sitting there at corner number 1, especially when all the cars get mixed in like this. That Team GTS Audi R8 pulling away out of pit lane as the GTS cars are now starting to make their effort in full. Team DFTBA or DIFTBA, however you want to pronounce it, as well as the MSP Drivers Home, your leaders. Julian Grunastel, that Lucas Jostak piloted car, well, he's getting swapped for Julian Grunastel as the 85 Audi is getting his service. That MSP Drivers Home car as he's looking to get his service. They can fuel and swap the drivers, and then they can change the tires. Like I said, it's a bit different. So the refueling has to be completed. The only thing they can do is swap the tires, and then after that refueling is done, they can put it up on the air jacks and start getting it swerved out as that Simataki Sport car starts his approach down the lane here. There he goes. The MSP driver's car, 1 minute 10 seconds. So the longest pit stops between the 3 classes, because of how much effort they have to put into it and how little personnel they're allowed to go across the line. But for Julian Grunastel, that is a good pit stop exit, and he will be gaining entry into the Nürburgring 6 hours as Connery. It's going to be a bit tough, these new drivers coming right in to mix traffic right off the bat.
Yes, as we can see that as we watch the number 85 MSP Drivers Home car just coming out of pit road, there was the Speed Asylum prototype just coming down there inside in the Mercedes arena, and there is Friction Simsport there as well, just trying to come through. We get the Pure Racing Team GTS, they are coming down pit road as well.
Oh,
and can
we had sorry to interrupt. We've had a bit of a kerfluffle, I think is the best way I can describe it here. Joel Guez, the number 16 prototype car, coming through the chicane to finish out the lap he had. It's not an incident per se, Connery, but I have to say one of the strangest things I've seen as Andrea Rodriguez was expecting to go to the pit lane, and Joel Guez was certainly expecting to pass on the inside. So a complete miscommunication between the two. That Samsung Odox Motorsport car needed to get into pit lane, and Joel Guez was in the way, and Joel Guez pulls right off the track and slams on the brakes, and then he has to cut back across. I have to say, amazing nobody made any contact there, but that is a huge kerfluffle.
Yeah, that is a very, very weird incident indeed, and you can't really blame the Gecko Vortex car there. He didn't know that the Odox Motorsports GTS car was going to come down in pit road, and then got surprised when all of a sudden he pulled right. So good awareness from Joel Guez there to try and lock up the brakes as soon as he realized that was happening, and not to collect a GTS car on the pit entry. But that Gecko Vortex car lost a little bit of time because of that. But I just want to go back to what I was saying about the GTS field. I just want to say that the MSP Drivers Home 85 car, they have been doing really, really, really well in this race. They haven't really been this far up the front of the field so far this season. It's usually been the PRT car, the Atomic Motorsports car that have been out front, but MSP Drivers Home, they are showing what they're made of at this Nurburgring race.
Yes, and of course very popular in the VLN series, those MSP cars, so I get to see them all sorts of time. Jonas Wallmeyer has taken over for Patrick Pitchler, and as such, he will now, once the pit cycle goes through, probably resume the second position that they were in from, of course, that was the overall leaders of the... boy, I can't even remember. The Core Sim Racing car. I was wondering why they're so far down my timing screen right now, but it's just because we have to wait for the pits. But everyone seems to have been pitted, except for the Gathering of Tweakers' Bob Van Katwick. So it almost looks like that Atomic Motorsports car would be taking over the lead when the Gathering of Tweakers car does end up coming to a pit, and it's very interesting to see why, Connery. Well, I was questioning why. Their pit stop time was a 42.5 seconds. MSP Drivers Home was a 1 minute 10, so a different strategy for Leif Van Ganetchen, and they will take the lead over when the Gathering of Tweakers car comes to the pits, which they do right now.
Yes, that is very, very, very interesting. I'm just looking to see where exactly the MSP Drivers Home car is. I'm just looking at the timing, if I just struggle with it a little bit here. MSP Drivers Home, yes, currently third place, and Atomic Motorsports are ahead of them. So there's an interesting strategy there for Atomic Motorsports. Maybe they perhaps did not take any tires. My tire screen actually registers that they didn't stop,
yeah,
but I'm pretty sure they did.
Fuel.
Yeah, they must have just taken fuel, so that puts them out in front of the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. It'll be interesting to see what the times are like from that Atomic Motorsports #1 car on the older tires right there. Perhaps they're trying to double stint the tires, which is a valid strategy sometimes in these GTS cars. It can't always work out, but Atomic Motorsports certainly think it can.
Well, and there's no point in not trying. It's the very first pit stop of a 6-hour race, so if you're going to find out now. As that Atomic Motorsport #1 Leif Van Ganetchen car, of course, the car number is number 90. That's their first Atomic Motorsport car. It gets a little confusing sometimes, but that's all right. As yeah, that 42.5 seconds, that is just fuel, but that means that they had almost 30 seconds ahead, and they are actually just overall, for all their efforts, 12 seconds ahead of the MSP Drivers Home car. So you would imagine in 12 laps time, if MSP Drivers Home was going a second faster a lap, that they will certainly be reeled in. But for that Atomic Motorsport, you know what? Throw a pick up there, see what you can do, see where you can get up to, and go from there. So with all of our pit stops completed here in the Neo Endurance Series, we are going to run through the grid to recap the last hour here after 1 hour and 15 minutes of racing here on the Neo Endurance Series. So with just that underway, Martin Kroenke is now currently your leader after the pit stop cycle. 1 hour, 14 minutes, 50 some odd seconds ran. As Martin Kroenke, a great run from him so far. Core Sim Racing ended up coming out behind, 1.1 seconds behind now, as they came in from the lead. Now they're in second once again. Fredrik Rasmussen chasing him down. Thrustmaster Movano is safely in third position in your prototype. Friction Sim Sports, some 22 seconds back off the leader, as well as your PRT LMP black car. Team Chimera's number 24 car, they're in 6th. The Team GT HPD car, the number 21 is in 7th. Reactive Sim Racing, the number 7 car, is in 8th, and then Radicals Online in 9th. Mad Cake, number 17. Haven't really talked about them. They've had a quiet race so far. Robert Tinsey piloting that one, as they are more than a minute behind your overall race leader. In 10th position, JCL Sim Racing in 11th. Gecko Vortex in 12th, and then Fusion Racing, that early spinner, in 13th, 1 minute and 31 seconds behind. Speed Asylum is your first prototype, 1 lap down, and that is that for the prototypes as you start going into your GT category. GT sitting right now, it is the Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car. Kei Kashubi, that number 55, running a very good show, actually lapping some GT traffic already. Kei Kashubi, an absolute master of that Aston Martin. In second position, though, it is VRS Koena Sim Sport. If Kei Kashubi was a master of the Aston Martin, Jorn Jens would be considered a master of the Corvette. The VRS Koena Sim Sport car, your front-running Corvette, is there chasing and hunting down Kei Kashubi. Last lap times for the two were split less than 0.4 of 1 second. Torrent Motorsports is safely in third position with a Sim RC Crimson car in pursuit. Radicals Online, Thrustmaster Movano, and Sim RC Iris not that far apart from each other as they take the 5th, 6th, and 7th positions in the GT. Vendevil and PRT's GT effort, as well as SRN Motorsports, fills out your top 10. Team Chimera just sitting on the outside in the 11th position, making a recovery run after a very early race off-track incident where they had to make up. They were penalized with a lot of time due to the fact that it was the first lap, so they cycled back. They now have to charge through the field. IRDK Assault Racing, Racing Lions, Phoenix Motorsports, and Asbury Motorsports finish out the 15 other GT racing cars. In your GTS category, an interesting strategy has been shown already. The Atomic Motorsports car, the number 90 Audi of Lev Van Ganechen, will have ended up not taking tires on his pit stop. That 30th position overall, first in the GTS, as he is only 12 seconds ahead of that MSP Drivers Home 85 that was piloted by Lucas Yestok, now piloted by Julian Grunastel. As that MSP Drivers Home 85 car was the overall leading GTS car throughout the front of this race. PRT did have it for a little bit, but ended up getting passed by that MSP Drivers Home, so expect to see some action between the PRT GTS effort and that MSP Drivers Home 85 car, as they are now first, second, and third, respectively. Odox Motorsports Samsung had a very tricky entrance into pit lane, but they are now still in the 4th position. Thrustmaster Movano in 5th. Team RSO is in 6th. 7th is going to be the MSP Drivers 83 car. 8th will be the Core Sim Racing GTS car. Team Diftba, or DFTBA, however you want to call it, is going to be your 9th position car. And Vincenzo Amico in that Shinya Machimi Sim Racing car will finish out your top 10 in GTS. Rattling through, it's the IRDK Endurance Team GT GTS Radicals Online Pro-Am effort, which I have to say that's probably the most damaged car out there right now. Zach Thomas having a very rough entrance to the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. Gathering Tweakers GTS 99, Simitak Esport, and Hellenic Racing car finishing out your GTS field. Only 2 cars right now that are retired and or significantly damaged. Nobody's retired yet. The Acme Racing car of Phil Blythe. What a drama-filled race for that number 19 prototype. They had damage before they even took the green. And then the Torque Freak Racing car had suspension damage that needed to get replaced. They are 8 laps down from your race leader. You're, of course, watching RaceSpotTV here on iRacingLive as we will start to go fan immersion, bringing you guys closer to the track than ever before, as we'll see just who might have the drama up ahead. The number 24 prototype, sure, that sounds like a great idea to me, as that number 24 car is, of course, your Team Chimera NES car, the Jack Keithley piloted car. He will work his way through traffic. Let's go on board and watch, listen, and learn to the 6 hours of Nurburgring. just saw a great run from Jack Keithley, getting the attack on Patrick Wolf in that PRT car as we finally got ourselves back so I can actually talk out loud. Connery, let's just say I made some fantastic, expertly analyzed points, and now they're going to be lost forever.
Well, maybe we can perhaps get a replay of that one, and then maybe you can do that analysis all over again. Who knows? But yes, Jack Keithley threw on that Pure Racing Team LMP black car. That was coming through the Mercedes arena section. That was a fantastic dogfight.
Oh, Hugo is actually replaying it. That was sarcasm. But okay, all right. This is, you know what? Actually, this is fairly good because you can see just how aggressive he had to be. Patrick ended up trying as much as he could to take up as much road as he could, and it was almost an incident. I think if Patrick Wolf just lost the rears just a little bit more, Connery, that could have ended in tears for both of them. But overall, Jack Keithley there, after probably 4 or 5 high-pressure attacks, finally got on through. That was a very impressive pass from Jack Keithley.
A very impressive pass indeed from Jack Keithley. Jack Keithley, perhaps, I don't think you'll mind me saying this, but perhaps one of the more aggressive drivers on the grid, especially in your prototype field. And when you can pull off moves like that, I don't think we mind.
No, not at all. It's as he works his way through Michael Storm and that team Diftaba, which if a team manager could commentate, could give us a comment and make sure, because I'm not sure if I feel bad saying Diftaba, because I don't know if that's perceived as an insult. So somebody
I believe
let
I have
me
the
know.
answer, Cam.
Huh?
It's actually it's officially Team DFTBA,
yes,
because it's a reference to the Vlog Brothers channel. I think it's
don't forget to be awesome.
Don't forget to be awesome. Yes.
Yeah.
That is.
I like just calling him Diftaba because it sounds great, and then it's way faster to say than Team Don't Forget to Be Awesome. But either way, though, for Patrick Wolf, he is actually going car for car with Jack Keithley right now, and he had a faster lap time. It was a 1:44.9 for Patrick Wolf to Jack Keithley's 1:45.3. So actually, we might not be done with this fight. Is actually, I've said actually 4 times in one sentence. That's not allowed. But Kevin Siggy in the Torn Motorsports car and David Desroches in the Asbury Motorsports car are going to be just ahead. Jack Keithley pulling alongside 3 wide in the Mercedes Arena section. You don't do that, but here we go. As Kevin Siggy has passed David Desroches, and Patrick Wolf has now gone past both of those both of those GT cars.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why those 2 GT1 cars were actually fighting so hard. They're a lap apart, so I'm not entirely sure what that was about. It certainly made things interesting for the prototypes of Team Chimera and the PRT Black car coming through right there. It is pretty scary going 3 wide through the Mercedes Arena, no doubt.
Oh, I was not expecting that one, but yeah, even if they're not, they're separated apart. The David Desroches Corvette is 4 laps down, and the Kevin Siggy Torn Motorsports car is your 3rd running car. Perhaps Kevin Siggy just really needed to get on through because they believe at Torn Motorsports they are still well in this fight, and they are. Let's not forget, anything can certainly happen. He's just down the road a little bit from that Jorn Jens piloted VRS Coanda SimSport car, so don't ever think that that they are out of it in that 3rd position, as the Team RSO, the Rennsport Online car of Tobias Zerny, is now up next on the plate to be taken by Jack Keithley and Jorn Jens, as they will probably go 3 wide. Yep, they'll just scoop their way on through. Beautiful picture if you could take it right there, but there goes that all white and purple Corvette on the outside, all white and turquoise prototype on the inside. And Connery, if we had to pick a color that wasn't blue, black, or an extraordinarily highlight color like turquoise or white, what other colors would you have on a race car? Because I'm looking out here from our pictures, it's literally just nothing but white, black, and highlighted cars.
Yeah, I definitely prefer schemes with actually red and black. I always think they look absolutely fantastic. Speaking of red and black cars, I actually see the Thrustmaster Ivano Racing GTS car sporting that color scheme on that GTS car, on that Audi. It looks absolutely fantastic. Obviously, Hugo Luis, our director, saying race spot yellow.
In the whole car, not like white with race spot yellow highlights. I mean the actual car, because I love these guys. The paint schemes are absolutely fantastic. I mean, look at that Thrustmaster Movano Racing paint scheme. That is a beautiful paint scheme with great coloring, but it's like you never get to see anything other than white and highlight. And then, of course, you do have the PRT cars, which are that that lovely darker blue, more solid of a blue. I don't necessarily know what I would call it. I would just call it PRT blue, but with that hex pattern that they always have on their PRT cars. But for the most part, pretty much everything is just white, black, and some accent colors. And I think probably the only true highlighted car I'd say we have is the Fusion Racing prototype, as we do have some action hustling with the Vendevel Sim Racing, the number 32 car and the 69 car of Lauren Heinrich. So why don't we stop talking about color schemes and start looking at some of the action here, because you've got Vendevel and PRT's Aston Martins as they are working their way through, heading towards the chicane.
Yes, indeed, they will be as they head towards the chicane right here, as they just get actually coming through the final corner right there. Here comes Ricardo Castrolito coming past the MSP drivers home 83 car. That is not actually one of the front runners in the GTS field. That is MSP drivers home second effort right there, as we see Paul Enbrink in the Radicals Online just getting around the Radicals Online teammate right there in that GT1 car, as they all file through relatively neatly. And just looking through for any battles right now, it doesn't seem like actually there is a little bit of a close one. Here comes the Vendeval Sim Racing number 32 car and that Pure Racing Team GT car as they come across the stripe for the 48th time onto the 49th time for these GT1 cars, as they break down into the really tight first hairpin right here. We just saw Vendevel lock up a little bit right there, which is very easy to do.
It is, and I have noticed there was a car stricken without its pilot in the pit lane. It was the Mad Cape number 17. Over the review, I said that they were having a very quiet race. What has happened to that car? Let's get a replay of them starting their 51st lap, as this is whatever happened seemed to have happened early on, as that Mad Cape number 17, I saw it sitting there in pit lane as we were going past the start-finish line, as it looks just like Robert Tinsey. He was working through, as we are getting the replay right now. It looks like he was going through the Mercedes section, Connery, and he ended up having an incident with the IRDK Endurance Mercedes, and it looks perhaps like Robert Tinsey was a little aggressive to push to the inside, and ended up taking that line away from Jacob Sondergaard. Now, it looked to me like that wasn't enough to damage the car. What happened after that? Robert Tinsey, he was punted absolutely into the air by Luigi Nespolino's Team GT car as he was trying to stop before hitting the prototype. He couldn't really do too much because he was locked to the inside because the Gecko Sim Racing prototype was on the outside.
Yes, indeed. And just looking at our initial incident with the IRDK car, and I do believe you're correct there, Cam. IRDK do a bit too much of a rush to try and get to the inside of the corner right there, just chopping off the nose of the Mad Cape Racing 17 car, and then just calamity from then on as the Team GTS Audi just flips over the prototype right there on his roof. So that is not really how you want to be ending your race.
No, not at all. That I mean, for cars that have had little nips and tucks and bumps and bruises this race, you would say, okay, they can come back for it. What happened to that Mad Cape car? Absolutely destroyed, and that car, obviously the Honda/Acura team that makes that car is not going to be too pleased when that gets rolled into their garage to get fixed back up. But for Mad Cape Racing, that is going to be a tough one to swallow. They were doing fairly well here, and in the top 10, as it were, at that time. Mad Cape actually in 10th position in the overall standings, having only 3 points at Sebring and then a pair of 6 points at Coda and Motegi. So that was actually 10th position. So they've been having pretty much a top 10 series all season long, as we are now going to get back to the action, looking at the Thrustmaster Movano car, as they are looking at with the Team RSO car of Tobias Zerny.
Yes, indeed. As they come through the final chicane right here, TMRSO has been steadily trying to keep onto the back of that Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car. They were actually slower last time by. What about this time by? As they're going to come across the straight and give us some representative times. That is going to be a 1:53.8 for Team RSO, that's the car behind, and that is a 1:54.7 by Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS. So Thrustmaster Movano must have had some major troubles on that last lap to lose so much time to Team RSO. RSO now right on the back of them.
Yeah, and that is a Mercedes versus Audi. and I was about to say that might be our front-running Mercedes car, and it very well might be, actually, as that's Audi. Yep, that's Mercedes. That's your front-running Mercedes with Tobias Zerny, that Team RSO, that Rennes Sport Online car, as he has been having faster lap times, lap after lap after lap, as actually he had a full second on Fabio Gonzalez in that Thrustmaster Movano car. Another car, actually, the RSO car, it's all black with highlights. It's red this time, or it's a lime green this time instead of red. So a pair of cars looking fairly good and in their simplistic designs as they were running right on through. A good-looking Audi and a good-looking Mercedes, Connery. They've got a couple of prototype cars to worry about, though, in a couple of minutes' time.
Yes, they will do, and it's just great for the spectators having some great paint schemes on the grid right here. But as you say, here comes the prototypes come through just in a little bit of time right here. There's Bryce Michelon in that GCL sim racing prototype just going to come through on them in just a second. There's also Joel Guez, Gecko Vortex sim racing as well. So Bryce has to be very, very careful coming through the chicane here. He has to be very, very patient with these slower GT cars in front of him. He'll make them move on Team RSO going down the inside of the last corner right here. Here comes Gecko Vortex sim racing as well. Gecko Vortex will be able to get past both of these cars in the straight, which is exactly what you want to do in the prototype field, because you don't lose much time by doing that, and if the car ahead of you actually gets held up on the corner before the straight, that can give you an advantage.
And Team RSO nipping right to the rear end of Fabio Gonzalez's Movano car, but yeah, just some good running there overall, as just looking through here, seeing what other action we can get into. You know what? Actually, the Radicals Online GT1 car is pulling into the pits. Something has happened to that Aston Martin car, the number 37 of Ricardo Castroledo. What has happened to the front end of that Aston Martin? As I'll start looking through there, we'll watch him come into the pit lane here and down into the pits. It looks like he's got right front suspension damage, and that we saw from Torque Freak Racing has put them 8 laps down in order to fix it. Well, so perhaps the Radicals car will have just as much time to deal with it, because that looks fairly significant, and this looks like it was an incident, just starting in the lap in the Mercedes Arena section, his lap number 51, as they're out of the car. They're going to probably let their crews get to fix it, but in the Mercedes Arena, that Radicals Online GT1 car ended up having an incident, Connery, with the Asbury Motorsports car.
Yes, indeed, that Asbury Motorsports car was actually lapped down on the Radicals Online GT1 car there, so I don't think the Asbury Motorsports car left enough room perhaps on the inside.
I don't think he was expecting him to go to the inside.
Yeah, I do agree there. Radicals Online did have a little bit of a lunge, so maybe just a 2-into-1 and it doesn't go incident right there, and that has pretty much ended Radicals Online race right there. As after the incident as well, as they were trying to get spun back around, they had another little bit of contact as well, which really doesn't help things.
No. I actually, honestly, I look at the first one like, it could be seen as a racing incident, but and it looks like both cars were able to continue. But after that second incident, I would definitely. It was a little bit more than a little kiss, as both cars were going fairly quickly, being 10-15 mile an hour into each other. That'd be enough to wreck a sedan. But I wouldn't be surprised if Race Control doesn't look at that little bit of contact, because that was just a little bit much for me. But Radicals Online car will need to be fixed and brought back into the garage, where it will have the full suite of crew to change everything out. Looking back to live pictures now, as Koana Sim Sport with a 3.7 second lead over the Core Sim Racing prototype. And for Martin Cronke, well, you can almost breathe a sigh of relief here as far as the pressure from behind, because he's got enough of a gap. He can just kind of set to his own race.
Yes, indeed. And there's a question in chat, which is actually faster, in a straight line, the R8 or the AMG? It is the Mercedes AMG, which is actually faster. Alan Stoffel also asks, where was the Corvette a backmarker? And the answer to that question, as we just discussed, was yes. He was at least a lap down on the car that was trying to come through on him. I'm just having a little quick look at the GTS field, actually. The number 72 Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car currently being chased down still by that Team RSO car. That Team RSO have been reeling in that gap over the past couple of laps. I think Francois Ravano has actually made a couple of mistakes that contributed to that as well, as they head up down towards the final chicane right here. Team RSO may have to be thinking about the pass soon.
Well, certainly Tobias Zerny knows his stuff when it comes to tin top racing, a MX-5 driver in the VLN series of the Nordschleife, and anybody that can drive an MX-5 for 4 hours at a time is obviously going to get the thumbs up from me. So that Movano racing car, 153.7, that RSO car, 153.8, and there's the Coanda car actually, so perhaps playing spoiler to this battle will be that Coanda prototype as he will force his way through. Perhaps Martin Kroenke's trying to be easy. Oh, we've seen this time and time again. Don't do it. Oh, goodness. He manages to slot himself in. I think that final turn, the Mercedes Arena, is very, very fool's gold. We've seen no less than 3 incidents already today, Connery, where somebody has dived to the inside, and if that outside car doesn't lurch out of the way like that RSO car did, that could be an incident. I wouldn't be very happy if I was the spotter for Coanda. That was a risky move, I have to say. You could expect it, but it's just high risk.
Very high risk indeed, and we've already seen just a couple of moments ago what those sorts of moves can be like, and they can end in tears for both cars. So Martin Kroenke was very, very lucky right there. Again, it was sort of lunge from Martin Kroenke, and that Team RSO car, actually it was the Thrustmaster Ravano racing car, almost went down and cut off the nose of the prototype, the Coanda prototype right there. So almost an exact mirror incident to what we had a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, and I think what ends up happening, the track is extremely wide, but there is only one line you can realistically take, especially in a tin top. If you're not expecting that, if you're not anticipating that, or if you're not familiar with that, it can end up in tears, as we've seen time and time again already, 2-3 times. Yep, and here comes the Team RSO car leaning to the inside. They've got the position driving them into the grass just a little bit, barely leaving room, but they've now opened that room just a little bit for Fabio Gonzalez as he's pulling alongside that Audi, having a better top speed, at least by the looks of it, down the front stretch, but perhaps that Mercedes running a little bit more downforce than anticipated, but the brakes on that Mercedes just absolutely wallop the Audi, and here they go as the RSO car now fully move them up into 3rd position. So now it is going to be, or actually 4th position, it's going to be Audi, and then Mercedes.
Yes, indeed it is, and I think that attempted counter pass there from the Audi of Thrustmaster Ravano Racing was more down to the Audi, either the Audi running less downforce or the Mercedes running more downforce. Of course, we've already stated that the Mercedes tends to have a better straight line speed than the Audi if all the wings are equal, shall we say. So Thrustmaster Ravano Racing may be running lower downforce there, as we see the other Thrustmaster Ravano Racing car, that's the HPD, the prototype F right there. Tommaso Cala just making his way through on the Team RSO car right there, just holding him up a tiny bit, not too much though, but that Thrustmaster Ravano Racing is hemorrhaging time to that RSO car right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Mercedes is locked and loaded, ready to rock and roll. And speaking of the cars that have loud colors that we've been looking for, there's Paul Antcliffe in that Fusion Racing prototype. So that is probably the most colorful of the cars, the night vision green as he goes past the Team RSO car. So that's literally about it. That's literally the entirety of the color for the Neo Endurance Series paint schemes, at least from what I can see right now. But I think it's loud enough to probably cover all of it.
As it could well be, as we see Team RSO just pulling out that gap over the Thrustmaster Ravano Racing GTS car, and Hugo quite rightly points out that there are some SimRC paint schemes that look absolutely fantastic. Speaking of, there's that SimRC.de Iris car, the number 34 car. He's just currently making his way through on some traffic right here. GTS traffic right here, and he has his own class right here as we go too wide, coming down into the hairpin right there between the cars on like 2 laps apart right there. So that was very interesting stuff indeed as they come through the Mercedes Arena section. Sven Demmel behind that SimRC.de Iris car has to be pretty patient here.
That Team DFTBA car almost rear-ended that Audi. It went full lock going into 1. to avoid the rear end of the Aston Martin. And yes, the paint scheme there, it's got the design pattern, the broken on the front, the leading into the yellow, then the broken in the back. I actually love how they've colored their cars instead of just naming it 1 or 2 or white and black or something like that, or red and blue. They've gone with iris and crimson, which just sounds so much better. Other teams should probably do that, but I love how they've got their color schemes going. And oh, there goes the Mercedes. Actually, he locked up Andreas Lecalm in the MSP Drivers Home 83. That allowed Keithley to get on by your second or your 5th position prototype car as he works through now to the inside of Sven Demmel in that Iris car. You also have the Torque Freak Racing car. They used to be nothing but the carbon fiber, and now they're orange and blue, so that's a good-looking one as well.
Yeah, I think this broadcast has now become the 6 hours of paint schemes.
Okay, I'm talking about paint schemes, realistically. Look at all the dust that they're kicking up off a corner exit, as that is just a huge dust storm there. As here comes Patrick Wolf on the PRT car. He is going past MSP Drivers Home as he is in pursuit of Jack Keithley, but this section right here is actually a fairly dangerous collection of cars. You've got Aston Martins and Mercedes trying to work through with a couple of prototypes. As Connery, just looking through here, it's very difficult to try to get around these Aston Martins on the front stretch because they pull so much legs. But obviously they have to brake earlier, but they pull so much legs with that V12.
Yeah, and I think we must have either I'm being completely stupid here, or we've missed a pass for the lead in your GTS field, because actually my MSP Drivers Home number 85 car is actually in the lead of that class right now. Atomic Motorsports with that adventurous no tire strategy, in fact, just dropping back to 2nd place right now, and they'll continue hemorrhaging time as time goes on because of those very, very, very old tires. They'll have to wait until the 2nd stint to get some fresh rubber on that car.
The Torque Freak Racing car of David Barraclough has officially been cursed because as soon as we stopped talking about them and panned the camera away, they had gone for a spin. No damage done to the car. They didn't touch the wall, so they're going to continue. But David Barraclough, whoops, I'm sorry. But yes, the pass for the lead haven't been made in the GTS division. So yeah, Atomic Motorsport, though, you know what? Doesn't seem to be working that bad. Because just looking at my timing right now, it looks to me as though that MSP Drivers Home car is, well, actually both them and the PRT car have gotten past the Atomic Motorsports number 1 car. But Atomic Motorsports, they're probably, they're less than a second behind the PRT car.
Yes, indeed they are. So we'll have to wait and see how this new tires, well, at least double stinting the tire strategy will work out for them. The next car that will be coming up to pass them will be, in their class at least, will be the Odox Motorsports Samsung car piloted by Andrew Rodriguez. I'm just having a look at the times. Andrew Rodriguez had 1:53.5 last time by Atomic Motorsports, 1:55.3. That is an absolutely huge deficit there from Atomic Motorsports, and they're absolutely hemorrhaging time at the moment. I bet they can't wait to get fresh rubber on that car.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. Jonas Wallmeyer also, he had a 154.4, so just about both cars running a full second. That Odox Samsung car running a full 1.5 seconds faster. And we actually do need to start keeping our eye on the overall clock right now. We've got 4 hours and 12 minutes remaining, and we've ran 100. We ran 1 hour and 45 minutes. So why don't, before we go to pits, why don't we see if we can find ourselves a car we can possibly take a lap on board with here before we start that pit cycle. The VRS Quantum Sport car is all on his own, so he can we can go find somebody else here. You know what, why don't we go on board with the Sim RC Iris car, the number 34 car, as he looks to finish out his lap. That Iris car looking very well, that V12 Aston Martin humming along quite nicely, as he is in pursuit of the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT car of George Montaigne's, as they're working right now through the Bilstein curve. Corner number 12 before finding their way towards corner number 13, then 14 and 15, and then 16. So we'll go on board with Sven Demmel, and we're going to take you RaceSpotTV fan immersion once he crosses that start-finish line. 50.606 for Sven Demmel in his Iris Aston Martin, as he now looks behind the rear of Tobias Zerny in that Team RSO car, who has at some point been passed by that Movano Racing GT car. So great battling going on there. Let's see, will Sven Demmel dive to the inside? No, he will not, as he can obviously see what's going to happen there. Oh, very loose through the corner entry, but he's strong on corner exit. That'll allow him to pull alongside and probably pass one of these GT cars, but it's very tricky because this corner is actually a lot slower than you would think. You have to do a lot more braking and downshifting, but Connery, just a fantastic lap with the Aston Martin. I may love the Corvette racing. I may love the history with Corvette. 21 years now they will have had a full in-house motorsport program, but man, this Aston Martin is absolutely fantastic to listen to and watch around this Nurburgring circuit.
Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of sound for the Aston Martin, that V12 sound as opposed to the V8 guttural sound of the Corvette. I think the Corvette actually sounds a little bit better. It just sounds angry, but that isn't to say that the Aston Martin doesn't sound good as well. As we just see Sven Demmel, he's still trying to chase down that Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT cars. He runs a little bit wide there, coming onto this little bit of a kink right here, so that won't be doing any good for his momentum coming down onto the brakes, into the chicane right here. So a little bit of time lost there by Sven Demmel, but in the grand scheme of things in an endurance race, not all that much to be worried about.
And as of course we've just went fan immersion, don't forget that we don't see you out there on Twitter and in the YouTube channel. Hello. Hello to everybody listening and watching. About 300 of you currently tuned in right now as we watch the 77 versus the 90 GTS battle, as that is Atomic Motorsport and the Odox Motorsport. Odox having gotten past, of course, that tire strategy, losing them about 1 second a lap now. So anything that they gained, I think they've lost at this point, because they pitted from position number 4, if I recall. But yes, hello to everyone out there on the YouTube and on Twitter. Of course, we always love to hear and see and read your guys' comments or concerns. You can forward the concerns to Hugo. You can give me the comments. I think Connery and I would appreciate that very much. But yeah, don't forget, you can use the hashtag IRNEO to get in touch with us. And of course, all of the teams, or at least a good majority of the teams, Connery, they actually they have their Twitter accounts with the teams, and it's great to watch. It's probably one of the coolest things about this series, this Neo Endurance series, is just how involved the teams get and the communities get in posting information on Twitter and going through their stints and all the goodies.
Yes, indeed. It's absolutely great between the interaction between the fans, us, and the teams. That is absolutely fantastic to see in this new endurance series. And speaking of interaction, though, if you are a crew chief or a driver currently competing for one of these teams in this series, in this race, then feel free to come up to the broadcast waiting room. We may give you a bit of time on the mic to answer some questions and say how your race is going, and perhaps maybe get a little bit of promotion from your sponsors, but yeah.
Oh, absolutely. We love having people in here to interview, but typically we have a runner, but not today, as it's just Connery and myself, as the 47 now and the 54 in GT. That's your Team Chimera and your
SRN Motorsports.
SRN, but they're nowhere to be. They're way up ahead. Okay, all right. I was like wondering where the battle was. No, it's quite up ahead. Is Mike Young ahead of Simon Trandell? For Simon Trandell, Connery, that's been a fairly good recovery drive from him so far. He's already halfway up the GT list.
Yes, it is, and we're not really even at the halfway stage right now. We've still got an hour to go until we hit the halfway stage, so Simon Trandell has done very, very well to claw his way back up through the field in that Aston Martin, the Team Chimera Aston Martin right there, the 54. He has some traffic to deal with in the form of Team DFTBA right in front of him. I don't think it will give him too much of an issue, but this is one of the places where you don't really want to be catching the traffic. It's all very, very narrow, pretty much one line through here. Are we going to go 3 wide coming down into the Dunlop curve? I think we are 3 wide as we go through 3 different classes, all in the same shot, all 3 wide coming through the Dunlop curve. That is brilliant.
Oh, you gotta love it when you can get some great old-fashioned Neo action. And that's probably one of the best things I love about this is how well everybody drives together. Many of these drivers have been doing this for literal years now, as of course we are in the third season of the Neo Endurance Series. While the car classes might have changed and we've added some, and such as retiring the Ford GT2 car and replacing it with the GT3 classified Audi and Mercedes. It's been a fantastic series, and it's only getting better and better and better. And speaking of that, I mean, we've got the next 6 hours at Spa, and then, well, we just happen to have a little spot in France, Connery, that I think that we might, have a little bit of fun with.
Yep, and it's going to be the season finale in the Neo Endurance series. It's going to be the Neo Endurance 24 Hours of Le Mans, and RaceSpot, I think, will be bringing you the whole 24 hours of that one. We also have some guest entries from the feeder series, the GOT Endurance series. 3 of the class winners in that series will be joining the Neo series to compete in the Neo Endurance Series 24 Hours of Le Mans. So that will mean we have at least 63 cars, I believe, competing in that race, which would be absolutely fantastic to see, and I really can't wait for it.
Oh, I can't wait it either. It'll be another 24-hour event brought to you by RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive, of course, great partners of the Neo Endurance Series. We absolutely love to have these guys for the last 2-3 years now. This will probably be the 4th or 5th full 24-hour series we take. Of course, speaking of 24-hour runs, we just had the 24 Hours of Dubai this weekend over Friday and Saturday. That was sensational out in the Dubai Autodrome. Oh, boy, let's talk about a track I would love to have on the iRacing service. But obviously, tripping it out to the Middle East would be a little difficult when you've got so many homegrown tracks here in the United States and the United Kingdom that still need to be produced, as well as Europe, as some of the cars are starting to come into pits now. The JCL sim racing car, Bryce Michelon. I haven't really had much time to talk about these guys. They're in 27th overall. They're in 8th position as far as the prototype goes. But they're going to be coming into the pits, and I think that Connery is going to start opening the pit lane sequence for these prototypes.
Yep, it's around that time again for the pit stops in your prototype field. JCL Sim Racing being the first one to come down pit road. Michelin getting replaced by Johan Lepenas right there in that JCL Sim Racing prototype. So a driver change for that car there. I'm just having a look at any other prototypes that may be coming down pit road this time by, yes, Marcus Hamilton, Friction Sim Sport, and a number 15 prototype. He will bring it down pit road as well. I wonder if there's going to be a driver change for Friction Sim Sport as well here. If Marcus Hamilton has already done those 2 stints in behind the wheel of that car, maybe he's trying to get some fresh arms, fresh mind into that car.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of people might say, fresh arms, what do you mean? But really, as the Marcus Hamilton piloted Friction Sim Sport car also comes in, as well as the Pure Racing Team LMP black car. But these wheels that we have, it's not your mama's wheels. Of course, the greatest of sim racing technology are hooked up to a lot of these drivers. Some might have simplistic setups, some might have setups akin to myself, but some of these guys are using direct drive, full, the absolute full hydraulic pedals, as Frederick Evers will be taking over for Marcus Hamilton, and you really do work it over the last of that stint as the car goes up on the air jacks for that friction car. As the Radicals prototype comes in, Paul Brink, as well as a couple of GT cars, but Connery, I think you can attest to this. When you get a good run going and you put a lot of effort into it, you really do get tired at the end of these stints.
Yes, you do, and especially as you said, some of these guys have direct drive wheels which are much more powerful than your standard consumer, I guess you could say, wheel. It really does give you a workout, and it can really ache your arms after a long stint or two in these cars. As we have 49.2 second stop for the Friction Sim Sport prototype right there, as they come through ahead of the SimRC.de Iris GT car.
They've actually...
Whoa, as Friction Sim Sport gets a massive slide there, just coming out of the Mercedes arena. Very well held there by Frederick Evers. Perhaps some of the cold tyres playing a factor there.
Oh, certainly. If he lost that probably another foot wide, he probably would have been dumped into the grass. That would have been very bad indeed. But looking at the pit stop times, Thrustmaster Movano ended up coming out just ahead. Not just ahead, but overall ahead, simply because their pit stop was about 3 or 4 seconds faster. So they took probably a little less fuel than the Friction Racing did, and as such, that'll bump Thrustmaster Movano's Enrico Di Loretto up ahead a little bit, as he took over from Tommaso Carla quite a while ago now, as they pitted on lap 61. So not quite sure what Movano's strategy might be, but we'll keep looking at Martin Kroenke and seeing when he might be coming in. He won't be coming in this time, though. And Connery, this is the second time now that prototype car will have made more than an hour on its stint, which means going forward and forward and forward, we just hit 2 hours and 1. As the core car comes in, actually very, very tight, almost making contact with the Gecko car. I guess that's one way to put the attack.
Yes, it is definitely one way to do it, but they have to be careful here. They don't make contact in the pit lane. But of course, Sim Racing will be able to get to the pits. Both cars will be able to get to their pit stops relatively okay. Gecko Vortex will have to reverse into their pit stall a little bit, though. They missed it just by a slight margin. That will cost them some time. Frederick Masbousman in for the second stop of the core Sim Racing prototype team right here. I don't think there'll be any driver change right there. Frederick Masbousman's only been in for one stint in that car. Maybe he's ready for a second stint, as we see the Torrent Motorsports car. Marcus Gollenbeck in that number 66 car. He's just coming off of pit road just ahead of Team DFTBA right there. But again, there's so many prototypes down the pit road. There's Fusion Racing, Paul Ancliffe as well.
Yeah, the Cora GT car just pulling out right now, but just looking at it, Frederick Rasmussen looking to stay in. Dennis Garis is taking over, and I have to say, pretty much move of the race so far was that the car was left in reverse, and when the new driver got in, he noticed it and put it in first. That would have been very bad, having a driver get in and floor it, and it goes backwards. So for Dennis Garis, thank you. But as the prototype cars are now pulling away, Frederick Rasmussen pulling away, his pit stop time was 46.7, so everyone else has pitted except for that Coanda car, which means that they probably are coming in this time. No, they're going out for yet another lap. So, Connery, just as I was trying to say before that very adventurous attack on pit lane, this is the second time now that Coanda's pitting later than everybody else. That's going to add up after a while.
Yes, indeed it is. And Martin Kroenke is very, very, very managing to get very good fuel economy out of that prototype car. I wonder if that comes down to experience and fuel saving and conserving the tyres in the World Championship Grand Prix series. That's a question we probably won't get an answer to, but he is going to go out a couple of extra laps around the rest of your prototypes. Very, very good fuel mileage on that VRS Coanda SimSport car, as we see look back towards the 71 car and the 77 car in your GTS field. That is the Pure Racing Team GTS and the Odox Motorsports Samsung GTS car, as well, as they get very, very close to coming down into turn 1.
Now, very, very indeed, as his car is pulling away right now. Just looking back to Simon Trendell and that Team Chimera car, he is actually ahead of Klaus Kivikas in the Corvette, and I'm presuming that what that means is that Klaus Kivikas, obviously seeing as he didn't start the race, is taking over for Jorn Jens, and that Chimera car has not pitted yet. So I'm just going to look through my numbers right now and confirm that. Yep, they are the only GT car that hasn't pitted. If you were the Team Chimera car, Connery, I mean, just talking about strategy here for a second, you want to try to extend your stints as far as you can, because you've got to make up all that time from the beginning of the race.
Yes, indeed you do. And if you can extend it far enough, perhaps that also means that you take less fuel on the final stop, perhaps, and try and get an advantage over your competitors that way. That could be the strategy that they're going for right here, as we do see Martin Kroenke coming down pit road. His pit box will be at the very, very front. He did qualify first in the prototype division, as we see a couple of other cars coming off pit road. There's a Pure Racing Team GT car and the Top Motorsports #1 car coming off of pit road. And Martin Kroenke will get that VRS Coanda SimSport prototype stopped onto his pit box, as there's a little bit of commotion down onto turn 1. That's the Pure Racing Team GT car just going side by side with the S-Ryan Motorsports car, and I believe they're actually just a lap apart. So That is interesting.
Now, to say the least. But that Team RSO car looking fairly well out there as it stands. Still just a little bit ahead of Fabio Gonzalez as they're working now through. It seems that Tobias Zerny's gotten that gap as there goes the Chimera GT car. He is out on pit lane. Simon Trendell, he pulls into his pit stall, and will Simon Trendell, after 68 laps here at the Nurburgring, come out? Yes, he will. He will hop out of that car. They're going to start it, and Danny Conlon will start getting in. Simon Trendell, a great stint from him, 67 laps. Overall, his fastest lap was on lap 9, a 150.1 flat. And so for that Chimera effort, car's looking a bit filthy there, but you know what? That's how we like our Aston Martins here in the Neo Enduro Series, as Danny Conlon will be taking over. Connery, for a new driver hopping in, it's cold, like you're going in cold, as it were, but the race has been live for 2 hours as they put it up on the air jacks to change out the tires. What is the kind of mentality you need to have? You're launching yourself into this traffic.
I think the main thing is just settle into your rhythm as quickly as possible. We saw a couple of the drivers, especially after the first stints, the ones that had driver change just coming in for the first time. They had a couple of incidents on the first couple of outlaps that they did. Perhaps that's because of the cold tires. Perhaps that's because they're not. They haven't been racing for the past hour, so, and their teammate has, so they're perhaps not used to it just yet. There's also the factor of the dynamic track as well. The track may have changed. There may be a little bit more grip in some places, a little bit less in others. Speaking of a little bit less grip though, just watch VRS Constance Sport #1 prototype come through the dust right there. There's a whole bunch of dust on the exit of that corner, which could play a factor if they're coming too wide out there.
Now, and certainly can play a factor as just looking through the traffic right now, you seem to have gotten a train here of 3 cars with 3 completely different stories. As you've got the PRT, Aston Martin, the Racing Lions Corvette, and then the Vendeval is actually diving in the inside of that Team Chimera car. This is onto his outlap, that Chimera car. So you've got 4 GT cars, and they the only 2, I think, that are fighting for position are Mark Eckelman in that PRT and Mike Young in the SRN car. And then you get to the Racing Lions car, that is a lap down. And then the Vendeval car is actually trying to pursue the GT car. So, and then that Team Chimera car, so okay, so that is for position. So Team Chimera car has to pursue Vendeval and whatnot. And so there, we've got the bottom of that one, Connery, but I have to say, the pit stop cycles is something I have never been good at, trying to make heads or tails of where people are.
Yeah, as you see, Vendeval just trying to make a move on the Racing Lions car right there. They're not doing that for position. Here comes the PRT black car trying to make a move through the traffic as well. Very deep on the brakes coming into the final chicane. But they will get through relatively safely as there's another prototype coming through. Lars Boll in that reactive sim racing #7 coming through as well. They're actually in the fight with PRT black here. So that's another fight we should be keeping an eye on right here as they deal with the traffic coming down into turn 1.
A lot of traffic to handle going into corner #1 reactive, as you just said. They're dealing with that. A little bit of smoke coming from the Vendeval Sim Racing. That's fairly normal for that Aston Martin to tire lock there. As the weight transfers through. Patrick Wolf, he's pursuing as well. He's sorting his way out. As that is for position, that reactive sim racing. We haven't really talked about those guys. Lars Boll, having taken that car, his fastest lap came not that long ago on lap 66, a 142.1, which is extraordinarily quick, as actually his fastest lap was faster than Patrick Wolf and the PRT's fastest lap. So it's just a matter of catching and attacking here, as the prototypes, obviously they are done with their second pit stop here, as well as the GT class. They are also done with their pit stops, which means that we just have the GTS division to go through, and they should be coming in fairly shortly here. Stint length right now is about 30 laps, 31 laps for Julian Grunostel in that 85, so they should be coming in fairly soon, and I think everyone at this point is caught up to speed on the pit entry, so we should see some very aggressive attacking, perhaps like we saw with the Gecko Vortex car.
we may be seeing that. I just want to say though that there has been the driver change in that stop for VRS Commander Sim Sport. Martin Kroenke now out of the car after having done the first 2 stints. Now Marty Piatella is currently behind the wheel of that VRS Commander prototype as they have some really heavy traffic coming through the Schumacher S's right here. And look at that, Core Sim Racing is actually not that far behind. They have caught in that gap. That gap was around about 4 seconds coming into the pit stops. That can't be more than 1 second right now.
No, not at all, but I have to say, though, every single time they have to take less and less fuel, and that is going to build up over the course of this race. As Marty Piatella, he is welcomed into the 6 hours of the Nurburgring here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive with the Neo Endurance Series presented by the Digital Race Engineer. As Marty Piatella, well, that number 1 car, actually, Klaus Kittikas has just had an issue. Klaus Kittikas has had some sort of issue. I think his engine is gone. The VRS Koana car has just had a massive issue going into corner number 16. We'll get a replay here. That is exactly what has happened. Connery, the Corvette engine just couldn't take the downshift, and it has completely let go. Now, that is the worst place to do it. He is now stuck on the outside, and he is going to have that car towed back. That changes the GT category substantially.
It does. That is was P number 2 in your GT1 field right there, and the engine just went pop on the downshift, and that can happen. You can over rev it on the downshift, and that puts a huge amount of stress on the engine, and that is exactly what has happened to Klaus Kittikas right there. It's such a shame for the VRS kind of SimSport GT effort to go out like that.
Oh, that is not what you want to see at all. As the car lost its engine, you can see the smoke plume coming from it as the GTS cars are beginning their pits. Shinya Machimi Sim Racing comes in. They were the first ones to come in with the Core Sim Racing as well last time, so that to me is a good signal there. But Klaus Kittikas, that has got to be a tough one to swallow there. They were running second. This is one of the only tracks that Corvette I think could really stand a chance. We're going to go to Spa next month, and then after that Le Mans, where the Aston Martin I think is king. But that is going to be a tough one to swallow, especially for a good effort such as that GT class. In the standings right now in GT, they are 3rd overall, and so that is going to be a tough one to swallow for their season.
Yeah, and I'm just watching this battle for the prototype lead right now because Core Sim Racing are absolutely reeling that gap in from to Koanda SimSport right now. I think perhaps Marty Piatella isn't as comfortable with the car, isn't as fast as Martin Kroenke around this track, and that is just showing. Look how close they are coming down into turn 1, coming down into the Mercedes arena right now. They have some prototype traffic ahead of them. That is Johan Lepanes in that GCL Sim Racing prototype right there. He may play a factor in this one, but things are about to get very, very spicy for this prototype lead.
Well, absolutely, and as we watch that, as we watch this prototype battle, I was just thinking while we were doing our fan immersion, it's going to be great to go on board with that Corvette. And that Corvette, that GT1 Corvette, as I was saying, 21 years of Corvette motorsports, and that I believe that model Corvette, the one that iRacing has modeled, was actually just racing in Dubai, and I think finished 8th in class, and had a very good run in the V8 Motorsport team, and that they were having such a good time, and how old and vulnerable this GT1 Corvette was, and then they go and do that on me. So that's a bit of a too bad for the Corvettes, because that is going to mean that your Corvette field is thinned even more, as the JCL Sim Racing car is going to be looking to get lapped. The Atomic Motorsport going through, and here comes Isaac Price, potentially going to the inside, going to the chicane. Nope, the JCL car very smartly gets out of the way. Very, very professional how you did that, as Marty Piatella and Frederick Rasmussen goes into corner number 16, Connery. Well, here we go. The gloves are going to come off now.
Oh yes, they are, as Core Sim Racing will have the benefit of the draft coming out the final corner, but it looks like that VRS kind of SimSport car is running a little bit lower downforce. That just negates the effect a little bit. Here Rasmussen just shows the nose right there. He's trying to taunt Marty Piatella into a mistake right there, and this is going to be absolutely fantastic. There's Niels Koch ahead of them, that lead GT car right there. Again, he may play a factor. There's some traffic ahead in Torque Freak Racing and Vendaval Sim Racing, and some more down the road as well. So this may become a very, very sticky situation in just a little bit. Marty Piatella manages to get around Niels Koch right there. I don't think Frederick Rasmussen, oh, he does go for the dive. Niels Koch was very, very, very aware of that one.
Oh, absolutely. Marty Piatella, I think he's starting to take a bit more of a glance at his mirrors, because that Frederick Rasmussen car is getting very, very assertive over the idea that, he would like to lead this motor race at some point. So for Marty Piatella, it will go right on through the next set of corners here. They're right now on the track map as they go around the Torque Freak Racing car, which is substantially a couple of laps down now, as then they go past the Hellenic Racing Mercedes as they are working their way through the Blistine curve, as just working their way through, and Connery just looking for what Frederick wants to do. Where is he going to make this attack? How is he going to make this attack? Because, well, that's covered by a Mercedes on the inside, so corner 16, maybe not so much, not through the chicane. Oh, this is just, it's a tough one to say the least, but you know what? They've got a couple of GT cars that are just up ahead.
Yes, this could become very, very interesting, if it isn't already, as they come down through down the pit straight right here. There goes Marty Pilatella down the inside of the lapped traffic right there. We're on lap 79 of many, I would have thought, in this race. Coming down through turn 1, coming down through the Mercedes arena. There's a lot of traffic ahead of them, so Frederick Rasmussen must be thinking, if he can't get past on his own right here, he may need some help from one of the lap traffic.
Now, he may certainly need to line somebody up, perhaps Hugo Barbosa in that Radicals Pro-Am, or Neil Heckens in that Racing Lions Corvette. On the flashing lights there, the torches are blinking as Frederick Rasmussen works his way through now. This is, of course, through corner number 7. That was the forward curve before heading into Dunlop Kerry. As here comes Frederick Rasmussen on the outside. No, that attack was not successful, as Marty Piatella now, he just has to focus on staying to the inside of Neil Heckens. Neil Heckens, he has to take his line. That Corvette can't take it any harder. If he tried to lighten that up, he would have been in the dirt. So Marty Piatella, realizing that, held up. Frederick Rasmussen held up. Very good racing for all three of these guys. Bob Van Katwick now ahead. The Gathering of Speakers GTS number 99 is the car that they're going to be locking up and passing as Marty Piatella goes through. Will that Core Sim Racing car dive to the inside? He will not, as Core Sim Racing dives to the inside now, perhaps through the outside of the chicane. No, he has to back out. There's no way that you would take that too wide as they cut through the chicane. There's a spun car. There's 2 or 3 cars that are spun in the background. It's Bob Van Katwick. No damage added so far to any of those. So we're going to continue to watch this lead car battle as everyone has continued there. That was just Bob Van Katwick spinning in a couple of cars going evasive. But they dive to the inside of Danny Conlon, who is still, this is his first stint. He's getting acclimatized to it. And Connery, great racing from our prototype leaders.
This is absolutely brilliant racing, and we're not even halfway through this race right now. This is absolutely fantastic. Frederick Rasmussen really on fire right now as Marty Pilatella gets a little bit of the first part of the end of the Mercedes arena a little bit wrong. Going a little bit too wide. Maybe perhaps that was deliberate to try and get a better exit out of the second part, but Frederick Rasmussen looking very, very, very good right here. He just closes up right onto the back of Marty Piatella in that VRS Commander SimSport prototype. They have some traffic ahead that'll be coming up on in not too much of time right here. As again, Core Sim Racing try to go around the outside of the Dunlop curve. Not able to do it, and it's going to be the Michael Schumacher S's next, and then definitely not going to go too wide through here because that wouldn't be the best of ideas.
No, not at all. But I think they're going to plan themselves out. They've actually come alongside a battle here. Mark Eckelman and Mike Young, as now they're interrupting this battle for position in GT. That's actually allowing Mike Young to get away. As they're just looking through, almost a nose from Frederick Rasmussen, but no, better of it, as they're now going to the inside.
Oh, that's very, very
touch,
close.
touch.
Very.
Yeah, they touched just fender to fender just enough to cause the front end to spin just a little bit, but no damage to the two vehicles. Frederick Rasmussen, though, I have to say, though, I felt he probably had to go for it, but looking at it, we have our GTS leaders on pit road right now.
Yes, they are, and that will be the MSP driver's home car just getting away off of pit road right here. There's a couple of GTS cars. There's Team DFTBA, Team RSO also on pit road. I'm just having a quick look back to this prototype fight because we can't really take our eyes off it right now. It's absolutely fantastic. I noticed that Marty Piatella actually doing a relatively different line through the last part of the Mercedes arena, so that isn't actually a mistake, it's just a different line through there, as Frederick Rasmussen tries to close the gap up yet again.
And Lucas Yestak is going to be taking over in the MSP Drivers Home 85 car. That was your leader in the GTS division. His pit stop was, if I can find it, as there's just so many darn cars that my timing and interval screen tends to not want to cooperate. But either way, that Lucas Yestak now piloted car, having taken over from Julian Granastel, will hopefully get back up to the front afterwards through the pit cycle. But yes, for Frederick Rasmussen, though, you've got to bounce back and you've got to recover. They're going to start coming upon more lap traffic shortly, so perhaps Marty Piatella will end up having to close in once again. But that was a great defense from Marty Piatella.
It was a great defense, but that gap is still being reeled in by Frederick Rasmussen right now, so I don't think Marty Piatella is entirely comfortable with the car, as I've said, at least as much as Martin Kroenke was, because Martin Kroenke was absolutely off and away. Marty Piatella not so much, and he comes under threat from Core Sim Racing. Coming down into turn 1, not close enough this time by, but I get the feeling of inevitability about this unless Marty Piatella can pull up an amazing defensive drive.
Looking back to the Twitter right now, of course, we just have a little bit of a quiz here. Actually, for all of you, the Digital Race Engineer is putting on a little thing here. It's just a quiz time. How many have used the DRE as of now? The closest 3 people will receive a pro license each of the Digital Race Engineer. Reply on hashtag IRNEO. So my presumption is, how many people have actually used the DRE system? I don't necessarily have an idea myself. Not being really a racing driver anymore, I'm a little bit out of old hat as far as actual sim racing goes, which is typically how that goes. But you can put in your answers to hashtag IRNEO. Maybe you could pick yourself up a very nifty bit of software that I can tell you is probably very, very helpful in developing not just how to drive these cars, but what adjustments to make for these cars and when to do what you need to do. Because Connery, I think a lot of drivers could certainly use here in the Neo Endurance Series. Obviously, we have a team built up. You have a team manager. You have engineers. So we're looking back to the prototype lead, but it's something to always say that perhaps the solo drivers need that little bit of edge.
Yes, it's definitely a very, very useful tool for these teams and drivers to use as we still look at the front of the prototype field. Again, as I said, there's an air of inevitability about this. Frederick Rasmussen absolutely on fire right now, and it's just a matter of time, really. Again, unless Piatella can put up the defensive drive of his life to stop Frederick Rasmussen from getting back through, I have to wonder when kind of considering putting Martin Kroenke back in the car, or maybe giving a shot to Mac Backham, who I believe is in the crew right here for kind of Simsport. He may be making a showing before this race is done. Of course, Mac Backham making a good effort in the iRacing.com Road Pro Series, trying to go for that pro license to get one more co-ender car into the World Championship Grand Prix Series. But it's the Neo Endurance Series that we're currently watching right now as Core Sim Racing again. They're going to have lap traffic ahead. That is Thrustmaster Ivano Racing GT. They close up during Dunlop Curb. Oh, this is going to be absolutely fantastic when these guys go side by side. Oh, it will be. It looks like it's actually a fairly clean bit of road up ahead. It's going to be a while before they get to Ricardo Ferreira in that Radicals car, and then Shinya Machini Sim Racing is well up ahead even further. And just a little bit of an infomercial, not an infomercial, but obviously we're going to keep our eyes on this battle. But some people might ask, well, what is the Digital Race Engineer?
Well, it's an audio system with built-in awareness. It monitors your racing, it monitors your surrounding conditions, and it uses all that. Kind of gives you a virtual crew chief. It gives you all sorts of data and information, just like a real-world engineer. And obviously, you're in full control of driving, and it's very good. It's kind of a voice attack sort of thing. Over 170 different commands, 20 different types of feedback here on iRacing. And it really helps. It dials in your pit adjustments. It listens listens to what you're saying, so you can tell what to put on screen and all sorts of other various things. But it's an important aspect, like I said, for the solo engineer or for the solo racing driver. Perhaps maybe not the most acclimatized to building setups. Perhaps you're in a Formula Renault car trying to get sorted out and welcomed into the iRacing service. Perhaps you're an aspiring brand spanking new GT3 driver that you want to see, what you can do. Well, I have a feeling that digital race engineer would be very helpful very helpful for certain. And I can definitely say that I can see its uses as Connery. I think having something like that probably be very helpful.
It would be very, very helpful. As you say, especially if for a solo driver, you perhaps don't have the people around you to try and make those decisions, trying to bounce ideas back and forth. It can be very, very helpful, especially in that case. And it's fantastic that iRacing provides a development kit for developers to try and make these bits of software, like the digital race engineer. It is absolutely fantastic, and it gives a great benefit to the community as we still watch these two prototypes try and go at it right here. And Frederick Rasmussen will not make a move coming down to the screen as we see car going off right there. That was the MSP Drivers Home number 83 car there. Very, very close to collecting the two prototypes right there. But I just want to go right back to Twitter as we see Porky Racing tweeting out, seems like we're not the only unlucky ones in the race. Nonetheless, we can say that we passed Coanda Simsport IR Neo.
Right? Yeah, that may have been due to the fact that their engine completely grenaded itself, but it still counts. Certainly for Torque Freak Racing, not the day they wanted, so it's good to see that they're still in at least good spirits. We've had a penalty, one of our first. We've had about 3 warnings. One was carried over from the last round. We had 2 warnings, one for unjustifiable risk, one for a safe warning, or a safe rejoin. Now we've had our first penalty. It is for the number 15, it's actually the number 11 car. That would be let me see, I can get it. Oh, wait, the number 27 car. It's the 11th penalty of the day. I see, the 11th notable action of the day. And if you want to also follow along with live protest outcome and penalties, that is on the live.neo-endurance thing. That's the JCL Sim Racing prototype for avoidable contact on lap 78, so they'll have to come in for a 15-second stop and hold penalty, as looking at Marty Piatella and Frederick Rasmussen continuing their battle. Connery, it's actually been a relatively clean race, to say it a little bit. If this is our first penalty with only 2.5 hours of racing done, that's not a bad thing at all.
Yeah, we usually have more penalties than that by now, so it's been a very, very clean race indeed, as we see your prototype leaders dealing with a little bit of traffic. I believe that was the Phoenix Motorsports GT1 Corvette right there. They're just going to get through on. Of course, Sim Racing have to get a good exit here, maybe just to make a move down into turn 1, but I get the feeling that, again, I said this before, the Earth's kind of look like they were running a little bit lower downforce in that car. They seem to be very, very good on the straights, even though, of course, Sim Racing have the draft. Again, Frederick Rasmussen showing the nose. He really, really wants to taunt Marty Piatella into a mistake so he can slip that Core Sim Racing prototype through.
Well, I think he still has one strategy left to try, and that is if he just flashes his headlights, Marty Piatella will see this and immediately pull off the track and come to a complete stop. At least I think that's what happens from watching previous races when you start flashing your headlights. At least I'm pretty confident that that's what that implies.
Yeah, it's like multiclass drivers speak for "I'm definitely faster, I must be entitled to this position."
Sure. I mean, well, it does have its places. As actually, Frederick Rasmussen might have looked to nip the outside, but that wasn't going to work with that Corvette there. There is the headlights. As the IRDK assault car. The headlights do have their purpose, obviously. Just kind of a heads up, a general alert. Hey, warning, like I'm coming up. But when you're fighting for position, some people, Some people just, I think I remember one instance when they actually binded the key to turn your headlights on to the throttle. So every time you hit the throttle, the flashlight, the headlights were flashing. So yeah, that was a wonderful time. But Connery, just continue following along with this battle here for position number 1. Frederick Rasmussen still just nipping close.
Yeah, he is very, very close. Again, he's the closest he ever have been on this straight here. Maybe he'll have a dive down towards the inside. He has a little look. He's just showing those. He actually goes for it. Frederick Rasmussen down the inside. 4Kill Sim Racing on VRS Coanda Sim Sport. They may take it too wide through the Mercedes arena. Frederick Rasmussen maybe trying to hang around on the outside. He takes a wide entry though. Here he comes down towards the inside of VRS Coanda Sim Sport now towards this very, very, very tight and twisty section at the end of the Mercedes arena. Frederick Rasmussen very, very desperate, but Coanda Sim Sport still ahead.
Yeah, Marty Piatella, a great fight back as they went past that Radicals Online lapped car. They're now coming to the battle of that we've been following all race long with Team RSO car, though that Mercedes is by itself. Don't know where the Movano car ended up. Perhaps in the pits they've managed to split themselves apart, but they're starting to get into lap traffic once again. And here comes Frederick Rasmussen, perhaps using the RSO car as a pick. Nope, not going to happen there. So that Coanda car is still fairly dominant in that VRS number 1, showing why they are number 1 here as just 0.2 of a second behind. This has been 3 or 4 or 5 laps now. They've been like this, and they're going to be starting to come upon GT traffic in proper. And once they start doing that, that is going to be an exciting part to behold here, as you can't forget your other class leaders. It is still Heisenfeld Core Motorsports in GT, and it is currently in GTS, the MSP Drivers Home 85 car once again.
Yes, Frederick Rasmussen again shows the nose coming down into the chicane. He gets very, very good exit there. Not able to capitalize coming down into the final corner though. They have some traffic ahead. That is Atomic Motorsports number 1 GTS car right there.
A little bit.
Yeah, he did have to lift off the throttle. This may give a golden opportunity to Core Sim Racing. He'll have to go around the outside. That is a very defensive line from Marty Piatella. Frederick Rasmussen tries again to pass down into turn 1. He'll have to hold the inside for this one. This is a better opportunity for Frederick Rasmussen from that Core Sim Racing prototype. At first, they almost make contact. There goes VRS Coanda Sim Sport, narrowly avoiding the wall.
And he manages to rejoin just on the outside. I think he probably lost less than 1 net second. That is an amazing save from Marty Piatella, as we're going to look at a replay of that. The production trailer giving us the live pictures once again as Frederick Rasmussen. It just looked like he was just tracking a little bit out. I think that was Marty Piatella losing the rear. That was Marty losing the rear just a little bit, but Frederick ended up tracking out. But it was Marty had a lot of play in his wheel well before they made the contact. And that was an amazing save from that VRS Coanda Sim Sport car, showing certainly why these guys are the pros. As now Frederick Rasmussen has capitalized on this. 1, 2, 3, 4 GT cars, Connery, are between the Coanda car and the Core Sim Racing car now.
Yes, indeed. And again, as you say, very, very good save from Marty Piatella right there. But as I've said multiple times before, there was an inevitability about that one. Frederick Rasmussen was getting visibly annoyed with the Coanda driver in front of him, just showing the nose, taunting, just trying to find any gap. And then he just absolutely went for it around the outside of turn 1, took it on the inside of the first part of the Mercedes arena, a little bit of contact, and then Core Sim Racing off through to the lead.
So the number 22 car, Frederick Rasmussen, is taking the lead after no less than 2 hours and 33 minutes of racing, 89 laps, and Core Sim Racing now up front with the pole lead on their own bike. Where is the Coanda car? They're not that far behind, I can imagine. There they are. Okay, I had missed them through the pit cycle, through the them going past pit lane. But yes, not that far behind. The gap overall, 2.6 seconds. As now it's up to Frederick Rasmussen to get through the traffic very well, to manage the position, and perhaps maybe now with Connery he can start saving some fuel, because as we've seen, every single time we go through this pit cycle, Coanda stays out longer and longer than the other teams.
Yes, they do, but again, with Core doing this slightly shorter pit strategy than VRS Coanda Sim Sport is doing, they'll be getting the undercut pretty much all the time they come down into the pit stalls right here, because they will be taking tires every single time for these prototype cars. So that may stretch out Core Sim Racing's gap to the front, but I have to be thinking now, Marty Pittella doesn't seem very comfortable, at least compared to Fredrik Rasmussen and Martin Kroenke. Martin Kroenke being in that car for the first couple of stints. Maybe it's the time to swap him out. No offense to Marty Pittella, he is a very, very quick driver indeed, and most of us can only dream of being as fast as him, but he doesn't seem 100% comfortable, so maybe get Martin Kroenke back in the car, or give a chance to Mac Backham.
Or half as fast, and I would be doing fantastic. But yeah, for Marty Pittella, just getting it into key. Now, we've been talking about setups and racing setups. Perhaps this racing setup is better suited to Martin Kroenke or Mac Backham. And Marty Pittella is more or less, of course, he's going to be familiar with the car. Of course, he will have practiced dozens and dozens and dozens of laps in this prototype car at this track with around about the weather that we have here today to practice and practice. So obviously it's not saying that he's unprepared. It's just perhaps the car is a little less cooperative than he would have liked.
Yeah, you could say that, as Core Sim Racing now start to stretch out the gap at the front of your prototype field, and we've been neglecting slightly the battles going on throughout the rest of your field, because that prototype fight has been absolutely fantastic to watch. I'm just looking at the GTS field right now. There's MSP Drivers Home. They're currently still out front. Pure Racing Team GTS, they are in the second place, and Odox Motorsports Samsung, they are actually not too far away from that PRT car, so we may be seeing a fight for second place in your GTS field not too soon.
No, not at all. GTS looking like it's going well, as well as your GT, so we still got good battles all throughout. I will say, though, where we might not have a great on battle is your GT class. Heisenveld Core Motorsports, Niles Couch, is doing absolutely fantastic. He's got a 21-second lead over Torrent Motorsports' Marius Golenbeck, and SimRC.de's Crimson car piloted by Dustin Hickman. You have to go back to SRN Motorsports. Mike Young, number 47 car, in 19th position overall. And also, just a kind of a quick shout out as we look at this SRN battle going on with the GT cars of Pure Racing Team. To give a shout out to everybody at Autosport, to everybody tuning in right now from all over the world, of course. But on top of that, we've got a lovely showing here for you guys here at the Neo Endurance Series. We gotta love any time that you can get cars like this and a class like this together. We love to bring it to as many people as possible. So to everybody at Autosport, a good hello.
Yes, hello everyone at Autosport, and this is the Neo Endurance Series here on iRacing, one of the best endurance series that you can have here on iRacing right now, and that battle between the two prototype cars is one of those things that make this series great.
Well, absolutely, and for those of you who might not be familiar with Autosport, very, very large auto show. Everybody loves it. All sorts of stuff gets announced there. Unlike my auto show here in Syracuse, New York, we'd be lucky if they gave us 4 wheels and a set of brake pads, as actually the SRN car has a little bit of almost a near touch with a Fusion Racing car. The Fusion car had a back wheel out of it. Did he grind into the Armco barrier? I'm not sure. He very well might have, he did. He touched that Armco barrier on the inside of corner number 16. Car seems to be okay, though, as he will continue. But just the Autosport show, obviously, big, and happy to bring it with you guys. But Will Vincent and Paul Smith have been doing the iRacing radio there pretty much all show long, and of course you can always watch and listen back to those guys later. But right now we've got a little bit more pressing things to do, and a far more exciting thing to do, if I don't say so myself, with this GT battle.
Yes, indeed. Also, the battle between Team Chimera and the Pure Racing Team GT car and SRN Motorsports. SRN Motorsports ahead in that 3-car train in your GT field. Mike Young piloting that SRN Motorsports car, Mark Eckelman in that PRT car, and Danny Conlon in that Team Chimera car at the back of the train right now, as we just see Mark Eckelman just run a little bit wide into the gravel. That'll you'll suffer from a momentum loss because of that, but not too much time lost when all is said and done. but this should be pretty exciting if these guys get closer.
It should certainly be, and I just want to look through our GT class. Where is our front-running Corvette after that very explosive exit off entrance into corner number 16 from that Coanda Corvette, which is now retired? Just about where is our front-running Corvette then? You've got Heisenfeld. They're in a Aston Martin. Torrent Aston Martin, Crimson Aston Martin, Movano Aston Martin. You have to go back down to, I almost said SRN Motorsports. Last season they were in a Corvette. They moved over to an Aston. So you have to go all the way back to Gunnar Moore in 23rd position overall, the number 42 Corvette, to find your first Corvette. And Connery, you might say perhaps that's a good showing that the Corvette might need a little bit of love, but really it's just a matter of the tracks and the drivers and whoever's most comfortable. I mean, you got a team of 3 drivers, and 2 of them are more comfortable with the Aston Martin than the Corvette. Why wouldn't you go with the Aston Martin?
Yes, indeed, and the race administrators have done all their best efforts to try and get these cars equal in terms of putting ballast in the car, trying to do something to get these cars more equal, but I wouldn't say that the Corvettes aren't really that far off of the Aston Martins at this stage. We saw the lead Coanda SimSport Corvette. They were absolutely right at the front there. So it may take a special set of hands behind the wheel to make these Corvettes go fast. Yeah,
and like I said, Coanda was doing fantastic beforehand, so we're watching right now the 16 and the 27 now going through as the Gecko Vortex. And JCL Sim Racing, Dennis Garis, having made the maneuver and gone right on by to that JCL car. Of course, JCL having been penalized in that prototype. You see that Acme Racing prototype in the back. It may look clean, but that's just a disguise. Underneath that has been a very incident-ridden car, one for an incident right off the bat before it even got to the start-finish line, and then the other one completely an innocent victim and getting caught up in an incident. So for that Acme Racing car, well, they're still going strong, and we're happy to see them out as Dennis Garis almost got rear-ended by that JCL Sim Racing prototype.
Yep, indeed is. Oh, he's going to get held up again by the lap traffic of the Hellenic Racing right there. Just coming into this very, very slow section. Very, very narrow as well. You can't really go too wide through there as Acme Racing just lets the PRT black car through. But JCL Sim Racing has actually lost a decent amount of time to the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car in front of them because of all that traffic.
Absolutely, just cycling right through. And let's actually see here, before we start our next round of pit stops, which should be coming in the next 5 to 10 minutes, why don't we see Connery, as the Acme car has to back well out and almost lose it, but they kept it together. Why don't we see if we can do a RaceSpotTV fan immersion? Let's see, where do we want to go today? Perhaps to the rear of Patrick Wolf, as he's moving right through, as he's trying to get by. Well, actually, he's lapping the car of Johan Laspinassi, so he's actually not fighting for position. Why don't we see if we can find a GTS battle that we can go alongside with?
We may have to have a little bit of a look for one. There is one, though, that 97 car of Team RSO in that Mercedes car, currently trying to chase down the Atomic Motorsports #1 Audi as they come across the start-finish line right there. Very, very, very congested, actually, coming down into turn 1 ahead of them right there as Atomic Motorsports goes a little bit wide. That's right on board with Team RSO for RaceSpotTV fan immersion.
Oh no, we jinxed him! Oh
no!
Oh no, what have we done? The Team RSO car of Stefan Jan has now looped the car. Connery, what have we done? A little bit of damage to the front right side of that Team RSO car as he gets underway. Oh no! Well, that's not that great. But either way, he recovers the car and he actually managed to keep most of the damage out of the tire barrier. So a good job for Stefan Jan to get that car back and going. That kind of puts us in a little bit of a tough position, though.
It does indeed. I'm just looking back at that incident. Actually, there's absolutely no contact to the back of the Atomic Motorsports car. He did have to brake to just stop running to the back of him, and that just broke traction and just spun him right around into the tire barriers. We're really sorry, Team RSO.
I'm not sorry. We managed to, I'm not sorry. They can't handle the weight of the RaceSpotTV camera inside their car. Then I don't know. Apparently, it's got to do something. I think, because this keeps happening. Like every time we go on board with somebody, they always manage to crash. So I think there's some kind of weight ballast that gets put in their car whenever we switch to the onboard camera. But either way, let's see if perhaps we could look at the Vendevil Sim Racing and Team Chimera cars. They're getting ready to finish up their lap. If we're going to go on board with somebody, let's go with Matty Kaidisoja in that Vendevil Sim Racing car, as they are in full pursuit of that Team Chimera Danny Conlon car, as they're going to work their way through here. You got a long string of GT traffic. You got SRN, Pure Racing Team, Heisenbelt Corps, then Chimera, then Vendevil. Let's go on board with Matty Kaidisoja and see how he tackles this Nurburgring circuit. Kaidisoja will come across the start-finish line with a 1:52.1. That was 1/10 slower than that Danny Conlon car of Team Chimera as they work their way into corner number 1 there. And you can actually see a little bit in the distance that PRT car of Mark Eckelman. He is currently fighting for that same position as well. A little bit further up the track, though, a 1:52.1. So actually, basically the exact same lap times between all three of those Aston Martins, Connery. And as they're looking to get through the SRN Motorsports Aston Martin, it's actually going to be fairly interesting because that PRT car is going to be fighting them for a position.
Actually, I don't think that is for position right there. Actually, it will be after Niels Koch gets around them right here. This will next be for position right here between the PRT GT car and the SRN Motorsports car ahead of them right there. So that could be a fight to keep an eye on, as well as the fight between Team Chimera and Vendevil Sim Racing right behind as well. Maybe these two battles are in the same shot.
No, absolutely. And if you're that Mark Eckelman car there, I mean, if you're Mike Young, you had to let Niles Coach go, that Core Motorsports car go. He's the leader. Obviously, he's faster. This isn't like a situation where you just let somebody go for politeness sake. but he had to try and do it and not compromise his speed, which he has done. Mark Eckelman, is he going to go to the inside in the chicane? Are we going to see it for the first time? No, we are not, because that is definitely the smarter move to make, but a good counter, though, on the inside, perhaps into 16? No. Mike Young is going to continue to hold that. He'll have the prime route for acceleration on the outside of corner number 16 as they go across the start-finish line once again. You have now 19th, 20th, 21, and 22nd position, all fighting with one another. And as that is just going to be an exciting view. All four of them are Aston Martins, though, so they should be fairly evenly balanced.
Yes, they should well be, as we have this fantastic fight with so many cars. We have 4 cars all fighting for the same positions. This is almost 3 hours into this race, so we're almost halfway through this 6 hours of the Nurburgring here in the Neo Endurance Series. We just saw Danny Conlon just get very close to the back of that Pure Racing Team GT car. This field is closing up very, very nicely here, Cam.
Yeah, says Mike Young pursuing through now. It's a bit difficult when you've got a train this far. You know, if you make a single mistake, you're going to go from 19th down to 22nd, and that is no good. So a lot of pressure getting put on that SRN Motorsports car, sponsored, of course, by DailySportsCar.com. If you don't go to DailySportsCar.com, I don't know what's wrong with you, because this is it's actually a great resource. Oh, wait, no, there's the symbol. PRT car has started flashing its headlights. Clearly, Connery, that means that number 47 car needs to get out of the way.
Yep, and that definitely means he's entitled to that position, right? I think we've
clearly
made this comment multiple times during this race. But
that's the red carpet.
Yes, as we see some prototype traffic actually going through on them. Now is Ricardo Chivion in that team at GT HPD, the number 21 prototype. They're going to make their way through on these this train of GT cars right now as they come up to the braking zone. For the chicane, Team GT have to be very, very patient here. There's no point in taking it too wide with lap traffic coming through the chicane. That can end very, very messily if you get it wrong.
It could be that Team GT HPD, though, has managed to slice their way through this fairly cleanly, actually. Managed to aim it right between the 4 cars, and now is going to have the next 2 consulted in a way before on the entry to 1. Oh, actually, maybe not. I think Mike Young might have his turn compromised. That is exactly what is going to happen. That might allow Mark Eckelman to counter, and it actually has allowed Conlon and Kaidi Soja to catch right on back up. So now you've got your 4 Aston Martins all back together once again through the Mercedes arena here. An absolutely spectacular run here, as I almost just wonder if we could perhaps get the rear camera from Mike Young and just watch how Mark Eckelman, how close Eckelman has been getting. He's really nipping at the rear exhausts and that diffuser of the SRN Motorsports Aston Martin. You can just see how close he is getting. Those headlights, those quadruple headlights shining brightly into our camera as we're driving down right now through towards the Dunlop curve right now. And Connery, it's so difficult to try to plan these attacks out, especially at this Nurburgring sequence of corners here. But I almost think Eckelman gets a great exit heading towards the chicane, but will he attempt to end up just trying to take it too wide in the chicane?
He may well have to, but that is a very, very, very risky move to do that. So I don't think he'll want to be doing that at this stage in the race. We're coming up to about halfway through this race right now. I think it's a bit too early to be doing desperate moves like that as they get around the GTS traffic. There's Stefan Mulgisar in that Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car. Danny Conlon and Team Chimera just going to get held up a little bit behind the Thrustmaster Movano car as they come through the final corner. Yeah, look at that. He's right on the bumper, just getting held up. This may give an opportunity to Vendaval Sim Racing.
It could. Both those Aston Martins moving to the inside as Kaidi Soya is moving to the inside. It looks like he might have that position on Danny Conlon. No fight from Conlon. It's actually Eckelman is now on the inside of Mike Young, which will become the outside going through the Mercedes arena. That number 47 Aston Martin proceeding to have a good exit. Oh, Mark Eckelman will have to give that one up or risk losing the rear end, which is so easy to do in this arena section. And Connery, you've got Frederick Evers in that Friction Sim Sport. What do you think he's going to be making of this?
He just has to hope that all the lap traffic is compliant with him, really. He can't really force the issue. I mean, the cars ahead of him are entitled to take the racing line, so he has to make his own way around. So it requires respect from both lapped traffic and the car lapping the traffic to make sure everything is done safely as he gets past Matti Kadisoja and Vendeval Sim Racing car just before the braking zone of the Dunlop curve. He has Erkelman and Mike Young ahead of him to try and get past now. He might have to take it too wide with the PRT GT car coming through the Schumacher S's. But the Pure Racing team will pull out of that before the entry to the corners. He almost finds a way, tries to find a way through that Friction SimSport car. He does manage to find a way through, but he has spread out this battle just a little bit. There's another prototype car of Ben Tusting in that Team Chimera number 24 prototype. He's also trying to come through as he almost runs into the back of Vendeval Sim Racing right there. Maybe he'll be able to get Pure Racing team as well coming down into the chicane. Heads up driving here, boys. Don't make it very, very messy right now as Pure Racing team brakes a little bit earlier. Just lets that Team Chimera car through.
Yeah, Ben Tusting, obviously he's no Jack Heathley, but that does not mean he is slow at all. He is a very quick prototype driver, and he is going to be showing that right now as he is pursuing that Friction SimSport car. That is for position. That Friction SimSport car is in third, whereas that Chimera car is in fourth. So Ben Tusting, much more, I won't say much more patient. Yeah, here goes Vendeval on the inside. Matti Kadisoja is coming to the inside. Oh, they almost made contact. Eckelman, though, keeping on it. He's actually forcing the Matti Kadisoja piloted car to stick to the outside line. That is not the preferred line through the arena. Mark Eckelman almost losing it. He's drifting the car. I don't necessarily think that that's the best of decisions, but he's gathered it back up, Connery.
Yeah, and he's going to come under threat here if he's not careful by the Team Chimera number 24 car piloted by Danny Conlon right there. So this is now turned into a 3-car fight right here because SRAM Motorsports has managed to get away a little bit right here. He's just getting past some lap traffic in that Core Sim Racing GTS car. They've been running relatively well near around the mid-pack of the GTS field, but as they come down through the Dunlop curve now, the GT train that we have going on right here, Mark Eckelman in that Pure Racing Team GT just locked up a little bit coming into the Dunlop curve. Doesn't seem to be affecting him too much as they come out through the Schumacher S's.
Yeah, and it was just 1, 2, 3 cars there. The fourth one has managed to split. Mike Young, he's got a reprieve because of that traffic. He's got a little bit of a gap. That SRN Motorsports car is able to just get a little bit of that gap. So it's now Vendeval in charge of a 3-car pack as they go past Juha-Pekka Lamy in that Core Sim Racing GTS effort. That is another Audi, and of course, blazoned properly on it is the RaceSpot logo. Connery, I think that's good, at least for 5/10 a lap, having that RaceSpot logo on your car. Is actually the Matti Kadisoja, all that fighting he did is now coming into the pits.
Yeah, man, it's around about that time for your GT cars to come down into the pits. They usually pit around about the hour mark. We have 3 hours and 3 minutes remaining, so the pit window is well and truly open right here as they just get past Juha-Pekka Lamy right there, and there's also a prototype trying to squeeze through on the inside. That is PRT Black there in the number 12 prototype, just making room, and there's PRT, the other PRT car, the PRT GT car, just getting on the curb, getting the back end out wildly. Now he's going to come under threat from Team Chimera, Danny Conlon in that number 54 Aston Martin. Danny Conlon hasn't really been that much of a factor in this fight, but maybe he can make something of it now as they come up down towards the pit window. Looking back towards the front though in your prototype division, it is Core Sim Racing still leading that one, and VRS Coanda SimSport are 8.7 seconds behind, and considering they were in front at the second set of pit stops, I should say, then that is a lot of time lost there by that number 1 prototype machine. Looking back though to this fight between the number 69 Pure Racing Team GT car and the number 54 Team Chimera car piloted by Danny Conlon right here. As he comes through the left hand and just gets it a tiny bit wrong, but doesn't matter, doesn't lose too much time. As they come through the dust now on the run down towards the final chicane here at the Nurburgring GP circuit is around about the time for your GT class to come in down pit road, try and get some tires and fuel. Let's see if any of your cars come down pit road this time by. It doesn't look like PRT or Team Chimera are going to come down pit road this time by. Speaking of pitting, though, it is JCL Sim Racing in that number 27 prototype. He's going to come down pit road. He's going to lock it out just before the yellow cones right there, which denote the pit road speed beginning. So you have to get down to pit road speed before those cones, otherwise you risk getting a stop and go penalty applied to your pit stop. There's Pure Racing Team LMP Black onto pit road as well right there. So your prototypes and your GT cars are coming down pit road at this stage in the race. At the 3-hour mark, we are almost halfway through the race right now. We have about a minute until that happens. Is anyone else going to come down pit road? There's SimRC.de Crimson. He's going to miss pit road this time by. Team Chimera, Ben Tusting, number 24 car, he's going to miss pit road as well. So a couple of your drivers coming down pit road for their stops right here, just getting tires and fuel for both of these prototype and GT categories right now.
And hold on a second here. It helps from the microphone is in front of one's face as that commentary 101. Either way, though, it's just been good battle after good battle here, and it actually looking at Kadi Soya as the 64 and the 42 car. As hopefully that's not what I was just about. Oh, that is! Yay! All right. As Matty Kadi Soya is actually looking to the outside, lapping these two cars. No, he's not actually. This is for position after Kadi Soya's pit stop. So he's behind a pair of Corvettes. And just as we were watching the Aston Martins, Connery, it's a pair of Corvettes as they are fighting very hard for the leading Corvette.
Yes, they are. John Hall piloting that Phoenix Motorsports Corvette, and Gunnar Moore in that IRDK Assault Racing Corvette, as well as we see Team GT HPD just get through on some lap traffic right there. There's JCL Sim Racing prototype as well. So these guys have to be relatively careful right here not to get into some silly incident with traffic right now. There goes Team GT HPD through on IRDK. He's going to get through on Phoenix Motorsports as well. There goes JCL Sim Racing through as well. So the GT cars are being very, very courteous with the prototype traffic right here, just letting them have the inside line. As you see, Phoenix Motorsports getting very, very slow through the Schumacher S's right there. Loses a couple of tenths. That means the gap between themselves and IRDK have come down a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fair thing to say that these guys are being very respectful of the prototype cars. As here goes Phoenix Motorsports, John Hall onto the inside. John Hall, an extraordinary pilot when it comes to the Ford GT and GT3 cars, but here he is in a GT1 Corvette, the C6R, which I was correct on. Actually, a great stop from Gunnar Moore, but actually, well, John Hall is going to kind of take us out of this battle here. He's going to go into the pits. He's going to accelerate. As you see, you got to get hard on the acceleration. There you go. Brake. All right, now he is on pit lane now. So John Hall getting his pit service time. Well, it is about that time here. 3 hours flat here in the Neo Endurance Series. We have officially reached halfway.
Yes, we have, as the battle continues between Vendaval Sim Racing and IRDK Assault Racing, actually. They are both on the same lap. They are both almost on the same piece of track right there as they come through the last part of Mercedes Arena. But that Aston Martin is just going to pull away a little bit here. I don't think IRDK have that much left in the proverbial tank to try and go chasing after this one. Perhaps not much in the literal tank, as they I don't believe they have made their stop just yet.
No, pit lane getting very busy very quickly as Gecko Vortex Sim Racing's Dennis Grease comes in. Niles Couch brings his Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car in from the GT lead. Core Sim Racing's Frederick Rasmussen from the lead will be coming in. He managed to get a 6-second lead over Coanda. So Frederick Rasmussen is in the pit lane right now, as well as a swarm of others. John Hall is now exiting. He is going to stay in for another spin. Phil Blythe has quartered his car in. He's going to have a tough time exiting. Neil Andrews in that Fusion car also coming in. The Core Sim Racing GTS car is also in, as Isaac Price is climbing back into his automobile as they are going to be doing another shift here. This is going going to be Frederick Rasmussen. He did, I believe it was 2 full stints. Yep, he did 2 full stints. Isaac did at least, let's see, 2 full stints or 1. I believe he did 1 stint. So Isaac Price did 1 stint. Frederick Rasmussen did 2 stints. And now Isaac is back in that car as the rest of the cars are now starting to pull away. Now Gecko Vortex, Joel Guez is taking over for Dennis Garis once again. So Connery, pit stops in full effect, and unlike Coanda here, it looks like Core Sim Racing is pitting when they can.
Yes, they are. Since what we've seen in the past couple of pit stop cycles, they've been able to go a lap or 2 longer than the rest of the competitors on the fuel right there. As we actually see Isaac Price just blip the throttle a couple of times coming through the Mercedes arena right there. That is quite unusual. But looking at Twitter, though, we have a tweet from Team RSO that we went on board with, and then they crashed, basically. They say, "Why do you drink this? RaceSpotTV, we'll send you the bill." So here you go, get the white out.
Yeah, just get the check out. It wouldn't be the first time. I think we had a Gathering of Tweakers event where it happened 5 times to Will. Poor Will Vincent. But either way, the cars now throwing themselves through this Nurburgring circuit. And Connery, I have to say, looking at the live protest sheet, which of course is available on the live.neo-endurance.com page, it seems that we still have not had, as we look once again to the 47 and the 32, the SRN car and the Van Devel car, as they're trying to get around Lucas Yestock, your leader in GTS. We still have not had really many penalties, though we're starting to get warnings for track limits.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one. The race admins here are relatively strict about the track limits here, as we see Vendaval Sim Racing just close up right to the back of SRN Motorsports right there just before the last chicane. But yeah, as I was saying, the admins are relatively strict about track limits here. First you get a warning, and then you risk potential penalty if you do it excessively. I believe it's defined as unnecessary risk in the rulebook, I believe.
Well, there can be an unnecessary risk, being like diving in on somebody or bludgeoning your way around the corner without contact, where everything worked out, but there was a fairly significant chance of it not working out. That would be unnecessary risk. Whereas, Phil Blythe, oh no, what has happened to the front end of that Acme Racing car? They were just in the pits. So on his outlap, something has happened to Phil Blythe's number 19. This is probably one of the worst times that they've had in this prototype car. Very unfortunate to see that car crinkled up.
Yes, it is. They had that unfortunate incident actually before the green flag right here in this 6-hour race, and things just keep going from bad to worse for Acme Racing right now. They have not had a very good day at the office right now, as we try and just find out what
happened
exactly
like 4 laps ago.
Yeah, it must have happened quite a while ago. So again, damage to that Acme Racing car. They're not having a great day at all.
No, Marty Piatella, though, bringing his number 1 prototype car, parking it right behind our brand spanking new pace car, our official first series race car, the iRacing.com car, as the 32 has now fully passed the 47. Looking towards Marty Piatella, though, he is now getting in his service, as actually I believe that battle that we were just talking about is now rumbling right on by the pit straight right now. But for everybody else that is coming into the pit, Stefan Seitwager is going out for another stint in the SimRC.de Iris car, as Marty Piatella, it appears that he is staying in. They would have initiated the driver change if not, so that means that he is going to be going out for a double stint, I would imagine, as yep. So Marty Piatella is out and away for yet another pit stop, as lovely pictures of that car sitting in pit lane here, as his pit stop, 50.3 seconds. Was Core Sim Racing's, well, Coanda's 45.2, so 5 seconds less than Core Sim Racing. And where is Core Sim Racing compared to Coanda right now on the track?
They are just, I believe they are coming up to this left and right here. So this is before the Dunlop curve, actually. So they are about 5 seconds ahead. Does that count?
Yeah, about 5.3 on the timing screens. Isaac Price is ahead of Marty Piatella. So, but now here's an interesting aspect here. You've got Isaac Price now. So now it's Isaac Price versus Marty Piatella, where before it was Isaac Price versus the Martin Kroenke piloted Coanda car. So now it's 2 different drivers once again fighting.
Yes, it is. I'm just looking at the lap time difference between the two core sim racing prototype drivers. It looks like Isaac Price is actually a little bit faster, at least starting off.
Track. Any little technical difficulties? I have to say though, Connery, it's not like the things that we've had beforehand. But overall, though, I think we're going to end up having to just take a quick little commercial break, just get things all back and sorted here. I guess it's not a bad time to do it. Of course, you're watching the 6 hours of Neo Endurance Racing here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. We'll get back to you in a few moments' time.
PJ Sturgis here, driver of the number 57 NEMA Light Car and number 57 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series Ford Fusion here at Thompson Speedway for the World Series weekend. It's one of the biggest races of the year for us here, so looking forward to the feature tomorrow. I'll be starting 12th on the grid after winning the last race in our series, so definitely looking forward to it. Had a good car today and looking to improve on it for tomorrow. Last night and the night before I was on iRacing trying some SK Modifieds here at Thompson. No, it's a much heavier car. It reacts a lot slower than one of these NEMA Midgets does, but I was at least able to get my feet wet in the track and find a few different lines that I liked running here. The laps going around and getting into a rhythm in my head before going out today, so it definitely helps you get warmed up and helps get your head in the right place is what I tell people. So I started actually racing up at Londonderry Speedway in New Hampshire, racing quarter midgets for a couple of years back in 1996, and then started in 1998 over here at Little T Speedway, just off of turns 3 and 4. It's at racing quarter midgets, and moved up to full-size midgets now. So it's been a part of my life ever since I was 6 years old. I've known Kevin for a while when he raced the modifieds. I'm a huge modified fan, so I always followed those guys around to the races and helped him direct him towards this series. He was always looking for something else to race, and kind of got him over here now. Still coming around to it, but yeah, it's cool racing another iRacing staff member. So I wonder if they give you those I Let You Win awards here in real life. We got to get one of those sometime.
The challenges that the midget presents is first is aero. With the modified, we don't really deal with aero. It's just mechanical grip. And this, you got a huge wing on it, and the car weighs 1,200 pounds. Does some weird things to the car that you got to get used to. It's just totally unique from anything I've raced.
This was my third year in the Peak Series, and I had 2 years in the World Championship Grand Prix Series before that. Some of the drivers there in the Peak Antifreeze Series are just top-notch guys that I kind of figure out who's good at what. I think I find myself to be a little bit better qualifier than I am a racer sometimes on roads, so I've been the kind of the qualifying guy to start it. Put the other guy, William Levesque, in to finish the race because he has very good race pace, and actually my brother Jake is also my teammate on there, so it's kind of the pressure of being able to perform for your team. You don't want to be the one who screws it up and crashes the car in the first hour of the race, of course. So looking forward to Nurburgring to try to see what we can do in the points in there, but if not, definitely looking forward to next year.
It was more than impressive, I have to say. I mean, the track is identical to the real track. I was blown away how realistic it is. Every little bump, every little spray paint, everything is exactly like you were there at the track. It was a great experience. This is a warm-up lap now. Tires to get warmed up. The engine. Breathe a little bit here when you go through that little bump there. And then it's flat pretty much all the way through here, just about. Hard braking. This is the slowest part of the track. And then I've done, I did many races in Formula 3, Formula 2. And then I did the very last race they did there in Group C in 1983 in the 956 Porsche. That's when Beloff got the lap record at the 6:11. I think I was second on the grid with the 6:14 or something, which was, I mean, those cars were awesome around there, of course, like any car is, that speed. And this is the corner of all corners here, the Schwedenkreuz. Flat all the way into it. And then trail brake all the way into the apex here. And then hard at it again to get good speed down the hill here. Mega fast down this hill here. Just jump from one apex to the next. Gotta be super precise here. I mean, it's almost exactly like the real thing. So, I mean, it is certainly realistic enough to get past the very, a lot of the initial hurdles you have when you try to learn to drive a race car, So, I mean, I think it's an excellent tool to learn how to race for sure, or learn to drive a car on a racetrack.
Welcome back to the Neo Endurance Series. We had a little bit of an extended halftime break, as it would be, as of course everybody is now rocked and ready to go here on the Neo Endurance Series, having had 0 issues on the server so far, so that is obviously the big plus. It's just on our end, so we've got that all sorted out. We've got everything hooked up. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Neo Endurance Series. Myself, Cameron Walsh, Connery Maddock, Hugo Louis, and joined by Joris Thielen. But before we get to that, though, I have to say, Connery, we weren't expecting a little halftime show, but it did give us time to preview all the things that are coming down the pipeline on the iRacing service.
Yes, indeed it did, and one of the big things, perhaps not really related to road racing, is the Dirt feature that's going to be coming out not too soon. I think I heard from Steve Myers that they're going to put it in alpha testing in around about a week's time, so that would be fantastic. Also, we have the new Porsches coming as well, the Porsche 911, the GT Cup, and the perhaps, I know it's not officially announced, but maybe the 919 prototype as well, so that'll be interesting. As you see, that Phoenix Motorsports car, has just gone for a little bit of a spin. Sorry to say that it's your car, you're stealing, but John Hall's just had a little bit of a spin in the final corner.
Yeah, it can happen. They were battling quite hard with Gunnar Moore there, and it's for the lead in the Corvette class, so it's always good to see some action there.
In the Corvette section of the GT class, let's be real here. But no, I mean, you guys are the Corvette, Joris. People either love it or they really don't. You guys are one of, I think, 3 or 4 Corvettes total in the Neo Endurance Series. Coanda has grenaded their engine. How do you think your guys' engine's doing?
I think we shifted a bit earlier than those guys did, or we didn't shift that aggressively down into the hairpins and so on. So I think we are safe on that part. We're not just up to pace. That's our problem at the moment.
A little down on pace, but if you actually broke down the lap times themselves, the Corvette does seem to be fairly competitive with the Aston Martin times-wise. So overall, it's kind of been a really big challenge to balance these things out. Obviously, you guys are doing fairly well here at the Nurburgring. Your car being in the well, actually, you guys being well back in the 11th position. So with the rest being with the Aston Martins. But do you think maybe at Spa or even Le Mans, your guys are going to have even a fighting chance against these Aston Martins?
It's difficult to predict. I think Le Mans might be possible because the Corvette is a bit better on top speed, but it's slower in the corners, and it's also more difficult to get the power down and to keep the mid corner speed up. I think those two are the most problematic parts of the car at the moment, especially on these kind of tracks where it's like always you're turning and twisting around some kind of slower or medium speed band, and that's where we're losing our time on actually throughout the whole corner.
Well, you guys have been doing fairly well. As far as a points standing, you guys in the Phoenix Motorsports are sitting in the Grand Touring back down in the 8th position out of the 18 registered Grand Touring cars. You've had a pretty fair races at Sebring, Coda, and Motegi. You're having a fairly okay one here at the Nurburgring, but if anybody has a slip, obviously that'll push you guys up and ahead up one. But for the plan overall, though, hopefully they can sort some things out. How have your drivers been doing? John Hall and Jonathan Fuller have been doing well, certainly, and of course yourself having already been out there today.
Yeah, we've been doing good. We're just trying to keep it simple and steady. I think we had a few hairy moments though, but we managed to escape. I don't know what we can do extra. We just do our race. We try to stay out of trouble and try to pick up spots, because pure on pace it's not possible to catch the guys in front of us, except maybe for IRTK Assault Racing, which are about the same pace as we have at the moment.
Yes, and so of course you've been out there, so I got to ask you, how is the multi-class aspect of this working? You were out well after all of the cars had been starting to lap one another. So what's it like out there with the prototypes and the GTS cars here on this Nurburgring circuit?
For the prototypes, it's quite straightforward, because those cars are so much faster in the corner. They can really outbrake you and take the corner, even on the outside in some corners if necessary. For the GT3s, it's a bit more difficult, because those guys are just a bit slower on top speed, just a bit slower on medium, on mid-corner speeds, but they can brake much later than we can. So it's very difficult to outbrake those guys, and we need some cooperation if we try to get ahead of them into a corner.
Yeah, so your Corvette effort doing fairly well. The car looks great as always, still working very well. About to go yet another lap down, though, from Kay Kashubi's, well, actually it's Niles Couch piloted Heisenfeld Core Motorsports cars. So before we let you get back to the engineering box, anything you'd like to say or give a shout out to?
Yeah, of course, both of our Johns, who are doing a good job at the moment. Also our race engineer, George Buchan. He's trying to calculate all the stuff while we are doing the wheel part. And also our painter, which is Sim Design.
Well, Joris, thank you so much for hopping in with us today here in the RaceSpot TV broadcast booth. You're the first one today after 3 hours. Jeez. It's almost like people were afraid we'd bite, but either way, wish you the best of luck in that beautifully painted Phoenix Motorsports Corvette, and we'll catch you later, all right?
Yeah, see you later.
Okay, squaring away back here. We've had a little bit of a halftime. We've had a great interview here. Let's take a look at our leader, Isaac Price, as he just did probably one of the most frightening maneuvers I think I've seen yet. He split 3 wide between a lapped prototype car, Stefan Muljahar in that Thrustmaster Movano car, and now he's gone past the Hellenic Racing car. So Isaac Price is making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up here with his decisions to squeeze that car through. But Connery, Isaac Price is your leader. Quantum Sport is in pursuit. 9 seconds now, though. So Core is faster.
Yes, they are at this stage in the race, and that is a difference to what we saw at the start of the race, where VRS Quantum Simsport were out and away the fastest car on track, with Martin Kroenke behind the wheel. But since Martin Kroenke hasn't been in that car, VRS Quantum Simsport haven't really been there with Core Sim Racing right here. It's Core Sim Racing, that gap was 10 seconds last time they came across the stripe as well. So Core Sim Racing looking very, very, very good right here. We have Thrustmaster Rovano Racing HPD there in the 3rd place. Then that's followed by Friction Room Simsport as they get around a lap traffic here. And we also have Team Chimera. They will be in the 5th position in prototypes.
Yes, and so just why don't we go look at the overall the racing positions and see if we can get the big old overlay up on the left-hand side here to show us exactly who sits where. But right now it's as Connery was saying, Core Sim Racing in front, VRS Quantum Sport in the 2nd position, Thrustmaster Movano in 3rd, Friction in 4th, Chimera in 5th. PRT's Black Effort is in 6th. That's your last car on the lead lap right now. Team GT's HBD is the first car 1 lap down in 7th. Rat Bulls is in 8th. JCL Sim Racing is in 9th. You've got Gecko Vortex then. You've got Reactive, then Fusion, then Speed Asylum. And that's your top 13 in the prototype field. Not that far behind. In 14th in the prototype division is Acme Racing. Mark Schindel is piloting that right now. But that has been a very, tough day for that Acme Racing. Heisenfeld Core Motorsports is currently your leader in the GT division, as he has been running a fairly great race with his co-driver Kay Kashubi. Torrent Motorsports, though, following in second. SimRC.de as well. As just looking at the gap between Core Motorsports and the rest of the field, it's about 30 seconds on track. As looking down to fourth position, Anders Dahl in the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT. SimRC, Iris's Stefan Seitwager, Matty Kadisoya, Mark Eckelman in the PRT car, Matty Kadisoya in the Vendevil Sim Racing car, the Team Chimera car of Danny Conlon, the SRN Motorsports car of Daniel Growlty, the HireDK Assault Racing car of Gunnar Moore, Phoenix Motorsports, and then Racing Lions, your top runners in GT. You might be missing the Coanda car. Well, there's a very good reason for that. They detonated the engine. The engine has let go on that Corvette, as well as other retirements as the Radicals Online Asbury Motorsports car, and the Torque Freak Racing car is significantly behind due to damage. Looking at the GTS division, Jonas Wallmeyer is currently leading in the GTS category in his PRT Pure Racing Team Audi. As the Audax Sim Racing, the Audax Motorsport Samsung cars in second, Thrustmaster Movano Racing's in third, MSP Drivers Home 85 is in fourth position, Gathering of Tweakers GTS 99 is in fifth, Team RSO, after their spin courtesy of our camera, is in sixth position. In seventh position is Core Sim Racing, and then a battle between the 34 and the 35, I believe. Well, actually, no, the Team DFTBA is in the pits. That is why they're dropping down the list. As Atomic Motorsport is in 8th, MSP Drivers Home is in 10th, Shinya Machini Sim Racing in 11th, IRDK in 12th, Team GTS, Team GTS is in 13th, Hellenic is in 15th, SimTalk Esport is in 14th, and really the only retirement there has been the Radical Online Pro-Am, and the only retirement in Prototype has been the Mad Cape car. So, Connery, not as many retirements as you would have expected, as there is a black flag out on the track for one of the cars.
Yeah, that was for Juan Lopez. We'll have to try and see what team that driver is a part of right there. That was a black flag, 15-second stop and go penalty for avoidable contact on lap 104, turn 8. I believe that may have been when we were having our technical issues, so I don't think we'll be able to get a replay of that one. Looking to Twitter though, Core Sim Racing tweets out, we're over half time, currently leading in the prototype class with our GTS entry catching P8. At Neo Endurance, hashtag IRNeo.
Yeah, and that is the 32 car. That's the Vendevil Sim Racing car that will have to come in and serve a 15-second stop and hold penalty. So Matty Kadisoya will have to end up coming in. Now, when we say the name of whomever's been black flagged, that is what would be considered the team registrant. So it might not have been Wani Lopez, but it could have been Matty Kadisoya. So they'll have to come in and get their penalty assessed and served. As we look right on through to where we might have some other battles. Just as we've said, this is going to be our second penalty in 3.5 hours. Connery, again, very impressive.
Yeah, the standard of racing that we've seen so far in this race has been absolutely exemplary, and that sort of good behavior is one of the things that makes this series so great. All the drivers are very clean, very fast, and we don't usually have that many incidents, but this one is an outlier in that we haven't really had that many penalties. We've only had around 2 penalties, where usually at this stage in the race we'd have a couple more.
Yes, and perhaps at least 1 or 2 much larger incidents. We did have that Mad Cape Racing incident that was involving the Team GTS car and a couple of others, but other than that massive incident, we really haven't had anything too dramatic, and we want to keep it that way. So if any of the team managers or drivers out there are listening, which if you're a driver you really shouldn't be, I will say certainly don't crash, and if you do, at least make sure that we're on board with you first so we can keep up the idea of this cursed camera. We'll see if we can maybe do an onboard lap with somebody that's chasing somebody else down here, just to get us right back in after our little halftime commercial break, to get us back into the mood of motorsports. We'll see who's starting to come towards the start-finish line as in a fight. Well, we've got the Team RSO car and the Gathering of Tweakers, and actually, no, we don't, because Marco Derricks is bringing his Gathering of Tweakers GTS car in. So, Stefan Jan, well, you are spared once more from the onboard camera, as we'll look to the 64 and the 42 So that is going to be your GT Racing. That's your Phoenix Motorsports and IRDK. So yeah, let's go on board with our Phoenix Motorsports John Hall for a lap on board here in the Nurburgring. It's the Corvette, and of course the throaty noises of this IRDK assault racing car just ahead. Phoenix Motorsports on board. It's a RaceSpotTV fan immersion. Just like that, a lap completed with Phoenix Motorsports John Hall. You saw a couple of it was more like a lap in a little bit as John Hall taking us through here, chasing Gunnar Moore in that IRDK assault car. You did see one car that was stopped on the track early on in that. That was the Movano GT effort. There, Aston Martin was involved in an incident with the Acme Racing prototype. And if we could get a replay, that's great. If not, well, I'll take it. But overall, the idea, the driver of that car, Anders Dahl, got nipped by the driver in the Acme prototype car. And you got a little nip in the bud going through the arena section. And once that happened, the car went broadside. And yeah, just at the beginning of Thrustmaster Movano's last lap. Okay, sweet. So you can see them start coming down into corner number 1 right now. And this is going to happen in the arena section with that white and orange car piloted by Mark Schindel. Mark just getting a little too close for comfort there as they are coming through the arena section. You can see just a nip in the bud to that number 31 car. And once it got nipped, there is no real way to save it. It was broadside. The prototype crashed right into the wheel. Okay, all right. So for oh, you're probably thinking of the wrong Movano car, aren't you? Yeah, it's the number 31 Aston Martin. But either way, looking through here. Oh, Acme. Well, I'm not sure how they did on their last lap. This is the lap before last. But overall, though, Anders Dahl is collected by that Acme Racing prototype, and that is just much too bad for them. But either way, so we'll see if we can get back to live pictures here before we lose too much information. But either way, looking to the front of the pole here, Connery, 12 seconds behind our race leader, Isaac Price, is Core Sim Racing. Well, yeah, 12 seconds ahead of Marty Piatella is Core Sim Racing's Isaac Price. And those two cars are about 50 seconds ahead of Friction Sim Racing.
Yes, as we actually look towards a battle between the 7 of Reactive Sim Racing and number 8 of Fusion Racing right there, as they deal with traffic in this very, very tight and twisty section coming through here. Now on the run down towards Dunlop Curve. Fusion Racing is very, very close. They have to deal with the traffic at Taran Motorsports though. Taran Motorsports will go wide and just let them through. Hellenic Racing not doing that, as he just gets, as Reactive Sim Racing just gets held up a little bit. They have to be very, very careful. You almost a little bit of contact there. That was very, very, very close, and you can't really get all that much closer. Now Fusion Racing is going to get held up a little bit. The gap is stretching out.
Yeah, it is, and this is an interesting battle simply because it involves an almost all turquoise car and almost all green cars. So hey, a little bit of hyper colors here on the RaceSpotTV broadcast as Neil Andrews and Farron Kern are piloting their prototype cars, having a fairly decent day. They're in an 11th and 12th position. That's fairly pretty much at the back of the prototype field, but still good effort. The cars are clean. When you can string together clean races, the speed will come eventually. But just to say, though, Marcus Hamilton is on pit road, and will he be staying in the car? This has been one stint for him, and he has taken over from Frederick Evers on lap 101. It's now lap 128 for Marcus Hamilton. That Friction SimSport car going to be getting its full service. And this is a bit early here, Connery. We're at 3 hours and 41 minutes. And so really you would expect perhaps another 10-15 minutes for the prototype window.
Yeah, perhaps that was actually, yeah, that was a very, very short pit stop there, so I'm not entirely sure what went on there, because your prototypes actually do take tires and fuel at the same time, so they must have
skipped tires.
Did they skip tires? Oh wow, that is an interesting strategy.
Well, they skimped the tires, I believe, and yeah, they have completely skimped tires. This was a fuel-only stop as fast as possible. Perhaps they're setting themselves up. They now know with the data that they have, their racing engineer has put together this strategy. We've seen Friction Racing, SimSport do this before. They're 54 seconds behind Core Sim Racing, your race leader, and they're about 20 seconds ahead of Team Chimera, so why don't you risk it? So they're coming up with an interesting strategy here. We will definitely keep an eye out on Friction SimSport's strategy. I mean, they were in the pits for a grand total of, let's see, their pit stop was 17.4 seconds. So we'll see how long that fuel tank can take them. But very interesting here, Connery.
Yeah, it's a very interesting strategy indeed, and it seems to have come out of the blue here for Friction SimSports. Perhaps they were comfortable enough with the gap behind to maybe try something adventurous like that, but I'm not entirely sure where this will take them, if I'm completely honest.
Now, hopefully it will take them to the checkered flag, which is why they would be taking such a strategy. But I think I see the plan here. They've done this once or twice before, where they like to come up with an interesting strategy and implement them as another car has been assessed a stop and hold penalty for 15 seconds. It was either the 31 or the 19, I believe. Yeah, it was the 19 car of Acme Racing, and fairly understandably so, involved in an incident ending the race of another car, is going to get you a penalty pretty much 100% of the time. So Mark Scheindel is going to have to bring that Acme Racing prototype in for a 15-second stop and hold penalty, and well, I think, Connery, that's fairly well deserved.
Yes, it is, but it pretty much just adds insult to injury for Acme Racing. They have had an absolutely terrible race weekend here at the Nurburgring, and that just adds to their issues. They do come down pit road to serve their stop and hold penalty. They won't be able to get any service done to the car while they have to do this penalty, so if they want to have service done, they'll have to come in again. So yeah, not a great day at the office for Acme Racing.
No, not at all, and that's actually a change from last season. Last season you were able to do your penalty and then do your pit work. Nowadays, no, you can't. So they've got to serve their penalty. They'll hit the 15-second timer, and that should hit 15, and off he goes. So that's definitely not helping out that Acme Racing car. They're 19th or they're 17th position overall, but they are outside of that Mad Cape retirement last, as it were, in the prototype field. Looking to Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, though, that Niles College piloted Aston Martin, they're having, I think, a day of days once again here. They've had an amazing time over the course of this series. They, I believe, they won last round at Motegi, and then finished, I believe, in second or third. So they've been on the podium pretty much every single round so far, and it doesn't look like anything that different is going to be happening here today at the Nurburgring.
No, it does not. Niels Koch currently piloting that Heukensveld Core Motorsports. Aston Martin is going to power up through the Schumacher S's, and yes, they have had an absolutely fantastic season so far. They got that win in Motegi versus the SimSport Corvette. That was a late race pass for the lead of that one when Coanda SimSport went for a rather adventurous strategy with the tyres. They were caught out on all the tyres at the end, and Core Motorsports were able to get past to take that win at Motegi, and it looks like they're on track to do the same here, but again, we still have quite a while in this race left.
Well, we absolutely do here. The official time remaining is 2 hours, 12 minutes, 45 seconds, so plenty of racing action left to go here at the Neo Endurance Series. 6 hours of the Nürburgring presented by the Digital Race Engineer. The Digital Race Engineer is an audio system and a voice attack system that integrates with your iRacing to give you basically a virtual crew chief. It gives you real-time information, listens to your voice through your microphone to display pop-up information onto your racing HUD, as it would be. And with the DRE, you're in full control of what is on your screens, or even in your VR screens, of course, as many drivers are starting to use that Oculus Rift to drive. Many a big fan of that. The DRE has over 170 different commands and 20 different types of feedback for iRacing, and that allows you to dial in your pit stops, decide what pops up, what goes away, and just all sorts of different information. Your water temperature, your low end water temperature, your engaged peak speed limiter, and just many more features. So the Digital Race Engineer, of course, a proud presenter of the 6 hours of Nürburgring here at the Nürburgring. Now, Connery, just looking at it, we keep saying the Nürburgring, yet some people might be a little confused. If for those maybe not so internationally experienced as far as racing circuits go, no, this isn't the Nordschleife. The Nürburgring is its own circuit. It's its own professional circuit, and a very great one at that. The Nürburgring does interface with the Nürburgring. The Nordschleife does interact with the Nürburgring circuit, but they are two very different things.
Yes, they are. As we have a little bit of a look at the battle between 17 and the number 16 car. There's JCL Sim Racing and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. They are relatively close on track together. But yes, as you were saying, no, this isn't the Nordschleife. This is the Nürburgring GP track. If we were running the combined track, we'll come up to the chicane just before the last corner, and then we'd be turning left to go into the Nordschleife.
I'm sorry, we've just had a very big developing information slide across from me. The Team Chimera car is on the pits. The pilot is out. It looks like the car is significantly damaged, as I believe something has happened to that prototype car. Ben Tusting is not going to be a happy customer with that, especially, let me see if we can backtrack and figure out exactly when and where this might be. But Connery, this is a huge change for the Team Chimera car.
Yes, it is, as we start to rewind the tape to try and figure out where they must have collected that damage. They were running relatively well inside the top 5 of your prototype field, and I guess you have the incident there. Cam, take us through it.
All right, well, just looking through here, this happened involving a GTS car, the Atomic Motorsports GTS car. It looks like the Johan Anderson ended up clipping the curbing on the inside, put on the accelerator, and lost the rears. And Ben Tusting really had nowhere to go and no time to really counterattack. So ultimately, though, that GT3 car, once it lost it, there's really nowhere for Ben to go. And that is really put on significant damage onto that prototype car. The Atomic Motorsport car continues, but Team Chimera from third is now retired.
Yeah, and that's really unlucky for that team. There was absolutely nothing Ben Tustin could have done. Not enough time to react, and he couldn't read the turning circle on his prototypes. Is pretty tight, but it isn't that tight. And yeah, just really, really unlucky there.
This is the second race in a row that something like this has happened to Coanda, and it's just, we'll continue to look between the battle between the 27 and the 16, as that is the JCL and the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. But meanwhile, this is just, boy, this is just a very difficult pill for the Chimera team to swallow. We've been doing this for years, for season after season, it seems. There's always one or two races, Connery, where this Chimera car just ends up getting in trouble, sometimes of its own volition, but even more so times where really they're just a victim to this. And that is just, it's unfortunate to be dropped out from third, but just a rough race here at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, it is a very, very rough thing for those guys to have to deal with. As I said, there was nothing Ben Tustin could have done there, and I don't think you could have expected him to have done anything but try and swerve out of the way, but I think that was pretty much inevitable as soon as the Audi got the back end out.
Yeah, and that is racing, I think, to remember. And if something like that could have happened, we're starting to see these GTS cars starting to maybe slip and slide. We're starting to see these GT1 cars slip and slide, so maybe another prototype car could fall victim to this. And if something like that were to happen, I think this is the second time that we've seen a prototype car take on some pretty significant damage without any real problems of its own. We almost had a third with that Gecko Vortex car. Thankfully, though, everything worked out in that instance, but things are starting to get a little bit of cut and razor here at the Nürburgring circuit.
Yes, it is, as we watch the both the GCL Sim Racing and the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing cars just go up through the Michael Schumacher S's. And Gecko Vortex, they have actually been catching, not on the last lap at least, they were around about 3/10 slower last lap, but they've been there and thereabouts, and maybe they can make something of it. They'll have the benefit of the draft coming down into the chicane right here, not going to be close enough to try and make a move. There's going to be some traffic ahead of them, as Danny Conlon in the Team Chimera GT effort, which they've been doing okay. They've been running kind of up there, kind of the mid to top of the pack. So they're basically their only hope in this race right now, after the prototype is now pretty much retired.
Yeah, pretty much indeed. But as that Chimera car just slowly rolls right on down, I think they had some 8 minutes of repair time to get the suspension fixed and sorted, and I think they can replace that the damaged bodywork for the Chimera car. But it's been a bit of a tough day for prototypes, actually. We've only got 4 running on the lead lap right now. That the 4th place one is Patrick Wolf, and he is about to go a lap down from Isaac Price, as Isaac Price is closing in on him. So it's been a barnstormer for Isaac Price in Core Sim Racing, as well as Coanda with Marty Piatella. But at some point, you got to start wondering here when we're going to see perhaps more prototype cars starting to pick up in speed. I think that this is one of those situations where, the Radicals Online car, very, very lucky, almost had a Coanda-like incident there. I mean, everything worked out in the end, everybody's fine, but it just... You're starting to see, Connery, these slides, these little slip and slides from these GT cars, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see somebody else getting involved in something here today.
Yeah, as it comes into these sort of latter half of the race right here, we're just coming up to the last 2 hours around about. This is where the fatigue starts to set in and the aggressiveness starts to go up, because that time is just ticking and ticking down and down, and you've got to make your move pretty soon, otherwise you'll be stuck behind when the checkered flag comes out. I'm just having a little look at Twitter. IRDK Endurance, that's the number 5 GTS effort right here, piloted by Kim Osterby. They tweet that Kim's ending his stint soon, and then Egil will take over in the end, up to P11 now after competitors having issues. Hashtag IRN.
Oh my goodness, we've had our first tweet that says towards the end, and we are really getting towards the end. We are almost done with hour number 4, Connery. Can you believe it? as the Core Sim Racing car doing fairly well. We still got Reactive and Fusion very well, and actually the Sinyo Machimi Sim Racing car might have just inadvertently helped the Fusion Racing car get on by. Neil Andrews looking to possibly go to the outside towards the inside of the chicane. Will he do it? This is probably going to be the first time. Yes, we will. No, actually, Fusion Racing very smartly backs out, sort of. It was sort of a half back out. They allowed enough space for each other. Neil Andrews thinking that discretion's the better part of value for Valor right now, and Fernick Kern actually already trying to break the draft away. And if they're not careful, that Speed Asylum car of Justin Reichison will actually catch up, or are they a lap down? Actually, I'm not quite sure. I think they might be. Yeah, they're separated by 1 lap, so it's the Neil Andrews piloted Fusion and the Fernick Kern Reactive are both 2 laps down. That Speed Asylum is 3 laps down, but good prototype battle right now.
Yes, it is a fantastic battle. Neil Andrews going for a optimistic lunge coming down into the chicane. Manages to back out of that one though before it ends in a very, very messy situation. We've also got the fight between the Gecko Vortex and the JCL Sim Racing cars. Actually, JCL Sim Racing has pulled out quite a gap over the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car right now, so we'll just go back to this fight between the Reactive Sim Racing and Fusion Racing cars as they have to deal with the traffic right there. That is your GTS leader there. MSP Drivers Home number 85 car, Lucas Jetsat behind the wheel of that one, as we may be getting some interviews soon. And remember, if you're a race engineer watching this of one of the teams in this series, feel free to come up to the broadcast booth rating room. We'll give you some microphone time, ask you a few questions. Also, if you're a driver for one of these teams, we will also you'll also be welcome inside the commentary booth as well.
Yeah, Van de Waal is going into the pits right now, that number 32 car. But yes, also, if you're actively driving the car, don't come up here and be interviewed with us. We don't like to do that. It doesn't end well. But either way, we're going to get Neil Heckens here today in the broadcast booth, if we can open the door for him and get him on side here. Now, of course, this is the Racing Lions Corvette. Neil Heckens climbing out after doing a double stint as, all right, I guess I'll get it. There we go. I know how to computers. I'm an IT technician, sure. Anyways, so Neil, you've just got out of the car after that double stint there. How is the Corvette treating you here at the Nurburgring circuit?
Our Corvette is treating us well. Yeah, we lack a bit of space compared to the Aston Martins, but was expected. Early in my first stint, I got a hit at turn 1. Got hit from behind in turn 1, but the Corvette is luckily built like a tank, and it's still going strong.
Yes, and well, as far as Corvettes going strong, the one that really always is the Corvette to beat the Coanda one ended up having an engine go on them on the entrance to quarter number 16. How are you guys stressing out the engine, and would that be a concern for you guys going forward?
No, we are not concerned. I think maybe a little bit now with the rear end hit on the rear end. I'm not sure if that affect our engine, but we just take it easy on downshifts. That's basically it.
Yeah, and just here at the Nürburgring, this is the second time the Neo Endurance Series has been here. I think it's a great circuit. A little bit of kerfluffles between prototype cars and other cars, but we've actually had surprisingly little amount of superly large drama. We just had an incident with the Chimera prototype car that they were taken out with a GTS car, but for the most part, how did your stints go as far as the multi-class traffic goes?
Oh, it worked pretty well. Sometimes it was a bit busy, especially with the leading HPDs coming by or the battling GT3 cars, but overall it was a very fun experience.
Yeah, fun indeed. You can always have fun with that big V8 grunt, especially around a circuit like this. Maybe not the best situated for it, but just looking forward, though, you've got Spa and then you've got Le Mans. How do you guys think your Corvette's going to do there?
Yeah, we always thought the final two races are the ones that we have to take advantage of. Yeah, we just prepare now for, after the race we start preparing for Spa, and after that we already start training for Le Mans with some additional drivers for the 24 hours.
Yeah, we're going to need some additional commentators in here. So the 8 and 7 battle is still going on. The Reactive and Fusion Racing. Fusion having just snaked on by. You've been watching that battle go on as we've been doing this interview. They just did an insane pass, a double GTS pass side by side. It was actually 3 wide, 2 sets at different times. But overall, though, your Corvette, it's going fairly well. We wish you guys the very best. Anybody you would like to give a shout out to or a thanks to before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my teammates Frank and Stefan, especially Stefan. Due to an injury, he was not able to participate today, but he's helping us out as crew chief, so huge thanks to him. And Frank is very, very solid driver, as always. I would also like to mention we are close to 1,000 followers on Twitter, as on twitter.com/neoendurance, and so if we reach, let's say, if we reach 1,000 before the end of the season, we'll do another off-season event. How about that?
Well, we've certainly starting to get into the habit of doing an off-season Neo race, so I would have no problems with it. To say, I don't necessarily know about Hugo, but I would love to do it. But we'll have to see. And of course, just in the bigger picture, Neo very involved. It's probably going to very quickly be just known as simply the biggest sim racing endurance series around. And I think you guys certainly should definitely be proud of that one, especially when we start getting races sponsored by sponsors such as the Digital Engineer.
Yeah, we're very happy with the support from all kinds of corners from sim racing, and we would like to keep that up in the future.
Well, Niall, thank you very much for joining us here in the booth. And I'm sure we'll catch you sometime around, and wish you guys the very best. And hopefully your stint in the race control room will be just as quiet. So, wish you the very best, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you.
As of course, Niall Hawkins of the Racing Lions Corvette team. Connery, it's a good interview. Gotta love it when you have a race organizer passionate enough to where they'll actually drive the cars too.
Yes, indeed it is. And while that interview was happening, we were watching the fight between Fusion Racing, Reactive Sim Racing, and then later Radicals Online as they came out of pit road. Ahead of the Fusion Racing car, then the Fusion Racing car pitted, and now everything has just been, the spanner has been thrown into the works as everyone is pitting now. So, yeah, this will get confusing just for a little bit while the pit cycle runs itself through.
Yes, and just looking overall, the Chimera car is back out. The Core Sim Racing car is in the pit lane, getting its work. But yeah, that Chimera car is 6 laps down. Remarkable effort from the crews to get that car repaired and back in it. Jack Keithley is in it. Egil Sandfield, another one of our Neo Endurance operators, he is in the IRDK now. The Fusion Racing prototype is off and away. Paul Antcliffe in that. Daniel Grauty in the SRM Motorsports pace car, the SRM Motorsports Aston Martin, even, as Frederick Asmussen getting his work. Your leader in GT also in, and as Alexander Valls will get into his car, into that Heisenfeld car. Eric Vidorf staying, and Joris Thielen getting into the Phoenix Motorsports car. So, Connery, pit lane, busy place.
Yes, it is. And Cam's comment about one of the competitors being the pace car, no, that isn't comment about their speed.
Nope, that was me cycling back and forth between the cars, and the pace car happened to be there, and my brain completely worked out that way. But our AI pace car driver guy, he's gotten an upgrade. He's gone from a Ford Mustang to a Roof RT12C, so I can't imagine he'd complain about that.
No, he won't, as we see Joris Thielen now behind the wheel of that Phoenix Motorsports GT1 Corvette right there. He came up for an interview not too long ago, and now he's behind the wheel of that Phoenix Motorsports GT1 car right now as he just comes down through to turn 1. There goes the VRS Coanda SimSport number 1 car, piloted by Marti Piatella. He is currently in the lead of this race, although that isn't really representative because Core Sim Racing has already pitted and they haven't.
Yes, and that just goes to show you how strong they are, that you can pit and still really pretty much retain your lead throughout. Just looking at the overall timing screen, the only car that hasn't really pitted in the prototype field is that VRS Coanda SimSport car. They currently have a 53-second lead, which is going to mean that even if they pitted right now, if they did the exact same pit stop that they did last time, they would end up being probably net 20 seconds behind that Core Sim Racing car. But this is the important part. They are going to be taking on less and less and less fuel. They've only got 2 hours left to go here, so this is going to be pretty much the second to last pit stop here at the Nurburgring, and we'll see just how much that influences their overall speed.
Yes, it will, and them going this long on the fuel might mean that they're, as I said, they're able to take less fuel on the final stint to try and make sure that pit stop is as swift as possible, as we may have an interview right here with Marius Gollenbeck. If we just open the door for Marius, that would be absolutely fantastic. Hello, Marius.
Pits first.
Yes.
Hey, guys.
Hello, and as Coanda dives down into the pit road, Marius, which fine team do you hail from, sir?
I'm driving for Torrent Motorsports GT1.
There we go, Torrent Motorsports GT1. You're running relatively well, I should say, up there. You're currently in a very, very good position right now. You're behind the SimRC.de Crimson right now. It's actually there in the pit, so you're going to gain the position on them. So you're going to be in effective second place when all is said and done as they come through turn 1 right here. So how is Kevin Siggy doing behind the wheel of that car right now?
Yeah, so far I guess Kevin is fine. Race has been relatively uneventful so far. I mean, we've been in third for the majority of the first half, and then I don't know what happened to Coanda, but I've heard they've blown their engine, so that's totally weird to me. I guess I'm really sorry for them, because I was looking for a good fight with them, as we were only 5 seconds behind them. And yeah, since then we're in second, and that's about it.
Yeah, so it's been a relatively quiet race for you guys right here. You haven't really had anyone around you, so you're just lapping some good lap times, just trying to get past some of the traffic. And now we're coming into sort of the late stages of the race right here. We have around just under 2 hours to go. Do you have anything for Huikensveld Core Motorsports, or are you just happy with second right now?
Oh, no way. I don't know what would happen to them. I don't want to even imagine it, but there's no way in hell we're going to catch them today.
Not unless we go on board with them.
No, please don't jinx it. They've been fantastic, at least for the last race and this one. They've just absolutely dominated the field, so I don't want to say well-deserved win yet, but they're definitely on the way to taking that one.
Well, of course, anything can happen during endurance races right here. So, without giving too much of the strategy away, do you know who's going to be in after Kevin Siggy?
Well, it's going to be Kevin again. Usually doing a double stint, so it's either me starting or Kevin starting, and then it's 4 stints for the one and 2 for the other. And yeah, I guess for now it's just, I mean, we've got like 30 seconds to P1 and 40 something to P3, so there's really nothing we can do. I mean, even pace-wise, Core, there's just no chance. The first stint, we've lost everything, and it's already gone from there. So, but there's only one chance to beat those guys really, and that's to stick with them for like the majority of the race, and that's too difficult alone. So, I guess that's just the strategy. There's like 1% chance, to be honest, and we've already missed that after like half an hour. So from then on, it's like maybe second, who knows? But ever since Coanda's gone, it's a sail set for second place.
Yes, it is, and again, it seems like the Aston Martin is very, very dominant here over the Corvettes. I mean, the highest placed Corvette that we had was the Coanda SimSport GT1 effort, which had that unfortunate engine issues coming into the last corner. So Do you think the Aston Martin has much more of an advantage here at perhaps some other tracks?
I'm not quite sure. I think Quana has been on quite the impressive pace for this round. So for the majority of the first two stints, I mean, for the second stint, they overtook us in the pits, and we've lost 5 seconds over the stint, and there's nothing Kevin could really do, I think. So, I mean, they've also been a bit slower than.
Oh,
Core,
sorry,
but
sorry. There, someone actually spins ahead of your car right there. That was the Team GTS Audi right there, just having a little bit of spin through the grass after the chicane. But no harm done. Your car got through fine. Kevin Siggy is still in one piece, so you can continue on with what you were saying.
Yeah, my point is, I mean, the balancing is quite fine in terms of engine power and added weight. But it's more down to how the Corvette treats the tires. I think those guys have been having quite the trouble with the rear tires throughout the stint, and it's easier said than done balancing these two cars, because they just seem to go fundamentally different throughout the stint. And in the end of the stint, Jörn, for example, I've been spectating, and he's just been sliding all over, and I don't want to even imagine how the car's been driving then. So honestly, they've been doing a fantastic job doing second place for most of the first stints, and it's just unfortunate what happened to them.
Yes, indeed it is. And any sponsors you want to give a shout out to? Any people that make Torrent Motorsports work behind the scenes?
Yeah, definitely Simon and Jordan again. They've been supporting us for the majority of the season, as well as Jordan, of course, drove the first round in Sebring, and he'll be back for the Spa round next race. So definitely looking forward to that. And yeah, just thanks to my team, great support from them, and it's always been fun being here.
All right, thank you very much, Marius, right there. Back to you, Cam.
As the bag of chips fall from my hands, yes, hello. Well, we haven't really changed that much up front. Thank you, Marius, for enjoying, for coming in and enjoying the booth with us here. Of course, gotta love having drivers come on in. You know, once we had that Phoenix interview, people were able to start coming in here. Don't be shy. Only, I think Hugo's probably the one that bites, but I don't really know. Somebody, I'm sure one of us probably has done something at some point. But the PRT car, Lauren Heinrich, has gone into the pits and has come out and away, as well as Frederick Evers in that Friction Sim Sport for their second to last pit stop. Frederick Evers coming through here as he starts to roll away here. He's actually come out right behind the Fusion Racing car. Fusion Racing ended up taking the line away from Frederick Evers, because even though that they're on different laps, that Fusion car is still chasing down. And as such, rolling right on through Eric Wiedorf, watching that go along in his IRDK Corvette. Let's see if I can find some other sort of action we can, in trouble we can get ourselves into right now. But as it stands, that Frederick Rasmussen Core Sim Racing prototype is dealing with a lot of traffic right now, working its way through as it's getting pursued by Coanda. Coanda, though, has to deal with that traffic right now.
Yes, they do, and Martin Kronke now behind the wheel of that VRS Coanda SimSport prototype. He had an absolutely storming first stint, and now he is set to do another couple, I suspect, at least one. He has a gap to make up to Core Sim Racing. A prototype is around about 13 seconds down the road last time by across the stripe. Martin Kronke has his work cut out here, but we all know what he's capable of.
Well, we absolutely do, and we do have another driver ready to be interviewed, but you know what, let's go through stuff. Well, actually, you know what, he's got it right here. He's a member of the number 97 team, the RSO team. They're fourth in the GTS, so let's see if we can get Manuel Sudau in here right now. There we go. There's Manuel Sudau of the number 97 team RSO, the Rennsport Online effort. And Manuel, how is everything going for you guys? Seems like it's a good day so far.
Trouble, basically. It's a really busy afternoon or evening now. Like, the traffic management is insane. It's cars everywhere, and anyway, our car is pretty nice in shape now. P4 currently. I think. Yeah, you were live on board. Maybe we can discuss that later.
You have to take it up to Hugo. I don't have nothing to do with us.
No. Anyway, we were really lucky, to be honest. I mean, Stefan lost the car there and crashed into the wall, but luckily there's overseeable damage. I mean, you have like 2 miles per hour less top speed on the straights, but otherwise the car is handling very well. We can get the times, and we're back in P4 now, and well, 11 seconds I think we lost, and that would be right at the tail of Odox, but they are going really fast now with Mark Paris behind the wheel, so I guess P4 is pretty nice, and now we're seeing what's going on in the last 1.5 hours.
And just looking at the overall standings for the Neo Endurance Series, you guys have been having a fair season. You finished, you're in 12th overall in the standings. Sebring wasn't that great, but you've had 2 good finishes in Motegi and in Circuit of the Americas, so a very good 4th position here would be a very much needed points haul. Let's just talk a little bit about that Mercedes. It is something that has to be brought up. Obviously, first of all, it can't handle the weight ballast of having the RaceSpotTV onboard camera placed in it. But on top of that, though, the Mercedes and the Audi, it's kind of a tale of 2 cities in this point. It's slowly been getting better for the Mercedes, but it still seems the Audi just has so much of an edge.
Tough question, really tough question. I can tell for us, we started to run the Mercedes just before the Neo started, so in the first races we were really struggling with balance and setuping the car, so I think we understood one main thing at the beginning of December, something around that. Afterwards our pace was increasing, and I think that's what you can see also in the standings, and now we are running 4, so that is what our pace is actually. And we're improving. But still, I mean, if we see who's in front of us, it's MSP Drivers Home with Lucas and Julian, and maybe later Reto. Cheers, guys! You're doing a great job leading the race. That's really awesome. You have the Pure Racing team. You have Odox. It's not just nobody. And I mean, our team is only 1 year now, so must be our birthday, something around these days. So, well, I think that's okay from the pace. Tough to say if it's only the Mercedes. I don't know. I have the feeling the cars are pretty much balanced.
Yeah, and you guys are going to be going to Spa and then the 24 hours of Le Mans. Now,
Yes.
Team RSO, Rennsport Online, you guys are very, very popular cars in the VLN series. Will you guys be continuing in VLN?
Well, that is where we grew up a bit, right? I mean, we just won the 24 hours iRacing official now Mazdas. We run, I think all VLN races, and Tobias at least, he run the most of them. He finished P2 in the driver standings overall then afterwards. Also, we won the second split of the 24 hours of iRacing in our Audi. That's also mentionable, I guess, and of course Nurburgring is one of our favorite tracks, so we run the VLN. We're not yet decided whether to run in the Mazda or to climb up to the GT3. I think that's a bit depending on how our BS qualifier goes, so we have a car on the charge there too. It's going to be tough to get under the best 28. I think we really need a bit of luck for the last race weekend. Still, I think like 10 or 15 points behind 28th position. Yeah, and if the guys make it, I think we will start with only GT3 then in the summer. But yeah, definitely we are in. It's the best and the nicest racetracks of them all, and the nicest competition. And we love endurance races, so that's the perfect fit for us and for our team.
Absolutely, and of course we love seeing you guys all sorts of manners of racing.
Thank you so much.
And just as I just alluded to just a little bit, speaking of long endurance racing, there's going to be a little party over in France a couple of months from now. The 24 hours of Le Mans, the Neo Endurance 24 hours of Le Mans. Hopefully you guys will have that Mercedes completely tuned and ready to rock and roll, but hopefully you guys will have a very good effort there, but will you need to take on a couple of additional drivers?
Yeah, well, we signed in with 7 drivers. Only reason Toby and Stefan today are racing on their own is because they need some practice on the Nurburgring, of course. So this is why we're giving them the opportunity. But all in all, there's 7 drivers. I guess we will line up with 4 or 5. So today, for example, I'm only behind the wall, so I'm just spotting and calculating a bit the tactics. But now my job is almost done, so the rest of the race should be clear. And yeah. That's it. So Le Mans, we're very much looking forward to it. It's the second best track maybe, so really nice. Yeah, but I have to be honest, I've never driven a GTS car now on the Le Mans track, like on iRacing. So I don't know how it goes there, but yeah, I'm pretty confident. I mean, the Mercedes is not so bad in top speed, so yeah.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck. And before we let you go and get back to your duties, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to or thanks before we let you go out of the RaceSpotTV booth?
Yes, of course. I want to say thank you to Toby and Stefan, of course, behind the wheel. They did an awesome race so far. Really nice pace and good job beside the traffic. Then, of course, I want to say hello to all the team. So I think there's the whole team looking at their TVs or laptops, following your great stream. This is why I want to thank you too. We want to thank motorsportmagazin.com. It's one of the biggest German news portals on motorsport, and we have an exclusive cooperation with them. So this is why you find their logo on the back of our car, and we have a exclusive column and reporting there officially over the Neo Endurance series. I'm doing that together with Dustin Hickman, whom I want to send some greetings. He's from SimRC on the Aston Martin. And yeah, furthermore, maybe to all the people looking out there, maybe you should follow our Facebook page and Twitter page, because we have some really nice news coming up in the next weeks. Nothing to say now, but you will be surprised, I'm pretty sure about that. Thank you.
Well, we can't wait. Oh, thanks for giving us just a little tidbit of information, but just to whet the appetite. But Manuel, thank you very much for hopping in with us. We hope you guys can finish out strong here at the Nurburgring, as expected for the Team Rennsport Online crew. But thank you very much for hopping in with us. If it makes you feel any better, the entire interview we've only showed the car like once in one passing shot. So we've intentionally, I think Hugo was intentionally not pointing the car at it, just in case he was almost going to jinx it.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm really glad that we can go on, and now we maybe can only laugh about it. So it's really good.
Yes.
And again, thank you so much. You're really great.
Thank you, Manuel Sudal. In the Team Rennsport Online, as well, Connery doesn't get any better than that. But right now, there's a battle between the 69 and the 54 car.
Yes, it is. It's between the Pure Racing Team GT car and the Team Chimera car as well in that GT field. There's Gabor Max and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in that prototype. Just going to come around on the inside right there, just compromising Simon Trendel's corner just a little bit right there. Again, there's another prototype coming through of Joel Peroni in that GCL Sim Racing prototype, as well as things get a little bit congested coming through the Schumacher S's. As they're going to go three wide, three different classes coming down into the left-hander. That is very close right there. Oh, it's going to get all confusing and congested coming through here. Joel Coroni just gets through, and he gets through on the GT1 car as well, or GT car, I should say. And that has split up that battle by quite a considerable margin.
Well, it has, but for now anyways. But boy, that was quite the dramatic moves right there put on by Gabor Max and Joao Coroni, as that JCL car and Gecko Vortex cars circle out their laps. As just looking through here, we're almost 4 hours and 30 minutes into this race. Let's see if we can start doing a go-through of where people stand. I'm only going to do the top fives right now. Your current class leader is the number 22 car. That is the Core Sim Racing prototype car. They've had a fairly good race. They've been exchanging leads with VRS Koana Sim Sport and, of course, themselves in the Core Sim Racing car. Martin Kroenke piloting that number 1 VRS Koana Sim Sport car. He is in pursuit, 13 seconds behind. The only other prototype car still on the lead lap is Thrustmaster Movano Racing. The number 3 car is in third, 38 seconds behind Core Sim Racing. Friction Sim Sport, Pure Racing Team Black, Team GT's HBD Radicals, Gecko Vortex, JCL, and then Reactive and Fusion Sim Racing, Speed Asylum. And then you've got that Team Chimera prototype. Significant damage was done to that car. It needed about 8 minutes of repair. Jack Keithley looking to bring it home, as he is just on a recovery drive, 6 laps down. In GT division, it is Alexander Voss in that Heisgenveld Core Motorsports car, Torrent Motorsports car, who we just had an interview with Marius Golenbach just a few moments ago with his, he climbed out of that Aston Martin, has given it to Kevin Siggy. Kevin Siggy doing fairly well in second position. And it goes down to SimRC's pair of Aston Martins, the Crimson and Iris cars in the number 33 and the number 34 car in 17th and 18th. Pure Racing Team's GT effort follows in 19th position overall. Team Chimera's position, which we have just saw their battle with the PRT car. That's what we were watching along with. Simon Trendell recovering after finishing in second position at the Royal Before the 24 on Friday. He is now back in that Aston Martin, taking away laps in that car as he pursues. Then Double Sim Racing, after a penalty, is now in 21st overall. That will be good enough for the 7th position in class. SRN Motorsports is in 8th. Phoenix Motorsports, your front-running Corvette, is in 9th position in GT. IRDK pursuing, though, as well as the Racing Lions Corvette. That finishes out your Deep T category for cars that are still running. In your GTS division, though, could it be anybody else other than MSP Drivers Home? The number 85 Audi, piloted by Lucas Justak, has been strong all day long. Pure Racing Team's GTS effort, piloted by Maximilian Wenig, is currently running in second position, but they are 12 seconds behind. Odox Motorsport following along. Their Samsung-sponsored Audi is in hot pursuit of both the PRT and MSP Drivers car, but they're 20 seconds off the leader. Team RSO, whom we have just had an interview with, is still on the lead lap with them 40 seconds behind Thrustmaster Movano's GT effort, as well as the MSP Drivers Home in 6th in class in the GTS. Core Sim Racing's GTS in 7th. Gathering of Tweakers 99 and 8th. Atomic Motorsports, where they once were. They once led this race. They're now back in 9th position, and they're being pursued right now by Shin Yamachini Sim Racing. Back down even further, it's the Team DFTBA car piloted by Michael Storm. He is in 11th in class. IRDK Endurance is behind them. Simitalk Esport is in 13th. Retirements and incidents. We've had Thrustmaster Movano's Racing GT pretty much out. They're out on the track, but they are laps down. Torque Freak Racing also laps down as well. And then as far as retirements in GT goes, BRS Quanta, Asbury Motorsports, Radicals, and then one prototype retirement. That's the Mad Cape car. So we're continuing to follow along this battle with the 69 and the 54 as we come back to live coverage here. As it is still these GT cars, and for Simon Trendell, Connery, what a great recovery drive that Team Chimera car has had.
Yes, indeed it is, and I think that's pretty much due to the absolute length of this race that he's able to just claw his way back up through the field, car by car, just putting in some clean laps, putting in some clean passes, and he might even get another one here if he is lucky, as he just... There goes the Acme Racing, the ill-fated Acme Racing prototype down the inside of the Pure Racing Team GT car. I'm surprised that Acme Racing car is still going, Cam.
Now, they put it together at least twice now. But either way, though, yeah, this good battle between Lauren Heinrich and Simon Trendell is doing fairly well here. They're all going through the gears and everything still seems to be running. We've only had one mechanical retirement, and that was the Coanda car. They lost an engine, if you're not familiar with what has happened over the course of the last 4.5 hours of racing here. Just looking through, though, Lauren Heinrich, Simon Trendell, you know what? Why don't we see if we can... Oh, we've already gone on board with Simon Trendell and his Team Chimera car, haven't we, Connery?
I believe we have, Cam.
We have, so I need to find somebody else to see, maybe go on board with that's in pursuit. You know what, why don't we see if we can go on board with the JCL Sim Racing car. Oh, wait, hold on a second now. The PRT car was just black flagged for avoidable contact So that Pure Racing Team GT car is now going to be penalized. I believe, if I'm getting this correctly, they had an incident with the race leader in GTS, the MSP Drivers Homa 85. I noticed they had a little bit of damage on the right front, and it appears that they are now being given a 15-second stop and hold penalty. So this really changes this GT field.
Yeah, I don't think we actually caught that one on the cameras. It was around about 9 laps ago, turn 7, it says right there, avoidable contact. So this will pretty much mean that this fight between Pure Racing Team GT and Team Chimera that we're watching right now, that is pretty much going to come to an end as soon as Henrik brings that car down pit road. But actually Simon Trundle's going to try and force the issue. As they come up through the Schumacher S's right here, they have some lap traffic ahead. That is the Atomic Motorsports #1 car. Simon Trundle doesn't actually have to be this aggressive. The car ahead of him has got a penalty and will be pulling down pit road soon. I don't know if the team has communicated that to him yet.
Well, it's over the general text chat, so I imagine that Lauren has seen it and will be coming in this lap. But as they work their way through the chicane, well, that's going to be a tough one to swallow. But you know what? When you damage a race leader, especially when you're the faster car, that's going to happen to you. This is going to mean, though, that Simon Trundle and that Team Coanda car, who have been looking to have a good finish in place of the good finish of the prototype car, that'll put them up into 5th position in class. As the GT car is now in the pits and getting his service, as well as the MSP Drivers Home 85 car, as he's testing the suspension right now. Julian Granastel is, and he's seeing if everything's a-okay. He's off and away. I believe that was a completely scheduled pit stop, if I can imagine.
Yep, and I'm just looking at the times between the two prototype leaders. We haven't come to this fight for quite a while since they have been spread out, but since Martin Kroenke has been in that car, that gap has come down just a little bit. I think I've seen it around about 15-16 seconds once, and that is being brought down to about 10 seconds. So Martin Kroenke putting in a very, very good stint right there, trading fastest lap times with Fredrik Rasmussen in that Core Sim Racing prototype car. Time is running out for Coanda though.
It absolutely is. Just saw some 3-wide action between a Team GT, HBD, Shinya Machimi Sim Racing, and the Thrustmaster Movano GT car. That was a little bit of a hard stopper for myself. Don't think we caught that on the cameras, but boy, we've seen quite a couple of 3-wide actions here at this point, and that happened right in front of your overall race leader, Fredrik Rasmussen. So just as far as our stints go, we're looking at just the information that I have right now. The Thrustmaster Movano prototype has pitted, the Friction Sim Sport has pitted, the Team GT prototype has pitted, and that's really just about it for your front runners. To pit is Fredrik Rasmussen's Core Sim Racing. We're still expecting VRS Coanda Sim Sport. When will they come in? And then the PRT Black prototype. Now you've got to wonder, just when is that Coanda car going to come in compared to the Core Sim Racing car? Coanda, Connery, as we recall, has been pitting later and later and later in the stints. We've got less than an hour and a half, 1 hour 26 minutes remaining in this race here at the Nurburgring, and I gotta wonder, just when is he going to bring that car in?
Yeah, we will have to wait and see, and he has to be actually very, very careful here, because Thrustmaster Movano did come down pit road just a couple of laps ago. A very, very short stop actually for them. And if Coanda pitted now, the last time they had around about 1 minute and 12 seconds in the pit lane, that will bring them out only just ahead of Thrustmaster Movano Racing.
Yes, and talking about short pit stops, the Thrustmaster Movano Racing prototype was in there for 23 seconds. So they too only had gotten fuel, and no on that has had a standard pit stop, so whichever might be is going to be fairly exciting when we start seeing these strategies. And when we do say strategies, it's not people are just coming in and going as they please. Each one of these teams pretty much has to have a dedicated race engineer, crew chief, spotter. That person, it just takes over that whole thing. Sometimes it's your co-drivers, but more times than not, Connery, there is actually an individual that is specifically there to do that one job. I think that alone is another. Hello, you're watching RaceSpotTV's live broadcast of the Neo Endurance Series 6 Hours of Nurburgring, sponsored by the Digital Race Engineer. Please stand by. In the meantime, while that is all getting sorted out, your race leaders overall is the Core Sim Racing Prototype in Prototype Division. Your Heisenfeld Core Motorsports is currently in 14th position overall, but he's leading your GT Division. And in GTS Division, you have the Pure Racing Team GTS. You can tell this isn't pre-recorded. The Pure Racing Team GTS car is currently leading after the MSP driver's home had to take a pit stop. And we will see whether or not that recovery from MSP driver's home after a brief incident will still allow them to retain the lead after the pit stop cycle. And once we get back and loaded in, of course, we'll resume our live coverage of the Neo Endurance Series. Thank you for your patience. Hello, you're watching the Neo Endurance Series Nurburgring 6 Hours presented by the Digital Race Engineer. This is not at all a pre-recorded message at all, but you know what? We're going to keep going with it. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties courtesy of the country of Brazil, literally the entire country. So in the meantime, while we get that all sorted out, we're going to go through some more class information. Connery, the prototype field, it seems to have been a fairly difficult race to watch in a sense, but your front leaders in the prototype field, they've really managed a great show between the Core Sim Racing and the Coanda car, as well as that Movano car with the interesting race strategy.
Yes, we have, as I believe we're actually back live with live pictures right now, so our short stint as RaceSpot FM instead of RaceSpot TV is now at an end.
RaceSpot AM, really. We can't afford FM.
Well then, I'm just looking, again at these front two prototypes. Martin Kroenke has been putting in some absolutely fantastic laps. In fact, that last time by, he was around about a second faster than the core sim racing prototype Fredrik Rasmussen behind the wheel of that one. Let's see if that gap, if that time stays relatively similar coming across the line. Yes, again, that time by Martin Kroenke, 0.7 of a second faster than core sim racing. He's closing in, Cam. He's closing in.
Well, he absolutely is, and we were wondering if Martin Kroenke could take on Fredrik Rasmussen. This is the first time that Fredrik Rasmussen has had to fight against Martin Kroenke. Kroenke very much faster, 0.7 that last time by. So, will we have the battle for the race lead in coming shortly? Well, I'm not actually too sure. Both cars still need to pit. And I almost wonder if they're trying to start making a fuel number. Of course, sim racing is just trying to save a little bit of fuel to push their race stint. Now, interestingly enough, if you look at their car's fastest laps, you would expect the fastest lap from that car to come before they hit race traffic. But that's not the case here. Fredrik Rasmussen's fastest lap was on 150 with a 141.3. So he has been absolutely flying. But Martin Kroenke, he has just had his fastest lap of the race with a 141.509. So this is going to be very interesting here because both cars are absolutely on it, Connery.
We could well be setting the stage for an absolutely fantastic battle in the final hour of this race between core sim racing prototype and VRS Kinda Sim Sport as well. They'll have to be coming into the pits sometime soon for their final stop right here. We know VRS Kinda Sim Sport have been going for those couple of extra laps on each stint than core sim racing. To be exact, last time by they actually pitted around 2 laps later than core sim racing, so we'll have to see how much that will factor into the final pit stops here. Maybe VRS Kinda will be able to take a little bit less fuel than core sim racing. We will just have to wait and see, Cam, but this is going to be brilliant.
It certainly will be, and don't forget, Fredrik Evers in that Friction SimSport car is there, though he is fully 1 lap down. As Martin Kroenke goes to line up David Barraclough, he passes on the inside on the exit to the arena section, and they're actually going to be coming through some more prototype traffic too. So it's been a very long race, to say the least. Obviously, we know how long it's been. It's going to be a 6-hour race, and we've got an hour and 16 minutes left of hard racing to do. But as far as the stress on the drivers, it's not like there's a singular long straight where you can really catch your breath, or a section that is to be lightly taken. This Nurburgring circuit really does try people, and this is the second or third, maybe even fourth stint that some of these drivers have been doing with how they've been swapping through. And Connery, just as we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast with the steering wheels and pedals and stuff like that, some of these guys are really getting a workout.
Yes, indeed they are, especially Fredrik Rasmussen right here. He did like the second and third stints, I believe. Then Isaac Price took over, and now Fredrik Rasmussen is just going to finish off this stint. Will Fredrik Rasmussen still be in a car at the end of this race? That is another question that we have to ask. He must be feeling pretty fatigued right now after, well, if he does another stint, that will be his 4th stint of the evening.
And that's a lot to process and a lot to have done. This is, of course, when you're in the prototype car, you're on the bleeding edge of speed, and as far as the prototype car goes. And so Martin Kroenke, though, I have to say he is absolutely going flat out. He is he's getting held up just a smidgen by some people, but at the end of the day, he is trying as hard as he can. I've seen no less than 2 or 3 times, though, where there's been situations where I think a prototype car would certainly back off and just let things play out before going through. But really, I think Martin Kroenke believes that he is out of time for that. And that, Connery, is a little worrisome. You never know if somebody might have an incident a bit like the Chimera car, and you wouldn't want something like that happening.
You definitely will not, as we actually have a little bit of a look through the other classes just to see if there's any close battling going on in your classes. There's a couple of lapped cars very, very close to each other, but nothing really for position. So I believe, actually, as Hugo points me in the right direction, there's the number 16 and the number 17 car. Number 27
Gecko,
car, sorry. The Gecko Vortex Sim Racing and the JCL Sim Racing prototypes, they are very, very close on the track together right here as well, Cam.
Absolutely, Gabor Max and Joan Caroni. And I think we tried to go on board with Joan Caroni, but we ended up having an issue, if I recall. So I don't think we ever actually did the on board with the prototype cars. I know we did one very early on with Jack Keithley. So as Joan Caroni is in full pursuit of the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car, why don't we see if perhaps we could go on board with him when he crosses the start-finish line, which will be probably in about 30 seconds' time. So in the meantime, though, just go over very quickly where cars stand. You've got the Core Sim Racing prototype 6 seconds ahead of VRS Coanda and closing fast. And then you've got the Heisenfeld Core Motorsports comfortably ahead of Torrent Motorsports. Then you've got that Pure Racing Team GTS car ahead of the Yodox Motorsport Samsung car. That MSP Drivers Home 85, definitely an unscheduled pit stop for that car after the damage of a dive bomb in an incident with the Pure Racing Team GT car. So they had to serve that effort. But here we go. So it's Joan Caroni as he is in full pursuit of Gabor Max here at the Nurburgring circuit. Getting onto the accelerator now, Joan Caroni in that JCL Sim Racing car has done a 144.7, which is a little bit slower than the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car. It's just getting a little bit further ahead, So either way, we will leave Joan Caroni doing fairly well in that JCL car. And that prototype of the 9th position overall as, not a bad on board. You can start to see just how hard Connery, these prototype drivers do have to work and plan.
Yes, indeed. And as Martin Kroenke, I just want to bring the discussion back to that VRS Coanda SimSport prototype. He has been closing in on that Core Sim Racing prototype for the past 10 laps or so. And as he just comes across the line there, he sets a time that is about 1.5 seconds, I believe, if I'm reading that correctly, faster than Core Sim Racing prototype. So now they're only about 4.4 seconds behind. They may even get right onto the tail before the final stops.
And you do have to start wondering when that final stop is going to be. We're at 4 hours and 49 minutes. And both of them, let's see, when was their last pit stops? Coanda, their last pit stop was, let's see here, is Coanda looking on the outside of 2 GTS cars, as that was very, very opportunistic as he makes it work. Martin Kroenke does. Let's see, Martin Kroenke's last pit stop was on lap 143 is when he climbed into that car. So almost 24 laps, I think. Yeah, 24 lap stint going on for Martin Kroenke. This is his 25th of 26 lap stint for Core. So technically, Core Sim Racing will have pitted first that last go of it, which means perhaps that they will, as we might have yet another flicker once again. Yes, Leo. So we'll keep on trucking, I guess, this time, Connery. So let's just see. As my cat is letting us know that the stream has stopped. Yes, we're aware, buddy. Thank you. As the Core Sim Racing prototype car of Core Sim Racing is just about 3.5 seconds ahead of Coanda. The actual car of Coanda Sim Racing, Martin Kroenke, can actually see that Core Sim Racing car. But they are looking to possibly pursue. He's got a couple of cars to go through, Connery. He's got the prototype of Acme Racing. He's got Atomic Motorsport. He's got Team GT. And then he's going to have a couple of GT cars before getting to it.
Yes, he will, but that gap is just ever closing between Core Sim Racing and VRS Canada SimSport. As you say, he has VRS.
Welcome back to the closing hour of the Neo Endurance Series, round number 4, here live from the Nurburgring. It's the 6 hours of the Nurburgring, presented by the Digital Race Engineer. And, well, first off, we just have to call it right on the nose. We apologize very much for the technical inconveniences today. Thank you all so very much for sticking with us and watching along. Of course, you can't really plan the internet, but if one could, we could probably strangle it with our arms. But you know what? We're going to just see if we can get everything nice and clean and sorted out. Make sure everything's going to last us to the finish, because what a finish we're going to look to have. So thank you all once again for your patience. We apologize, but there's really only so much we can do. So in the meantime, though, Core Sim Racing's number 22 prototype, after 5 hours and 1 minute and 174 laps, is currently leading with a 6-second gap over Martin Kroenke. The VRS Coanda SimSport lap time seemed to have normalized between the two. Perhaps they're getting ready to come on down pit road. Neither have pitted yet, as the Core Sim Racing and VRS Coanda has not pitted. and those are really your two in contention for the race win. Heisenveld Core Motorsports just crossing the start-finish line. They are well out in front of Torrent Motorsports. And then in the GTS division, you've got Pure Racing Team GTS versus MSP Drivers Home. They've got quite a bit of distance between them, but that's not saying that the race is over. Hello, everybody. Cameron Walsh, Connery Maddock, and Hugo Louis for the conclusion of the Neo Endurance Series 6 hours of the Nurburgring. Connery, well, we've got some bumps and bruises. We've got some turbulence here on the server, but you know what? We're going to stick on with it, and hopefully everything will get us home to the finish, because it looks like this finish is going to be a good one.
It might well be, and we'll just have to wait and see how that long pit strategy is going to work out for VRS Car and the SimSport. We are going to be coming up to pit stops in not too long. There we go. There goes Core Sim Racing coming down onto pit road. This now releases VRS Car and the SimSport. They will not come down pit road. We'll be expecting them to come down a couple of laps later, but this is an absolutely crucial stop for Frederick Rasmussen and the Core Sim Racing team.
Absolutely. Will he get the numbers down as they pass the Radicals Online and Gecko Vortex cars as they pit as well? As Core Sim Racing, the driver will be climbing up. Frederick Rasmussen will be giving over to Isaac Price, and we'll see what Isaac Price can do to complete this race. Isaac Price, that number 22 Core Sim Racing car, getting its work done, getting its effort done, looking fairly well and blazing with its sponsors, of course, that popular orange, white, and black car, getting its work done. Isaac Price, that red helmet with the white and the black on it, it's getting put up on it, so they're definitely taking tires as the car of Kevin Siggy and Torrent Motorsports blows right on by in the pit lane. There's a couple of other cars coming in, including the Heisenveld Core Motorsports car. So just as the Torrent Motorsports car is exiting pit road, Heisenveld Core Motorsports car is coming into pit road as Isaac Price now pulls away.
Yep, and that was a 48.5 second stop for Isaac Price. So now we have to wait and see when VRS Core and the SimSport comes in right now. I don't think they'll be coming in this lap, sorry. Maybe next lap we'll see them come down pit road, so we'll have to see if they manage to get a stop faster than 48.5 seconds, and also what they're going to do on their in-lap route here is actually Martin Kroenke decides to bring it down pit road this time by. I was completely wrong, perhaps trying to avoid that little bit of traffic that was ahead of him.
Yeah, well, this seemed to be the time to do it. As Martin Kroenke bringing that in, he'll definitely have enough fuel to the finish. He shouldn't have to do any real fuel saving over the course of the next hour. He'll have brand new tires, as I believe that is a PRT car that has just been black flagged for the second offense for unnecessary risk, but we'll get to that in a minute. Martin Kroenke, though, pulls into a perfect pit stop entrance, just like the Core Sim Racing car. Simon Trendell also coming in his Team Chimera GT car. Also the Thrustmaster Bravano car, Enrico Di Loretto taking over for Tommaso Carla to finish out this race. Martin Kroenke looks like he is staying in. So it will be Martin Kroenke versus Isaac Price. Mac Backham obviously being held in reserve, as Martin Kroenke will be the driver to take it all the way here. He'll probably have one of the most highest lap counts out of all the drivers here today. There goes the Thrustmaster Movano HPD, as they're just sitting in the shade now. Martin Kroenke getting a little bit of a breather, just focusing. All he's got to do, Connery, just focus on the lap times, get it sorted out, and away he goes into the track.
There goes Core Sim Racing down into turn 1. Already in the middle of turn 1 is Core Sim Racing, so that is going to be the gap between them. We'll have to see what exactly that gap is next time by, but now it's a straight race to the finish between VRS Car and SimSport and Core Sim Racing.
Absolutely. So we're going to get right into it, hammer and tong. There's the objective, Martin Kroenke. You've got new tires, you've got fuel. Make it work, as Isaac Price, now he knows, I have to get through this traffic and cut as fast as I can. Let's start talking about that penalty. I believe that is for the number 69 Pure Racing Team GT car. No, it is not. I lied. It's for the GT. No, that was Patrick Wolf. So that's the prototype car. The PRT Black car, that is going to be the PRT Black. They are currently sitting in 6th position as they're coming in to serve their penalty right now. Looking at the other live protests, it's just a stop and go for the Pure Racing Team car. They just have to bring their car into the pits, stop, and get going once again. So there he goes, off and away. Dennis Grabowski pulls it away, as looking right now at the 77 and the 97.
Yes, we are, and that is between Odox Motorsports, Samsung, and Team RSO. This is all the way down in your GTS field right here. I don't believe these two have pitted just yet. We might have to get a confirmation on that one, but Team RSO trying to hunt down that Team Odox Motorsports, Samsung coming down into the Dunlop curve. There's the prototype of Frederick Evers Friction Simsport right there. Here comes Team RSO. They've sensed an opportunity as the prototype was going past the Odox Motorsports car, not able to make that move stick just yet though.
No, and out of all the pitting, nobody has pitted 5 times in GTS. So they will have another pit stop to go as they get out of the way of the Radicals Online car of Paul Ilbrink. Team RSO's Tobias Zerny leaning right on in that Mercedes, closing that grille, very angry. I almost wish we could get a rear camera view from Xavier Stallo's Odox Motorsports Samsung car, watching that all jet black with the green accent car of Tobias Zerny closing right on in with these emblazoned with those oversized headlights and those extraordinarily large fog lights as they go through the chicane. Going into corner number 16, I almost want to go on board for a fan immersion, but it's the Team RSO car. Maybe we can go fan immersion on the rear of Odox Motorsports Samsung car. How about we try that, Connery?
Yep, let's try that then.
And just like that, it worked! Yay! So Xavier Stella is A-OK. That Team RSO car, well, it was A-OK. Eric Vidorf needed a little bit more room to get through corner number 1, so that pushed the RSO just a little wide, but everything seemed to have worked out that time. So now we've finally gone on board with all the classes and cars that we have here in the Neo Endurance Series. Happy to have brought that along. And Connery, we made it.
Yes, we did just make it right there. But,
hold up a second. The Friction Simsport car is on pit road.
Interesting. Let's see what has actually happened to them. I think this is one more scheduled pit stop than we perhaps expected. So that means it would be, this would be unscheduled if I can get my words out correctly. So I wonder if they haven't put enough fuel in that car.
Well, maybe so. Maybe they're looking for tires or something like that. It looks like it's a standard pit stop, 1 minute and 1 second. Actually, that's about 20 seconds behind. 34 and 54 are currently fighting right now. That's the SimRC.Iris and the Team Chimera car. That Team Chimera car, Connery, has just been working their way through pretty much as they go past the start-finish line. Lap times for Stefan Seitwager, a 150.8. Simon Chandella, 150.1. But I believe that Stefan Seitwager, this is his first full racing lap, as now Simon Chandella is all over the rear end of that.
Yes, he is, and they're going to be very, very close coming through the Mercedes arena right here. Team Chimera has just been climbing up the scoring boards in their GT car after those early incidents that put them back slightly, as we see a big lock up there from SimRC.de Iris of the left front tyre. There's a prototype right behind them. That's Lars Bohl of the Reactive Sim Racing prototype team. He'll go down the inside of that Team Chimera Aston Martin. Perhaps we'll do the same as the SimRC.de car, as the SimRC.de car is just locking up the tyres left front and centre right there, and that can't really be doing that much good for those front tyres.
I can't imagine he locked up the center wheel. That doesn't exist. But, you know, you always seem to get a little smoke on what would be the inside cornering tire. I don't know why. Perhaps it's just how the tire compound works with the Aston Martin. I don't think it's anything horrible, but it does, in effect, make a difference. As the Jack Keithley Chimera car will go right on by and start trying to get on by Stefan Zeitwager in the SimRC Iris car. So I have a feeling there's really nothing Jack Keithley can do to help his teammate here. Actually, you know what? He's given a draft. He's given a little bit of a draft to the Simon Trendell piloted car, I think. No, wait, actually, I think I lied. I think it's just the GT1 V12.
No, he's going to take it too wide with the GT car almost coming into the chicane there. So some crafty tactics.
That's actually a fairly standard prototype pass at the chicane.
Well, you could say that, but I saw him hold back on the exit just before the kink, the corner just before the kink, the right-hander, and he could have had the opportunity to pass well before the braking zone, but he actually held back right there. Perhaps maybe trying to take it too wide into the chicane with the SimRC car, and either that or he was trying to force the SimRC car to back out of the entry of the corner to allow his Team Chimera teammate to catch back up. So I think there's a little more in that than just prototype passing.
Yeah, I think he left it on the left to get the draft for Simon Trendell, but I know full well that with Chimera, they've had incidents in the past where their competitors' cars in the lower class has pretty much bullocked them out of the way when they were trying to get past. I don't feel that they would return that favor, but well, you never know. Just a little bit of assistance. I don't think it held up Stefan Zeitwager. I don't think it really helped Simon Trendell, but it's certainly there. So cars pulling on through now. It's still on with Simon Trendell. He's doing a fairly good job. Let's see how Paul Littlebrink goes through.
Yeah, Paul Littlebrink has to be careful here. This is the Schumacher Estes, so it's basically one line through there. Simon Trendell pulls out of that one to stop it from going too wide. There's almost the Stefan Zeitwager. He almost clips the gravel. In fact, he did clip the gravel, not too much though. But this fight is still back on as Zeitwager pushes it a tiny bit wide. Loses a little bit of time. And Simon Trendell, look at him. He's all over the back bumper of that fellow Aston Martin right there. Will he try a move coming into the chicane? I doubt it, but he may have a go. It's getting late into the race right now, as he does have a go on the outside. He has a look, just shows the nose though.
Just a little bit, but you know what, that was you might get a better exit into 16 here, but you know what, I think it's just a one-way corner, and so he's walking right on through. Now they're getting on the throttle. Simon Trendell in pursuit. If you look up top though, it's Core Sim Racing and VRS Koana SimSport. That VRS Koana SimSport, if you look all the way down, lap 180, the lap they're on, Martin Kroenke, fastest lap of the day for that Koana car, 141.2, as he is in hot pursuit. So we've got a pair of good battles going on here, Connery, as we're working our way very close to the finish of this race.
Very, very close indeed. And looking on the relative timings actually between that Core Sim Racing and the Koanda car, they are only 2 seconds apart right now. So that should be absolutely fantastic when Martin Kroenke catches up to the back of the Core Sim Racing car. We're also watching this fight between the SimRC.de Iris car and Team Chimera in your GT field. So 2 battles to keep an eye on at the end of this race, Cam. Who are your picks for each of them?
Well, I mean, with the Core Sim Racing and VRS Koanda, just looking at the standings overall, it has been a fairly good season. The VRS Koanda took the win at Coda, Thrustmaster Navano took the win at Motegi, and Team Chimera took the win at Sebring. So this would be a very first win for Core Sim Racing. They had an awful outing at Motegi, so this would be a massive bounce back for them. Ooh, speaking of a massive bounce back, they almost got into the rear end of Jürgen Frank's Crimson SimRC.de car. And so for Martin Kroenke, though, if they could secure this win, this will pump them way up the charts. They are already your season leader, and with Thrustmaster Movano racing in third, one full lap down, this really is just a showdown between these two cars.
It is indeed, as we see Martin Kroenke just negotiating the car of SimRC.de Crimson right there. That's the second SimRC effort in this GT field right now, but you can actually see how visibly close the two cars of Core Sim Racing and VRS Commander are right now. They have traffic ahead. That's going to be a GT car and two GTS cars. They're going to come through the final chicane right here. Isaac Price has to be careful not to be held up too much right here. As look at the gap just closing. There's Martin Kroenke, a little bit of contact with Core Sim Racing GTS. Oh, can you spell controversy with that one?
Damaged the right, damaged the left front flaring too, I think, but only by a smidgen. As we'll take a look, what is his speed? It was 162 before he started braking, whereas the Isaac Price, they hit 160, so he still has a speed advantage. But how will his aerodynamics work with that damaged front wing? So that was quite a bit of a tap from that Audi, as that Audi has Juha-Pekka Lamy is currently piloting that Core Sim Racing GTS. He too is fighting for position side by side with Atomic Motorsports. This is looking like it is for the 6th position in GTS racing as well. So they are racing for a position. A lot of action happening right now. Martin Kroenke, though, I'm not sure what that's going to do to him, but I can say he's certainly not going to be a happy camper. He's going to have some fire in the belly here.
No, certainly not going to be happy as both cars get a little bit of a slide coming down through a Dunlop curve. There's Isaac Price trying to force the issue on the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car. Very careful with the Pure Racing Team car ahead now coming out, the Michael Schumacher S's. That was a very, very scary moment right there, but Martin Kroenke is all over the back of that rear wing of Isaac Price. I think it's just going to be a matter of time unless Isaac Price can pull up the defense of his life right now. You also have to ask whether how much that damage is affecting Martin Kroenke. It doesn't seem to be affecting him too much at this stage, but we will have to wait and see.
We certainly will, and of course this lap influenced by traffic, so I don't think the lap times are going to have a very true and proper effect on it. So let's see this backstretch. This is going to be the biggest moment. Actually, Martin Kroenke just lost it a little bit in the middle of the corner, so he might not even have the full speed anyways. So we'll see what exactly happens as the cars going through just about equal as far as mile an hour goes. Well deeper, but you got to remember no downforce on that left front, or at least not as much downforce as it had before. Obviously there is still downforce, but overall we got to see how Martin Kroenke is going to attack this. Looking back down to the battle between the battle between Team Chimera's GT effort and Sim RC. Stefan Seitwager, another 34 and the 54. These guys are still going at it. They've got about as much distance between them as the prototype cars.
Yes, they do. They're just coming up through the Schumacher S's right now. There's the Pure Racing Team LMP Black car just coming through on these guys right now. As I just had a little bit of a look at my timing screen there to see if something was up, because something did flash up, but there's nothing too concerning going on right there. But these are going to be a fantastic two fights coming towards the end of this race right now. VRS Co and SimSport is round about, on the relative timings, around about 0.5 to 0.6 seconds behind Core Sim Racing Prototype right now. And again, I just have to wonder how much that damage is affecting him. It doesn't seem like too much on first glance if you look at the front of that VRS kind of SimSport car, but it's just the left front of it, shall I say, is dented in just a little bit, so that can have an effect on the aerodynamics. But yeah, I'm not too sure how this is going to pan out.
No, I'm not either. Let's take a look at his last lap time across. That this was a fairly clean lap. 0.3 of a second split between the two, and he was about 0.7 off of his fastest lap, which was less than 5 minutes, less than 5 laps ago. So we'll see what Martin Kroenke can do, but he is starting to slide back from Isaac Price. As let's just keep looking here. Some traffic ahead for Stefan Zeitwager and Simon Trendell. So that battle once again in GT1 just getting a little affected here. For Stefan Zeitwager is just ahead as he's pulling through Simon Trendell as well. The Team RSO car is coming into pits. And I think that this might be one of our first GTS pit stops, as everyone seems to have had 4 pit stops. So yes, Team RSO is getting their final pit stop for the day. That will take them to the finish.
Yes, it will, and oh boy, this end of this race is going to be very, very interesting, especially if Coanda can keep up right now with the damage that they have. They have some lap traffic ahead of them that they'll have to be dealing with. But as you say, the GTS field still hasn't fully completed their pit stops yet. In fact, that was the first driver coming in for the GTS field for their final pit stop. But I don't know who to call for this one now. With VRS, with that kind of SimSport, with that damage, I don't think they'll be able to do it now, if I'm completely honest. But I've been wrong, and I probably will be wrong in the future. But I just have to say, Core might just have this at this point.
Now, by the looks of it, yes, as he's going behind Simon Trendell in that GT car, as now Coanda comes alongside here. Let's see. Oh, Isaac Price has a tap from the Stefan Zeitwager Sim RC. That gives him, it looks like it's a little bit of damage on the rear front, the left rear from that GT1 car that's allowed Simon Trendell to slip on by. And that is certainly rim-to-rim damage from the Aston Martin to the prototype. Let's see if we can get a replay of that. And we'll see if they did make full contact. As we just saw the replay, Connery, that is definitely a contact.
That is a very, very scary moment for all drivers involved, especially for that Core Sim Racing prototype car. A little bit of damage to the rear end of that car, not too much though, so about the same damage level as the VRS kind of SimSport car as well. So we could see things equaling out here, but again, damage is really hard to judge right here, how much it's slowing these guys down, because you also got to remember that Martin Kroenke is in a little bit of dirty air as well here, so it might not just be damage
they're running.
Yeah, plus that as well.
So we'll obviously keep our eyes locked in on this lead battle with less than 35 minutes left to go. So everyone's now just playing for all of the marbles now for the overall race win here in the Neo Endurance Series 6 Hours of the Nurburgring, presented by the Digital Race Engineer. Of course, you are watching RaceSpotTV, presented by iRacingLive. Hello, everybody. I'm Cameron Walsh. That's Connery Maddock. That's Hugo Louis. And we are bringing you guys this lovely production here. Going across the start-finish line, Isaac Price one more time. It's a 142.4 versus a 142.2. So even though they had that little bit of that damage going into corner number 1, and they botched that lineup a little bit because of that damage, they still had a lap very competitive to VRS Coanda. So. And of course, you got to look at that GT1 battle between the 54 and the 34. Simon Trendell got it through, whereas Stefan Zeitwager, after that damage, was having to pretty much give that position away position-wise to Simon Trendell. Simon Trendell had a much easier
traffic
exit.
For Core. Here comes Coanda almost onto the back of Core right there. Core having some trouble with some lap traffic. Team RSO and the Racing Lions car ahead of him right now. This may give an opportunity to Coanda SimSport coming down into Dunlop. Core just getting a drift on there, but VRS Coanda now back relatively close to the rear wing of that Core Sim Racing car.
Yeah, and just looking through the rest of our racing fields here, this has just been a very dramatic run here. I think we've actually had an incident on the final corner of the racing track, turn 16 for the number 64 Phoenix car, John Hall. Let's take a look here, actually get a replay. I know there's a lead battle going on, but there were a lot of cars involved in this traffic jam, as it looks like John Hall ended up losing the rear. So his last racing lap at the last corner, it looks kind of like John Hall just lost the rear end. As we look at the replay now, he lost the rear end in the Corvette. The Crimson car ended up coming on the scene, and then he had to stop, and then Maximilian Wineg in the PRT GTS car he had to stop, and that pretty much just it caused quite a bit of a dilemma, I suppose.
Yeah, that was very, very close to making contact there. The Simulc Crimson car was stopped like just an inch short of the car, and so did the Audi of whoever it was. It was the Pure Racing Team GTS car. As we look back towards the overall lead right now, that is still Core Sim Racing out front with VRS Car and the SimSport very, very close behind. This is going to go on right until the checkered flag, I believe, Cam.
Well, and it's just the tension's building up, and I'm almost worried. I mean, we still have, 30 minutes to go, and these guys are racing as if there's only 2 to go. It's just, it's going to be hard to see here. They've got Shinya Machini Sim Racing up ahead. That's Philippe I got this one. Mitrolevsky, net number 93, as Isaac Price. Oh, don't go down the inside there, as they will clear him out just like that. That Audi, nice and easy, as the Gabor Max Sim Racer prototype and the IRDK car will be up ahead next on the shoot list. As Eagle Sandfield definitely don't want to get entangled up with one of the race organizers, but he'll go to the inside. Both of them will go to the inside. The ARDK endurance car, and they made it work somehow. I have a feeling, though, Eagle not very happy with that one.
That was a very scary moment. As soon as I saw Martin Kroenke go for that gap, I was thinking, oh no, this could be the end of the race. But he managed to make his way through, and in
very,
most
very
parts,
polite driving from Eagle Sandfield.
Yeah, I was about to say very, very polite driving from Eagle Sandfield right there. He just left the door wide open, and that resulted in all cars coming out okay.
Now that's kind of what you want to do, but you really wish that they didn't put him in the position to make that decision, because he had to lose that time. But overall, though, that's going well. Let's see. Who is currently leading in our GTS? It's the Pure Racing Team's Maximilian Wenig is currently leading. And where is the second position to one? So that would be the MSP Drivers Home 85. They are 15 seconds apart. So that's a fairly interesting battle as well. Lap times very similar, but MSP Drivers Home is slightly faster that last time by. And, well, Connery, I mean, this is one of those situations where MSP Drivers Home has led the majority of the race. They had that incident with the PRT GT car, and now it looks like Audax has just gotten by them. Yes, they have a pass for position, as Xavi Estella is currently fighting them for second position.
Yes, indeed they are. As I have a look down towards where that is, I'm going to need a little bit of help here, Cam.
Now it's the 77 car of Audax Motorsport. They are crossing the start-finish line as we speak with that prototype of Acme Racing. Frank Ferry Jr. currently piloting that one, as it is the pair of Audis going into corner number 1, as MSP Drivers Home 85 has taken second position away from MSP Drivers Home. And I have to say, Connery, the race leader has pretty much been, as we got battled back for the lead up front.
Yes, it is. It is Core Sim Racing and Coanda SimSport side by side down into turn 1. That is Core Sim Racing on the inside. Martin Kroenke will try to execute the cutback off the corner, though. He takes a wide entry to turn 2. Tries to get a good exit. Martin Kroenke coming down towards the inside of the final part of the Mercedes arena. If Core Sim Racing can stick it in there, as he just closes the door, that's going to be Martin Kroenke and VRS Coanda SimSport to the lead.
Yes, what a great maneuvering, great positioning for Martin Kroenke. And here comes the car back. Oh, they touch once, they touch twice. The car is spun, but Martin Kroenke has wheeled that car back. Gecko Vortex car has absolutely pulled off, and he is not letting that happen. Thrustmaster Movano is backed off. They didn't want any business of this, as we're going to look a replay of this right now after that amazing pass. It looked like Isaac Price rolled to the inside, and he wanted to get a chunk of that real estate. And Martin Kroenke, he tried to close the door. Once again, it was rim-to-rim contact, and it looks like they continued with a rim-to-rim contact just once more. Is that car okay?
We'll have to wait and see. I'm just looking at the instant right now. It is an optimistic lunge from Isaac Price for that Core Sim Racing prototype. It's definitely one for the stewards to have a look at. And if there's a late race penalty applied to Core Sim Racing prototype right now, that is going to mean that they will surrender the lead and perhaps the win. Well, definitely the win if they get a penalty right now to Coanda SimSport.
But I was going to say, with 30 minutes to go, if they had a penalty, yes, if they weren't in the lead anymore, technically they would not win the race. Connor, yes, those two go hand in hand.
I like stating the obvious, Cam. Okay.
But either way, I mean, for Isaac though, that was an aggressive move. I wouldn't say though that the Quanta car wouldn't have made that move, or maybe they probably wouldn't have. I don't know. But obviously, right now, Martin Kroenke though, he is just snuggled right behind the rear end of Thrustmaster Movano. What a great save from that Quanta driver, by the way, as that core sim racing car looks to just pilot right on away from the scene of that accident, and hopefully try to ignore that one. But overall, that was just, oh boy, too much drama. But, you know, we've still got, 28 minutes of racing to go. These guys are acting like it's the final lap.
Yes, they are, as we have a replay of that fight going down into Turn 1 between Core Sim Racing and VRS Quanta Sim Sport for the lead of your prototype division. It was a fantastic fight there. Unfortunately, ended in contact just a few corners after that one. Cam, you do have the stewards' review sheet right there. Can you see if the stewards are reviewing that incident? I believe they may well be.
Let me see here. Yes, indeedly. There is an open bar on my screen right now. A time GMT 2034 with an iRacing timestamp of 5:33:24. The cars involved, the 22 and the 1, that's the Core Sim Racing and the Quanta car, and the reason is avoidable contact. We'll see what the stewards say, and we'll go from there as Movano has gotten ahead of Quanta, but overall, though, they are one lap down, so technically, no, they have not. They still have another lap to make up, but for Martin Kroenke, though, he is stuck right now behind MSP Drivers Home 85. No, Hugo, they haven't been on the same lap for some time. But Martin Kroenke, though, he is secured pretty much in second. They've got a lead. They've got an entire lap between them. So you know what? Even if Core gets penalized, very tricky. Yeah, very tricky going into one. Gecko, Vortex, Sim Racing, MSP Drivers Home, and SRN. And that's actually MSP Drivers Home is the car that is trying to pursue Odox Motorsports and PRT.
As they almost go 3 wide again through the latter part of the Mercedes arena right here, all congested up in this section of track, and MSP Drivers Home, they have to put out a couple of good lap times here to try and catch their Odox Motorsport car. They're just getting passed right there by SRN Motorsports, and there's a little bit of contact ahead as well. GCL Sim Racing prototype almost running into the back of Odox Motorsports as well, so there's a little bit of a flurry of activity this late on in the race, Cam.
A little bit. There's a lot of bit of controversy and action going here at the 6 hours of Nurburgring here in the Neo Endurance Series with the race presented by the Digital Race Engineer. So perhaps if they had the Digital Race Engineer, they would have seen the cars that are alongside a little bit better, and none of this would have happened. But if this didn't happen, though, we wouldn't have this much drama and action to finish out this race here. We're happy to bring it to you here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. For Martin Kroenke, though, last lap was a 145.9, and Isaac Price a 145.7, so about 0.3 of a second between the two. Looks like Isaac Price is just pulling away.
Yep, and we are just eagerly waiting the stewards' review of that incident to see if Core Sim Racing do indeed get a penalty for that contact with VRS Quanta Sim Sport. We'll just have to keep an eye on the stewards' review sheet and on the sort of in-sim
everything.
Yes, everything. As always, everything's congested coming down into Turn 1 right there. That was Team Chimera and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing going side by side. They are on completely different laps, so that was not for position. But VRS Quanta Sim Sport has a little bit of traffic ahead of them. There is the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car, Hellenic Racing NES, as well as a couple of other cars down the road, and that's Acme Racing actually going very, very slowly right there. They were just letting a couple of cars by, I think, so no fuel issues for that team.
No, and it's too early to be having fuel issues like that. Also, with their lap timings off, they can just come in and fuel whenever they want. But boy, oh boy, this is it is avoidable contact. That is. What do you mean now? Who? I don't know what that means. But anyways, speaking of no contact, that Acme Racing car has allowed that Quanta car to get on by, no problems at all. That Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car is also running away. And actually, that Jack Keithley piloted Team Chimera car, for all the damage it had, it really hasn't fallen that far back. Of course, they went from third down, but they are still hanging on. They're only 6 laps down. They can still actually pass the JCL Sim Racing car.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the JCL Sim Racing car actually is. They are, I think they believe they've already actually gotten past the JCL Sim Racing car right there, Cam.
What's that?
They've actually gotten past the JCL Sim Racing car. They're ahead of them.
This lap? Oh, perhaps so. Or unless they are now on the same lap and now he has to do an entire circuit around again. We'll see here. If he drops down as 12th, no, he will not. So that is going to be almost one entire lap between the two, and I don't think you can make that up, as the 54 and the 34 are at it once again. That is, of course, our GT1 cars. This is the incident that we saw with Core's prototype car, and that when there was that incident with SimRC that allowed the Chimera car to get past, well, Stefan Seidlager has not been sitting on his laurels. He has been pursuing Simon Trundle, so we even have an Aston Martin battle to finish out the 6 hours of Nurburgring.
Yeah, so we were robbed of that prototype league battle, so now we have an Aston Martin battle down in your GT division. At simrc.de car, trying to catch the Team Chimera Aston Martin right there. Again, a little bit of traffic ahead of them. That's the Shinya Mashimi Sim Racing Audi right in front. They will go on to the 180th lap for these GT cars on the brakes coming down into turn 1, but time is running out for most of your battles right now here, Cam. I wouldn't be surprised if we see desperate moves like, dare I say, that Core Sim Racing prototype car.
Now, very well much. We will certainly find out, and of course, we're happy to bring it to you here on RaceSpotTV, finishing out this race. Only less than 20 some odd minutes to go, 23, 24 minutes to go, as 21 minutes and 50 seconds to left in this race. So for Isaac Price, though, very tough on it as he is trying to go around John Hall. He works his way around, and now he has to try and pursue as he has got that Movano racing car. That Movano car obviously is going to be pushing, is going to be attacking. He wants to unlap himself, not just to finish on the lead lap, but if anything happens between these two cars, they want to be in position to capitalize on that. So don't be surprised if that Movano car is going to make a pass as well.
Yep, it could well be the case right there. If Core Sim Racing get a penalty, won't put them completely a lap down, I would say. Depending on the severity of the penalty, of course, but First Master and Vanna Racing, they just need to bring it home right now. A third place finish is relatively good for that team. You have to wonder if... I'm just looking at the damage to the VRS Coanda car. It doesn't seem too much, actually, so no chance of a meatball flag on that VRS Coanda SimSport car, so I don't think they'll have to come down pit road to get some required repairs. So First Master and Vanna, they basically just have to keep it on the grey stuff right now, and I hope I'm not jinxing them.
You probably are, but either way, though, we're also waiting for that protest outcome. Not quite sure when we would get an answer on that. It just says right now, yeah, it's still just listed there. So we'll see, and of course we'll let you know when and if and when that decision comes on down. Looking over at the timing screens right now that I have. It's the race between Thrustmaster Movano and Friction for third in the prototype field is very well split. It's about 50 seconds between Thrustmaster Movano's prototype and Friction SimSport's prototype, and then another 50 seconds between Friction and PRT's cars. So the prototype field seems fairly settled right now. And you look to your GT category, it's Heisenfeld Core Motorsports. Let's actually focus the camera on them, because we really haven't had the opportunity to do that so much. But that Alex Voss piloted number 55 right now, as well as Niles Koch and Kay Kashubi have been putting on a masterclass here at the Nurburgring. That Aston Martin having absolutely no issues or bumps and bruises, as he has a 42-second lead over Torrent Motorsports' Kevin Siggy. And Connery, what a great run from this Aston Martin team.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic and completely and utterly flawless. I think they've led that GT field from start to finish. No issues whatsoever, no issues with lap traffic. Again, I hope I'm not jinxing them there with the kids of the commentator, but they just had a really, really great run. So if they can keep on the great stuff, they will be taking a relatively easy win here.
Yes, and of course, looking at the Grand Touring statistics, Heisenfeld Core Motorsports won last week at Motegi and have had good finishes at Coda and Sebring. That would push them. They're tied right now with Torrent Motorsports. It would push them ahead by 2 points, I believe. Actually, no, it'll be 4 points. So if everything stays the same, Heisenfeld will have a 4-point advantage over Torrent Motorsports. And of course, the third place car is that VRS Koena SimSport Corvette. They will be dropping well down through the field after this. This is a DNF and the worst kind, because I believe that right now they are going to be probably finishing in 44th position as we are looking back to the GT1 action between the Team Chimera GT and the SimRC.Iris GT.
Yeah, there is Simon Trendell and Stefan Seidvega close yet again. Become quite well acquainted with each other over the course of this race. They've been on the same piece of track for a lot of laps during this race. Again, that similar CWE car is actually locking up the tires quite a bit. I can't be doing too much for their tire wear, but it seems to be that they're not dropping off the pace too much, so maybe not. But Stefan Zweigwege looking to gain this late race pass on Simon Trendell to try and gain a couple more points for the team.
No, absolutely, and if they certainly can, that would be a benefit. And of course, looking at Team Chimera, you want those guys, they want to have a good finish after their prototype car was involved in that incident. And, for Simon Trendell, he is just going to be trying to continue and bringing that car home. It would be 18th position overall, as that would be 4th in the class, as... just looking up the rest of it, actually Frank von Braunwick will be getting out of the way, that Corvette, letting those front-running cars go through. Let's see, where else might we find some action? Perhaps somewhere in the GTS field, as we're looking down towards the front three running cars: PRT, Blacks, GTS, Odox, Samsung in second, MSP Drivers Home in third. They were having a great race, and it looks to me like Team RSO, our front-running Mercedes, actually might have an opportunity to catch the car of MSP Drivers Home if he continues on it. There's only a little bit of a gap here, and obviously they've got two prototypes between them, so it should be fairly simple to have the space to catch up.
They may well have the opportunity, as they have to deal with another prototype car coming through. That's the PRT LMP Black, piloted by Dennis Grabowski. I'm just going to have a little bit of a look at the times right here. Team RSO did a 1:54.2, and we actually don't have a representative lap time for MSP Drivers Home because they did a 2:29.7, so they must have pitted there, which is the reason for that discrepancy in times right there. But currently is still Odox Motorsports Samsung right out in second place right there. Pure Racing Team GTS currently scored as being the leader of the GTS field. So this could be interesting, Cam.
It certainly could. The results for the penalty sheet is still unfulfilled. Once that happens, we'll bring that to you. But yes, this is for the final spot on the podium of GTS. And if that Mercedes can catch up, we certainly will never dare go on board. But you got to remember, though, if we didn't go on board with them, they would technically be ahead because they wouldn't have had that spin and damage. So obviously it's us costing them the second position, surely.
Maybe. I mean, the check is already in the post, so.
So, but overall, I mean, Julian Granastel versus Tobias Zerny. There is Martin Kronke in his number one prototype looking to the inside. He will get on through to the other side, and then he'll get on the throttle up the gears, and away he goes. Julian Granastel in just a little bit up ahead. Dennis Grabowski, even in that PRT black car. He's currently in fifth in the prototypes. He's working his way through, and so just things seem to be quieting up. We seem to have reached our peak a little bit too soon, Connery. Things are quieting down.
Yeah, and I believe that was pretty much all down to that contact between the Core Sim Racing and the Coanda car. I mean, that was shaping up to be an absolutely fantastic end to the race, then contact kind of spoiled it for us. But we still have the question of whether Core Sim Racing will actually get penalized for that contact. I mean, the steward sheet is still clear, so there's no news on whether the incident has been judged to be Core Sim Racing's fault or Comando's fault or no one's fault as a sort of racing incident. So we'll just have to keep our eyes glued to that sheet, Cam.
Well, speaking of keeping our eyes glued to that sheet, the penalty has come down. I'm seeing the boxes being filled in. That is going to be a stop and a hold for the number 22 car. Your race leader, Core Sim Racing, piloted by Isaac Price. That was ruled to have been in a very aggressive pass, and that was a avoidable contact. According to the rules, that is avoidable contact, and as such, Isaac Price will have to serve a 15-second stop and hold penalty, and Coanda Sim Sports only 11 seconds behind, so we will see what will happen here. Isaac Price, he's going to have to get called in. That is not going to be a radio message that he wants to hear, but in that same vein, it's fairly obvious that whatever damage that did in that contact did certainly damage the competitor.
And there goes the penalty. They've just been told that Isaac Price was black flagged. 15-second stop and hold penalty for avoidable contact, lap 190, turn 7. So that means the Core Sim Racing in the next 3 laps will have to pit and serve that stop and hold penalty. They will surrender the lead to VRS Coanda Sim Sport. I don't think they'll be under threat from Thrustmaster and Ravana Racing HPD, though. Currently in the 3rd place, definitely not. They're around about, if I have a look at the time sheet, 1 minute 32 seconds behind. So yeah, they definitely will not be under threat from Thrustmaster and Ravana Racing. So this is basically just switching those 2 positions around.
It is, and for Martin Kroenke, I mean, it's he's trying very hard to get that car at least caught up, but now all he has to do is look at the track ahead and just keep on going. And so for Martin Kroenke, that's going to be a tough one to really. I'm not sure how these competitors feel about stuff like this. I think it was fairly clear that that something did happen and it needed to be reviewed. And I can't I can't see myself being a marshal in this series. That is just an extraordinarily tall task. And for the live council that we have, the 3 of them right now in that race control room.
There goes the Core 4, their stop and hold penalty. They're going to come down pit road, go past the yellow cones, and what must Isaac Price be feeling inside that helmet right now? I dread to think, but they've thrown away a race win pretty much, or at least a chance at a race win.
Yes, and for Isaac Price, perhaps as there goes the Coanda car as the Core Sim Racing car goes into its stop. But for Isaac Price, I mean, it's just one of those things. You just got to look at the situation and say, look, yes, I made contact with the car. It was in competition. I've damaged that car, and this is already after having gotten a warning. As I think some people might be forgetting that they did get a warning for unjustifiable risk. Isaac Price, off and away he goes onto the track. So like we said, no danger at all from losing 2nd position. And just overall, what a tough pill to swallow for Core Sim Racing. Following up on the race in GTS, Team RSO has passed Julian Grunastel on that MSP driver's home car.
Yes, indeed. Has, and I'm just going to have a little bit of a look back towards that fight. Actually, yep, it's Team RSO ahead of MSP at drivers home. MSP drivers home having to deal with the PO Racing Team GT car just coming through on them. I just want to have a little look at the battle still between the number 54 and the 34. That's Team Chimera and SimRC.de Iris. I think this is the closest battle we have on track right now, Cam.
Well, it most certainly might be. It wouldn't surprise me at all, but I'll look through the timings here. Just give me a quick little moment here. But yeah, so the gap is going to be at the end of it, 24 seconds between Core Sim Racing and Coanda, and with the laps they're running, it's just not very surprising of the damage that they have, that they're running slow laps. I mean, obviously he's also not going to really pursue and change it because, I mean, it's not like Kroenke has much to push with, but for Isaac Price and Martin Kroenke, this is just going to be another moment that these guys have had. Of course, both of these drivers in the World Championship Grand Prix Series, so we'll see if that could spill over to that, but probably not. These guys are all very professional, but and I think everyone kind of knows and understands the rules of the game, but just looking around for other cars on the timing screen, it seems fairly tough. The closest I think I can find is the Gecko Vortex cars 6 seconds ahead of Reactive Sim Racing. But really, other than that, nothing off the top of my head.
Yeah, there's our director Hugo Lewis points out that Isaac is closing a lot, but there's only 10 minutes to go, actually 8 minutes and 35 seconds to go to be exact. So that gap is pretty much insurmountable at this point for Isaac Price.
He would have to gain over 2 seconds a lap, and then I still think he'd be 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, so definitely insurmountable barring issues with the Koanda car. Again, I hope we aren't jinxing them right there. But that Koanda car does have, I believe, it still has RaceSpot stickers on it, if I'm not mistaken. So that does give an advantage of about 0.3 of a second to it.
Yeah. So I mean, it should be fair. I mean, still a 22-second gap. That's, I mean, just mathematically, that is just a tough one to do. I mean, 7 minutes and 45 seconds left in the race. That's probably good for what, a minute 40 lap. So we're probably looking at maybe 4 laps to go here at the 6 hours of Nurburgring. And in 4 laps, even if you join up by 2 seconds, maybe even more, it's still just not going to work. So for Isaac Price, it's definitely sealed for the second position, unless something can happen with that Koanda car, a bump, a bruise, or a half spin. We could open up that book. But just overall, though, I gotta say, it's certainly been an interesting and exciting race. Our front-running Corvette, for those interested in such things, is the Phoenix Motorsports Corvette, currently piloted by John Hall. But then it goes the IRDK Assault, then the Racing Lions Corvette. So Corvette's filling out the rest of the back of the field, which is a bit unfortunate to see.
Yes, it definitely is. As we go into the very, 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 very late stages of this race, it's about 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Only a few laps to go here, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at, I believe I was trying to look at the SimRC effort with the Chimera car. That SimRC.de Yaris car is in a whole bunch of traffic.
Different Koanda car there. They're a different Chimera car.
Oh,
actually,
contact!
Jack Keithley in his prototype in a Mercedes has just had an incident. Oh, heavens no, what has happened here? As it looks like, it possibly looks like that Team Diftaba, he had let one prototype go and he had presumed perhaps that was it. And then all of a sudden, he started coming right across. I believe that he thought that there was the one prototype. He didn't even see the second one and collected Jack Keithley. Nothing Jack Keithley could have done. Very unfortunate there. Let's see if they can get that car to the finish, though, and they can keep their positions, as they did end up getting ahead. Or, no, they weren't ahead of JCL Sim Racing, but what a miserable day for that prototype effort.
Oh yeah, it is, and I just have to say though, these GT cars coming through the Schumacher S's, they really need to use like as much of the track as they can, or risk losing so much time. But that's just so very unfortunate for both cars involved right there.
That is, I've gotten a note passed under the door from Jamie Wilson, the team manager of Team Chimera. Unfortunately, they have this is what it says. We have RaceSpotTV stickers on both of our cars because of their famous good luck properties. I want a refund for the ones on the 24 hours. So apparently, they might not be giving them good luck anymore, Hugo. I think we might start just cursing people. And I guess it could be said the Team Diftaba did indeed forget to be a little awesome with that Mercedes. They've got damage too. They are driving, though, minus the bonnet. And I have to say, it's a mighty looking engine in that car.
Yeah, it is really fantastic. And you just suggested we should maybe change the RaceSpotTV logo.
We're all sitting at the. It's like we're all sitting at the coffee table in the dark, just drinking and just not talking or making eye contact at this point, because this is the 3rd or 4th time that something RaceSpot involved has totally came apart. But you know what? Oh, look, race cars. There's a number 1 race car. Oh, 99 and the 83. That should be the Gathering of Tweakers. Number 99, if I can think. Yes, it is. And they are currently in a fight with the 83, the MSP Drivers Home 83. That's a para-Mercedes effort. And I actually think Marco Derrick's just got a little bit of a tap from the Friction SimSport prototype.
Yeah, as we see MSP Drivers Home actually closing out a lot during the Schumacher S's right there, because the GOT car had to get out of the way of a prototype coming through, and Mystery Drivers home, very, very deep on the brakes. There goes a GT car right behind them. That is SimRC.de Crimson, tries to try and make their way through. There's also Hellenic Racing NES right in front of them. Now, they're not involved in this fight. They are multiple laps down on these guys, so he'll have to get out of the way relatively quickly. As he does, brakes well before the chicane does. Oh, Mystery Drivers home gets a massive wiggle on the brakes there behind that GT car.
No, absolutely, and he just had to go on back, and as Jürgen Frank in that Crimson car is going to start speeding right on up. He'll blow right on by with his V12. As looking at the timing screen, we've got less than 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, so that should be about 2 laps, maybe? As, yeah, it should be about 2 laps right now. So where is our leader? That is the VRS Koenigsegg Sport car. So it should be 2 to go. Next time by as he's going around the outside of Stephen McGarvey and at SRN Motorsports Aston Martin. So Martin Kroenke, he's going to be looking to take the final, the beginning of the final, the second to final lap here at the Nurburgring. And Connery, just the overview of the prototype race. It's been a busy one.
Definitely been a busy one, full of controversy, shall we say, especially with that last move, shall we say, from the Sim Racing car. I believe, in my personal opinion, the stewards have made the right decision there to give Sim Racing the penalty, but it is an absolute shame that it had to end like that, because it would have been a fantastic battle otherwise. And even though Sim Racing got the penalty, if there was no contact, I think VRS Koenigsegg may have gotten away with the win anyway, but that is definitely up for debate.
Well, it is up for debate indeed, and I think at the point, the big point that I always have to look is if you take away the situation, you take away the car numbers, you take away the paint schemes, and you just look at the incident and you look at what had happened, it's just, if you don't penalize that, then it might open the door later at Spa or Le Mans for another incident to happen that is just as worse, and then people expect that it to be okay. So I can't complain with Race Control's decision. Of course, I would like to see a battle, but at the same time, that's just the way things go. As we're going to be beginning the final lap, that's confirmed, as this next lap will be the white flag for VOS Koenigsegg Sports' Martin Kroenke. Looking down to the GT field, it's really up front. It's been quiet, as it's the Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car is rocking and rolling up front, and Torrent Motorsports quite a bit ways behind with that SimDE Crimson car. But for GT, we've had quite a few good packs of cars running.
Yeah, we have, and one of those packs has been Team Chimera getting involved with either one of the two of the SimRC.de cars. Those have been absolutely fantastic fights to watch, as it still may be on right here between Team Chimera and SimRC Iris right here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. The gap is a little bit too much maybe to start battling in this late stationary race, as Simon Drenell gets the car all wiggly off of that left-hand corner right there. Well done to save that one.
And white flag is in the air. It is going to be 2 hours. It's going to be lap 208 is going to be the lap count for today. The VRS Koenigsegg Sport car. Looking through as, lap 207. We'll be going to lap 208. White flag in the air as the GT traffic pulls its way through, as well as the GTS cars right now currently led by the Pure Racing Team GTS car with a very healthy gap. So no need to worry there. For VRS Koenigsegg Sport, this has been a very Kroenke affair. Most of the racing done by Martin Kroenke. Marty Piatella with a very good stint in the middle of the race. Marty Piatella, of course, the co-driver for today. He will be sharing the podium after his double stint in the middle of the race, but it's been mostly Martin Kroenke weaving his way through the traffic, forcing and fighting his way through all of the different trials and tribulations, ultimately culminating in an incident with the Core Sim Racing car that was then deemed an incident and Core's responsibility, and they had a penalty to serve. So for Martin Kroenke, he comes up to the chicane one final time. As he works on through, he won't even have any traffic up ahead, as there is one GT car, but he doesn't have to worry about it. Martin Kroenke with that VRS Koena SimSport will take the win here at the Nurburgring, and this goes now going 2 for 2. I believe on the series, as actually this will be 2 wins for the series for Martin Kroenke. VRS Koena SimSport yet again going to the winner's circle here at the Neo Endurance Series. And Core Sim Racing, oh, what could have been? Isaac Price coming across the line, perhaps disheartened, perhaps not. Looking to where our race leaders are in the other categories. Maximilian Wenig in the GTS car coming across the 71. A fairly good race as he snatched it from that MSP Drivers Home 85, who received damage from that teammate GT car for PRT. And he ends up coming away with it. Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, they are going through the chicane now. Alexander Voss and his teammates, Niles Koch and Kei Kashube, an absolute masterclass once again, as they are going to be coming across. Heisenfeld Core Motorsports will have one at Twin Ring Motegi, and now they have one at the Nürburgring as well. A great effort from them as a whole. Absolutely bulletproof day today. Odax Motorsport Samsung, the number 77, is looking to come across the line, leading a huge pack of cars as he will go through now. Xavi Estella will come home in second in GTS, and then your Team Movano Racing GT, actually your Team RSO GT car, Tobias Zerny, your front finishing Mercedes, he will cross the line and complete the GTS category. So, Connery, first thoughts, that was a fantastic race. We peaked pretty much with half an hour to go, and thankfully everybody held on to what they had, but that was a very, very tough 6 hours of Nürburgring.
Yeah, we had a great crescendo, you could say, through the first part of the final hour. That culminated in the contact between the Koena car and the Core Sim Racing car, and then it just kind of petered out afterwards. But all in all, across the whole of the 6 hours, we have had some absolutely fantastic racing, and we've had an absolutely fantastic race, and you can't really ask for anything more.
And of course, we want to thank everybody for sticking around and with us, even if we had a couple of those little technical hiccups in that little impromptu halftime. So everything held together here, all the duct tape, all the hopes and dreams kept everything nice and going, and I think we can certainly be very happy with that. So thumbs up all around. Thank you guys very much for being a part of our show and using the hashtag IRNEO. Very appreciative, and very appreciative of the digital engineer, of course, the presenting sponsor for the 6 hours of Nürburgring. So, oh boy, with that, we're going to, what do you think? We should probably take a little bit of a break, recollect our thoughts, get some drivers in here, and go from there. But cars are parking right now on the start-finish line. There's the Koena car. There's Isaac Price's prototype car as they're getting their snapshots. We'll be right back with the conclusion to the 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. Stick with us. Driver interviews are incoming. The engines have gone silent over the Nurburgring, but the action is still to be buzzed about, as here we are. The 6 hours of Nurburgring with the Neo Endurance Series has come to its conclusion, and we have our winners. And speaking of that, we have our race winners with us here in the broadcast booth for Prototype. As while we get those guys in here, I'll just go over the general results, and we'll bring them up on your screen. In the Prototype division, it's VRS Koana SimSport, and a bit of controversy with after an incident with Core Sim Racing resulted in a penalty of them. Thrustmaster Murvano Racing comes home in third, Friction SimSport in fourth, PRT, their black car will come home in fifth, Team GT in the sixth position, Radicals Online in the seventh position. It'll be Gecko Vortex in eighth, Reactive Sim Racing in ninth, Fusion Racing in 10th, and then in the 11th, it is the Speed Asylum car. The 12th is JCL Sim Racing. Team Chimera will end up coming home. Not much of a recovery, but what a day for that Prototype effort, as two incidents that they really had nothing to do with. That Team Chimera Prototype finishing in 13th, 7 laps off the front. Looking back now to the GT category. It was a fairly straightforward affair for Heisenfeld Core Motorsports. They won it, I think, going flag to flag. I'm sure they lost something along the pits, but it was pretty much them in complete dominance. Torrent Motorsports coming home in the second position. SimRC.de Crimson will come home in third. SimRC.de Iris car will come home in fourth. The Team Chimera GT effort, after having a slowdown penalty on the first lap, resulting in them going all the way to the back of the pack, fought their way back to fifth. Pure Racing Team will finish in 6th position, Vendevil 7th, SRN Motorsports in 8th, Phoenix Motorsports, your first finishing Corvette in 9th, IRDK Assault Racing in 10th, Racing Lions in 11th. Koana SimSports GT effort ended up having an engine detonate on it, as well as Asbury Motorsports and Radicals Online's GT1 cars. In the GTS division, it's Pure Racing Team's Maximilian Wenig coming home in that Audi in the first position. Odox Motorsports Samsung finishing in second. Team RSO, their Mercedes, comes home in third. MSP Drivers Home number 85 will come home in fourth. Thrustmaster Murvano Racing GT finishes in fifth. Core Sim Racing GTS in sixth. The Gathering of Tweakers 99 comes home in seventh position. MSP Drivers Home 83 will finish in 8th. Shinya Machimi Racing crosses the line in 9th position. Atomic Motorsport following along in 10th. Team DFTBA, after a late race incident with that Team Chimera Prototype, finishes in 11th. The IRDK Endurance Mercedes will come home in 12th, as well as the Team GTS Audi R8. That Audi will finish in 13th. Simitalk Esport and Hellenic Racing will finish out your running Audis, as well as the Radicals Racing, Radicals Online Pro-Am GTS, the only one not to finish. You're not finishing Prototype cars or the Mad Cape number 17, and that's it. Everyone else managed to cross the line somewhere across there, even though Acme Racing also had a very disastrous run in their Prototype car. So with that, we're going to start bringing them in now. Your race winners in the Prototype division. It is going to be Mac Backham coming up with us. If somebody can get him in here, that would be dandy. There we go. All right. So we've got Marty Piatella, and there is Max Backham. So guys, hello and welcome. Marty, I know you got out of the car just a little bit ago, and then Kronke took over, and Mac, you were probably doing the crew chief roles, but Mac, we'll start with you first. How was your 6 hours of Nurburgring here in the Neo Endurance Series?
I think overall it was quite good. It was, yeah, pretty stressful at times, especially in the last hour and a half or so. But yeah, a lot of stress relief now after the result.
Yeah, a good run, to say the absolute minimum, I would suppose. But here at the Nürburgring, how did you guys set up your car? I think we noticed you might have been going a little bit faster than some of your competing cars out there. How did you guys set up that prototype today?
I would say badly. Looking at the lap times that we did, the car, I mean, there's definitely something to improve with the car. But yeah, we're gonna see what we can do about that, because the World Championship Series is just a month away, really. So we kind of need to shift our focus there.
Well, you guys still have the 6 hours of Spa and then the 24 hours of Le Mans ahead. But of course, the BES series, the Blancpain Endurance Series, very important as well, as that's the tippity top of endurance racing. But it's not bad, I guess, Mac, when you've got a bad car, yet you still cross the line in first. You weren't out there, but watching the traffic, how did it seem out there?
I think traffic generally wasn't too bad today. I mean, there's always a few that make life difficult, I would say. You know, sadly, you meet them a few times in the race. So, but yeah, we didn't have any issues in traffic really. Only when things started getting really tight near the end, there was a few, riskier moves than usual. But I think everything was, within limits.
And you guys are going to be prepping, of course, for your Blancpain effort. But we're going to be heading to Spa and then Le Mans. I mean, obviously, this will take a back seat to your Blancpain effort. But still, Spa and Le Mans, never a bad day. Marty, are you getting excited for this the upcoming 24 hours of Le Mans and all that?
I really don't want to even think about that. The last time I drove the 24 hours of Le Mans, I just had a really enjoyable experience right 1 week after it, doing another 24 hours with a really nice car. But yeah, 24-hour races are always an experience. They definitely kind of drain you out really well, and just to finish one is always an achievement. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be an awesome end of the season. I mean, Spa is one of my favorite, or the favorite track of mine, and of course Le Mans is always special.
Well, we wish you guys the very best for the rest of the season. I do have to say, speaking of 24-hour races, next week there's this little shindig going down in Daytona. Will Coanda have a car?
Yeah, we will have more than one car actually, but to see which one and who's in what, I think you just have to watch next week.
Very well. So, Mac, seeing as you kind of took the team principal role today, I'll ask you the question. Anybody you would like to thank or give a shout out to before we let you go celebrate this victory?
Yeah, I want to thank Marty and Martin for driving incredibly today. Of course, they did an absolutely incredible job with the fuel strategy and saving in the first few stints. And other than that, Virtual Racing School for sponsoring us, Heusingveld Engineering, SimQuip, JRT, and you guys at RaceSpot for a quality broadcast, of course.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll catch you probably next week with your mystery cars and or car lineup. So thank you guys very much for hopping into the booth with us, and we wish you guys the very best. Now go off and enjoy your victory here over the Nurburgring today.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
Thanks.
So that was our race-winning VRS Coanda SimSport #1 effort in 6 hours and 56 minutes. Connery, I think, let's see, what else do we have out here? We've got Kay Kashubi. Why don't we get Kay Kashubi in here, and we'll talk to our GT winner, and Connery, you'll be talking with him, but that's Heusingveld Core Motorsports number 55 crossing the line. Only 13 laps off the prototype, but that's good enough for victory in the GT category.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic running there from the Heusingveld Core Motorsports team. I have Kay Kashubi right here with me, and Kay, that was pretty much a dominant race for you guys.
Yeah, it was a great race. We were prepared, and all three drivers were at the same pace roughly. And yeah, it was also a pretty clean race, I have to say. We had no major problems. So it was one of the easier wins, I would say.
One of the easy wins indeed, and of course you won last time out at Twin Ring Motegi as well, so things are looking very, very good in the championship for you guys right there. So looking forward to Spa and of course the 24 hours of Le Mans. You guys are sitting very, very pretty at the top of that table, and do you think you can perhaps take the title?
we hope so, yes. I mean, I think we managed to get around this car now, and we know how to set up and how to drive it, and we are looking forward to the next races. I think everyone likes Spa, and it will be a really nice race, and yeah,
it's a bit of a shame that Coanda had that engine problem, because that puts them a bit far back now in the point standings. But with Torrent, it's still very close, and we have to prepare well for the next races.
Yes, indeed. But Toro Motorsports did finish quite far behind during this race, so you can't be too worried about them, can you?
No, it was. I mean, the next track can be different. It's always difficult, I think, to set up the Aston Martin for any track, and we just have to see how good it works out, and we will prepare.
We will come prepared, and those are the words from Kei Kashube of the Heukensfeld Core Motorsports team. Back to you, Cam. That's some fighting talk right there.
It is indeed, but you know what? When you've got a position as the Heukensfeld Core Motorsport guys, they're always going to be putting on a great show. Kay, will we be seeing a Core Motorsport effort in the 24 Hours of Daytona?
Yes, I hope so. I have to say, we didn't decide on a car yet, so the preparation
will be fine.
Yeah, the preparation for this will be a bit less extensive, but we want to drive, and the lineup is not fixed yet, but at least one car will be there, I think.
All right. Well, we can't wait to see that. Kay, thank you very much. Give the best wishes to the rest of the team. We'll hope to see you guys soon, and thanks very much for hopping into the booth with us.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep, take care. So, I managed to have a Twitter faux pas, Connery.
What have you done, Cam?
I tried to tweet a picture of how much I have eaten my Pop-Tarts this morning, which I opened up before the broadcast even started, and I managed to do it without actually posting a picture of the Pop-Tart.
You have to get with the times, Cam. Come on.
I do. This very complex, this whole Twitter business. Let's see now. We've got Maximilian Wenig, who is in the Pure Racing Team GTS car. That is, of course, our race-winning GTS car. So let's get Maximilian Wenig in here, and then we've got Stefan Jan and Tobias Zerny of the Team RSO as well. So we'll talk to Maximilian Wenig, and then we'll go from there. So Maximilian joining us here in the broadcast booth, fresh out of the car after crossing that Audi crossing the start-finish line with the victory here. That number 71 car, Maximilian, did a fairly good storming job today. You guys managed to come home with a win at the 6 hours of the Nurburgring.
Yeah, it's really amazing that we won this one because Lukas Jestedt and MSP drive us home at the best pace of all, in my opinion. And so we had to think about a new strategy to go for, and it was that we just do 4 stops, and we had to save a lot of fuel, and that was I think you could see that in the first stint. Patrick was driving the first stint, and he managed to block Lukas a little bit, and at the same time he saved some fuel, and yeah, that was mainly our goal, to save fuel and get this 5 stint strategy through. We had to do, I think, 3, or we thought about we had to do 3 times 38 laps and 2 times 37. At the end it was only 2 times 38. So it was a hard time to save a lot of fuel and in the same time keep up with MSP. And I think mid-race Lukas had about nearly 30 seconds lead, and we knew, okay, that is gonna be close. And yeah, because we knew about him, maybe they have about 35 seconds of a pit time when they do the last pit stop and just refuel, no tires. And but there was the accident with one of our team cars, unlucky. Because I don't think it was on purpose. Maybe it sounds like it because we were battling about position 1, and then our sister car gets into trouble with the car. But I think it would have worked out even with MSP not having damage.
Well, and you guys are now officially 4 for 4 because you guys won at Sebring, you guys won at Coda, you guys won at Motegi. Now you've won at the Nurburgring, but everything just seems to be closing up. That Odox Samsung car not that far behind, the Team RSO car right there as well. Things all seem to be closing up. How are you guys preparing for Spa and Le Mans?
We are stoked for for Spa. Everybody in the team likes Spa, and we have a good pace there, so we are looking forward to a good result. But of course, the 24-hour race of Le Mans is gonna be another thing, because we have to finish the race. It's not like, okay, we take 5 wins and then we don't compete in Le Mans. That's not possible. So we have to focus and practice a lot to get maybe the win next time in Spa, and maybe get a good position in Le Mans, because Mercedes has a lot of top speed, and that may benefits in Le Mans.
Well, we will just have to find out. Max, is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to or thanks before we let you go? And before we do that, are you going to be putting an effort together for the Daytona 24?
Yes, we are competing with I think 3 cars, 1 DP and 2 GT3s. And yeah, I want to thank Ashes Racing and Frei and Autohaus Wallmeier, of course, our sponsors, and everybody in the team, of course, that supports us.
All right, well, the Pure Racing team, of course, celebrating this one. It's 4 for 4 now in the GTS category. Max, thank you very much for hopping in the RaceSpotTV booth. We will see you next time.
Thank you.
So with that, Connery, I think we could probably just bring both of them in. It's the Rennsport Online guys, the number 97 car. They're Mercedes, the first finishing Mercedes. We can just work on getting them up here. It's a lot of work getting these guys in here. I tell you, it's a very small door. Yeah, Stefan Johan and Tobias Zerny, you're both from Team RSO, so figure we might as well have both you up in here. Stefan, first we'll talk to you because we interviewed you during the race. You guys had a great race. Came home in 3rd position, first finishing Mercedes.
Yes, we're very happy, very proud. We had a good race. One shocking moment in my 2nd stint with the crash behind Atomic Motorsports. Fortunately, the car was okay after that crash, and we were able to do good times. And yes, Toby also did a great job, and we are very proud to be the first Mercedes on a Neo podium this year.
Yes, and it's just that first Mercedes to get the podium. You guys have been working at it, getting better and better and better. And you're going to be going to a place that the Mercedes should be doing very well at, the Spa and Le Mans. But before we get to that, I want to ask Tobias. Tobias, how did your race go? How do you feel everything went with the drivers and people on track here at the Nurburgring?
Yeah, hello, first of all. It was an interesting race again. I hadn't had too much practice with the GT1 and HPD cars, so I was glad that Stefan did the start, and it was very hectic and lots of cars and passing here and there. And later in the race, so when I took over for the 2nd stint, it cleaned itself a bit out. So there were not too many GT1s and HPDs coming in one corner, but still. I think one of the messiest tracks so far with the overtakes between the different classes. Later in the race, then we first had the plan to switch, make switch driver swap at each pit stop. But shortly before Stefan came in for his 2nd pit, so I had a failure with my wheel. So Stefan had to do another stint, and not knowing this before, so he did a good job doing 2 long stints in a row while I was able. I mean, it's very good that I have a brother living here as well with the V2 base, so I was able to exchange my wheels and continue then for the final stint with the wheel of my brother. So it was very good. That he was giving me the wheel for free for the time being. But now I have to clear this, and I'm really looking forward to Spa next race, because we also had good results there in the official official Blancpain Endurance Series. And yeah, also 24 hours of Spa. I think now we understood the Mercedes quite good, and gets better every race we do, and we are really looking forward to it.
Well, we can't wait to see you guys there at back here at the Nurburgring for VLN, surely, but also for Spa and for the 24 Hours of Le Mans here, of course, on RaceSpotTV. Are you guys going to be able to put together an effort next week for the 24 Hours of Daytona, though?
Well, it's very difficult. I mean, there's also the endurance race of Bon Point Endurance at the Nürburgring.
Oh, that's next week also. Huh.
Yeah, well, we're somewhere on the edge of qualifying for the Pro Series, so we have to have a look. Maybe we set up a team and jump in if it allows. If it's possible for us. Otherwise, I think we will have a team, but I'm not sure who will be driving. So.
And Stefan, you were gonna speak, so certainly hear from you as well.
Yeah, I think it's very hectic next weekend. So, like Toby mentioned, we have 3 races in the Blancpain Endurance qualifier. But yeah, we'll see. But I want to thank Manuel Suda, who was in the channel 2 hours ago, who did a great job as spotter for us today, and also to our teammates who watched the stream and supported us. Thank you, guys.
Yes, Manuel having come in and given us a race interview. Very appreciative of that. So, of course, well, with that, I just congratulate you guys on your podium finish in GTS. Hope for many more, and we will catch you all next time. So thank you very much for hopping into the booth with us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So that is the Rennsport Online team, Team RSO, finishing in 3rd in their Mercedes in the GTS division. And Connery, well, that's about it for us here today, and for our 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series brought to us by the Digital Race Engineer. Any final comments?
I just want more of the same in Spa next time around, because Spa is usually a track that gives hostess some absolutely fantastic racing, and when a Neo Series goes there, that can be a whole bunch of fun.
It absolutely and certainly can. And for all of us here at RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive, as well as the Neo Endurance Series, very happy to have brought this race to you. Thank you once again for putting up with whatever technical difficulties we had to surmise and overcome. Everything went off in a hell of a hitch at the end of the race, and that's what we like to see. So for myself, Cam Walsh, for Connery Maddock, the only 2 commentators today, so us ourselves are definitely wiped out. But for Hugo Louis, who had to go overtime pretty much with all of the little pipes and issues that came along, as well as Istvan Bello for his camera setup and Warren Design. We are, of course, happy and proud to bring this race to you guys live. The 24 Hours of Daytona is going to be next week. You can catch that as well here on iRacingLive and RaceSpotTV. We really hope that you guys stick with it and keep on watching. So for myself, Cam Walsh, for Connery Maddock, for Hugo Louis, we wish you all the very best. So long from the Nurburgring, and we wish you have a very nice day.